chamber's walls pulsed inward, and every lamp blew out in the same breath. White light knifed down the redirection shaft. The surviving black spines screamed as they cracked. Half the vessel rack burst into floating shards. Soul light spilled into the chamber like fireflies caught in a storm. 70% dispersal held. 30% did not. Shen knew that because the desynchronized array no longer carried a clean command. It carried a broken one. Enough force still climbed toward the anchor court in a narrowed line to kill anyone lesser than Nara. Enough spread through the seam to keep the surrounding region from collapse. The compromise had worked. It was also not enough. Above them, someone cried out. Not from fear. From the body being made a bridge for heaven. Up, Shin said, forcing himself to stand. His runic sight came in ragged fragments now. The world no longer resolved into perfect script. Fine lines blurred where they should have stayed sharp. He hated it in the clean, practical way a swordsman would hate losing fingers. Jin saw the damage and did not soften the truth. You cannot rewrite another large formation today. Then we work with what remains. Mira had already finished the last carrier and was cutting the release scripts off the shattered vessels as she moved. Not to save every soul light. Impossible now. To stop the chamber from feeding the redirection line any further. Go, she said. I will finish the releases I can and take the shortest route up. Shin almost argued. Then he remembered who he was speaking to. He nodded once and ran with Jean. The spiral passage no longer behaved like a tunnel. Every surface shook under descending force. Dust and null frost rained from the walls. 2 levels above, one of the brass release plates had melted into glowing slag. At the next landing, Shin had to throw himself over a split in the stairs where a white fracture line now emitted thin threads of heavenly fire. They emerged into the cache chamber to find half the shelves broken open. Soul beads floated loose, many already emptying into the air like pale smoke. Jun made a strangled noise, part grief, part scholar's fury, then forced herself onward. They could not save the room and Nara both. At the upper gate, Myra's false alarm scripts had collapsed into a real one. The corridor beyond carried shouting, steel, and used fire in the distance. They climbed fast. At the meditation hall exit, Lien met them with blood on one sleeve and 2 pale dominion blades in her left hand because she had run out of patience for carrying only one. Outer court breached twice, she said. You sealed the eastern stair with spirit fire. Shan is holding the north line alone. Nara has not moved. Ashvale? Shin asked. Not here. Better. That meant the enemy commander had either been delayed or had chosen to let the trap do his work. Shun filed the hatred for later. They burst into the anchor court. The sight there cut the breath from everyone who still possessed one to lose. Nara sat where they had left her. The 7 void monks remained around her in their triangular stations, but only 4 were still standing. The other 3 had burned black from the shoulders down, their bodies upright by discipline alone. Overhead, the storm had opened into a rotating white wound above the pagoda peak. Lightning did not strike in separate bolts anymore. It poured. Most of it spread through the terraces. Some of it did not. A narrowed stream the width of a spear's haft drove straight into Nara's position, entering not from above, but from a slanted angle no natural correction event would ever choose. The broken redirection array below had failed to aim cleanly. It had not failed to aim. Shan Lioha stood 3 steps in front of Nara with the vow of unbreaking resonating through Shun from across the courtyard. Her spear was planted. Her stance was mountain-rooted. Cracks ran across the stone beneath her feet, where she had intercepted the first skewed descent with raw force, and given the court a few extra breaths. Yu and Lien held the flanks against pale Dominion elites, trying to keep anyone from reaching the center. Shun, you shouted. He was already moving. He cut straight through the melee, taking one sword across the back and another through the side, because speed mattered more than careful economy. Vow of unbreaking kept his body functioning where it had no right to function. He reached Shan just as the next slanted strike came down. Together they took it. The court exploded under their feet. The 4th vow roared through him, bedrock and refusal. For one impossible breath, he did not feel breakable at all. The tribulation stream split around their joined resistance, and still sent enough force past them to lash Nara's shoulders and spine in white fire. Her eyes opened, not in panic, in regret. You altered it, she said through the storm. Not enough, Shin answered. Another strike formed above. This one larger. This one centered. And Shun understood with perfect clarity that the broken trap had bought the region's survival at the cost of focusing the last descent into one final execution blow. Chapter 70. There were moments when a battlefield stopped being a battlefield and became a verdict. The anchor court had entered that condition. Pale Dominion soldiers no longer mattered except as distant shapes burning at the perimeter. Yu's flames had taken the eastern stair. Lien had cut down the western push and now stood guard over the nearest monk line with her sword black and white at the edge. Shan remained braced beside Shun, each breath visibly costing her. Zhun was on one knee near the outer ring, trying to keep the seam's support channels from tearing wider after the array damage below. Mira had not yet surfaced. At the center sat Nara Voidheart beneath the final convergence of the storm. Above her, heaven drew a single point. No dispersed field. No wide correction. One descending law sharpened by sabotage, cracked by resistance, and now made more violent because it had been denied the elegant murder it was first taught to perform. Shin stepped into the center line. Nara looked at him with the weary patience of someone who had predicted the attempt and failed to prevent it only because prediction and prevention were never the same craft. "You do not have a vow with me," she said. "No. Then your protection will not anchor to my soul pattern. I know. You may save my body for a breath and lose your own for nothing." The sentence should have slowed him. It did not. He reached for the fourth vow, and for the body it had made difficult to destroy. He set his feet. He tasted blood and heaven and broken runes. "Then I will buy the breath." Nara watched him the way she had watched probability itself, and some unreadable part of her expression shifted. "You continue to make choices as if cost were a language only other people had to respect." "No," he said. "I make them because I can still choose." The strike fell. He met it with everything he had left. Vow of burning will drove his spirit upward. Lien's bond held the line of intent from fracturing. Zhun's damaged runic pathways gave him just enough control to angle the first contact. Shan's unbreaking turned his body into a barrier for one impossible heartbeat. The court vanished in white. Pain ceased to be sensation and became geography. He knew he was screaming only because Yu's fire answered with a howl from somewhere to his left. Stone turned liquid under his feet and then turned to dust. The strike split over him for the briefest fraction of a breath. A mortal could have lived inside that fraction if heaven had been less committed. It was not. The second wave punched through his defense, through unbreaking, through bone and will, and every damaged channel in his spirit. He was thrown sideways hard enough to break the base of a carved pillar. The world reassembled in pieces. Court. Smoke. Fallen monk. Shan on one knee. Yu shouting. Lien running inward. At the center, Nara remained seated. For a single hopeful heartbeat, Shin thought they had done it. Then he saw her hands. They had not burned. They had gone transparent. The final strike had entered through the soul before the body knew how to die. Nara looked down at her own fading fingers without surprise. That was the worst part. She had known the shape of this ending and accepted it because the alternatives were larger graves. Shin forced himself up. No, it was not denial of death. It was rejection of timing. He reached her just as the last white fire bled out of the court stones. The storm above began to loosen, its purpose spent. Around them, the surviving void monks bowed their heads not in worship, but in witness. Nara's gaze found his again. "The seam held," she said. Behind them, across the valley, the correction clouds were already thinning in distributed bands instead of collapsing inward. Villages would live. Sect borders would hold. The region had been saved. That did nothing useful for the woman in front of him. Jin arrived at his side and touched 2 fingers to Nara's wrist. Her face changed with scholar's horror and helpless precision. "Body failure secondary," she said. "Primary severance at threshold. The soul is breaking away. No vow. No seventh bond. No resonance channel prepared in advance." The whole structure of his path existed to reverse death under conditions the old research barely dared name. And here at the one instant it mattered most, the 7th key sat in front of him beyond the reach of every law he had built. Nara's voice had gone softer, not weaker. "The Hollow Empress wanted this cleaner." "Do not speak as if we lost you already," Shin said. "You did not lose me," she replied. "You arrived before the earliest failing branch. That changed the region. It may yet change more than that." Her outline flickered. "Not body. Soul." Shin's mind went to his father's fragments, to the half-finished theories, to preservation at threshold, to the word retrieve written in a dead engineer's memory. Impossible had narrowed before. That did not make it kindness. He seized Nara's hand. "If there is any way to hold your pattern, tell me now." For the first time since meeting her, Nara smiled. "Small. Real. There is one object in this temple," she said, each word costing time she did not have, "that remembers absence without letting it become loss. North bell chamber. 3rd bell. Break the striker, not the bell." Mira emerged from the smoke at that exact moment, blood on her cheek and a black metal token in her hand. "You need to see this," she said. The token bore the Hollow Empress's crest on one side. On the other was a freshly inscribed message written for the strike team that had expected success. 7th key prepared for post-threshold collection. Sovereign vessel to be taken alive. Shen looked from the token to Nara's dissolving hands. The enemy had not merely planned for her death. They had planned for his survival after watching it. And in the seconds before her soul dispersed, the Temple of Null revealed that it held one last instrument built for exactly the kind of absence the Hollow Empress believed she alone knew how to harvest. Chapter 71. The Vow Sovereign Primer opened in Shun Wu's hands without being summoned. It had done that only a few times before, always when the old research inside it stopped being record and started being judgment. The pages turned on their own, stopping not at a chapter heading, but at a sheet of darkened script written in blood-red lines he had never seen before. 7th key detected. Soul dispersal in process. Dispersal completes upon crossing the 8th threshold of the soul layer. Time remaining, variable. Below the warning, smaller script continued to write itself, as if listening to the shape of the moment. Unfulfilled vow resonance present. Genuine truth offering may impede dispersal. Delay gained is proportional to sincerity and acceptance. Around him, the anchor court had gone unnaturally quiet. Not empty. Quiet. The surviving void monks moved with ritual economy, carrying their dead brothers from the blackened ring without sound. You stood with both fists clenched at her sides, spirit fire shivering along her wrists with nowhere useful to go. Lien had cleaned the last pale Dominion survivor from the outer stair and now stood near the gate watching Shun rather than the battlefield. Shun remained close enough that if he collapsed she would catch him before he hit the stone. Zhen looked at the primer over his shoulder once and then backed away, giving knowledge room because she recognized when it no longer belonged to witnesses. At the center lay Nara Voidheart. Her body remained warm. That was the cruelty. Tribulation had not torn her apart. It had only removed the one piece of her that could still answer when the body called itself alive. Her face held the same calm it had before the strike, as if the storm had failed to teach her alarm and settled instead for theft. Shin knelt beside her. He had fought through too many crises by converting emotion into sequence. Assess. Choose. Act. Pay. It had kept him moving for years. Now the primer demanded something else. Not force. Truth. The first thought that came to him was tactical and therefore useless. I should have forged the vow earlier. That was not truth. That was analysis wearing grief's clothes. He put one hand over Nara's unmoving heart. The skin beneath her robe was still carrying a trace of the seam's cold. The primer pulsed once, waiting. What truth? You asked from behind him, her voice raw. Counts as genuine enough for this thing. Zhen answered before he could. The one he is least willing to say aloud. Shin closed his eyes. He thought of every reason he had delayed the 7th vow. Practical ones existed. The Temple of Null had been under threat. Nara had been an anchor, not a free actor. The Hollow Empress had built the trap around exactly this bond. Any vow forged too early would have painted a larger target on Nara's soul. All that was real. None of it was deepest. He bent lower until his forehead almost touched the back of his hand where it rested above Nara's heart. I was afraid, he said. The primer warmed. Not enough. He forced himself past the surface of the sentence. Not of the war. Not of the Hollow Empress. Not of heaven. His voice broke on the next part because there was no way to make it cleaner than it was. I was afraid that if I forged the 7th vow, then there would be no more pretending this path still belonged only to me. Every bond one make gives my enemies another person to threaten, another life to break in front of me, another grave to turn into leverage. I kept telling myself I was protecting you by waiting. He swallowed hard. Part of me was only protecting the fiction that if I stopped one vow short, then I had not yet admitted how much I had come to need all of you. No one behind him moved. He looked at Nara's still face and kept going because the first cut had opened the right wound. I know how to survive alone. I know how to hunt, run, bleed, bargain, and keep moving. I do not know how to lose people I chose while still calling what remains a life. I was afraid to make you part of that number because once the 7th vow existed, there would be no retreat from what this would mean. His hand tightened over hers, and that fear dressed itself up as caution until it cost you a life. The primer flared. Red script changed beneath his hand. Dispersal reduced. Threshold drift delayed. Estimated time gained. Incomplete. Continue if possible. Shin felt the shift before he saw it. A faint answering chill moved under his palm, not from the body, but from somewhere thinner. Nara's soul had not returned, but it had hurt him. His throat closed. For the first time since his sect had been taken from him, since his father had died, since Crane Mao had broken his cultivation and left him to learn how much anger a body could hold without becoming all blade, Shin Wuk cried in front of other people. Not neatly, not in one noble tear. His shoulders shook once, then again, and he bowed over Nara's still body while the primer continued to hold open the page that said delay was not salvation, only purchase time. You knelt on his left without speaking. Shan placed one heavy hand on his shoulder and left it there. Lien did not come close, but he felt the first vow steadying the air around the court so grief could happen without collapsing into panic. Jin took the primer, read the changing lower lines with a scholar's concentration, and said the one thing no one else would have had the discipline to voice. It worked. Shin lifted his head. The red script had settled into an estimate. Current projection, 1 year before 8th threshold breach. Recovery or full reversal requires completion of the sovereign path. 1 year. A gift. A threat. An impossible schedule written in the same hand. He wiped the blood and tears from his face with the back of his wrist and looked at the woman he had reached too late. Then we use the year, he said. The primer turned one more page by itself. There, in smaller script near the bottom, a final line appeared. Warning. Post-threshold collectors may attempt interception before full dispersal. The Hollow Empress had planned for Nara's death. The primer had just confirmed she was not the only one racing for what remained. Chapter 72. The day after the tribulation passed, the Temple of Nulls sounded like a place recovering from a storm it would rather classify than mourn. Monks swept fused stone dust from the courtyards. The dead were burned in narrow braziers cut into the western terrace, each pyre lit without chant and without tears, because Void Dao practitioners honored loss by refusing to make performance out of it. Nara's body had been moved to an inner chamber where the surviving monks and Jun built a temporary stillness array around her bed. It was not resurrection. It was a promise not to let absence proceed faster than necessary. Shin spent most of the day in silence. He sat outside the chamber door with the primer open across his knees and read every line his father had ever written about soul retention, threshold delay, vow collapse, and all the categories of failure that lived between death and the point where death became law. The answer was always the same. Reach the apex. Not grieve better. Not bargain harder. Not become more deserving. Advance. The clarity of it should have been useful. Instead, it felt like being handed a blade while kneeling beside a flooded field and being told steel could solve water if only the arm behind it became sharp enough. Toward evening you arrived carrying food he did not want and set it beside him anyway. If you die from pride before we even start the race, I will be offended. You frame care strangely. You respond to it badly when framed gently. He almost smiled, almost counted as progress. When darkness settled over the terraces, he gathered the group in the outer court. The surviving void monks remained at a respectful distance. This was not their war, though the war had entered their temple. Lien stood by the rain channel with her usual straight-backed reserve, but the line of her jaw was tighter than he had seen in weeks. You leaned against a broken pillar and stared at him without blinking. Jun held a stack of copied notes against her chest, prepared for planning because planning was how she refused helplessness. Mira had returned from sweeping the outer slopes and wore fresh blood on one sleeve that no one asked about. Shan stood nearest Nara's chamber door, as if defending the body from time itself. Shin said it plainly. Everything changes now. No one objected. They already knew. The primer estimates 1 year before Nara's soul crosses the 8th threshold. That estimate may shorten if the Hollow Empress acts. It may lengthen if we discover stronger anchor methods. But we do not build plans around hope, choosing to be generous. Jun unfolded one page from her notes. Then our objective is no longer survival or pursuit. It is vow eternal. Yes. The words sat in the court like a challenge no sane person would accept. The rank ladder between Shin's current level and the apex could swallow decades. Most sects measured even one major step in years, not months. He needed what history said no one had done under clean conditions, let alone while hunted across realms by an immortal soul thief and whatever other predators the primer's warning refused to name. You did the math aloud because she preferred enemies in visible shape. 1 year to reach a stage your father only theorized. While the Hollow Empress watches, Ashvale still breathes, and the whole Pale Dominion now knows Nara's body remains here. Yes. Good, she said. A modest task. That got the first real breath of rough humor from anyone. Lien asked, where do we begin? Shin looked toward the sealed chamber. By deciding whether the temple can hold long enough for planning to matter. As if the world had been waiting for the sentence, pressure rolled over the western ridge. Not hostile action. Presence. The kind that changed how air occupied space. Every cultivator in the courtyard turned toward the ridge line at once. A man stood there on a black rock 50 paces beyond the outer stair, hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the temple as if studying an unusual board position near the end of a long game. He was not armored. He wore plain dark robes. His hair hung loose. His face might have seemed ordinary if not for the fact that the clouds above him curved away by a fraction, refusing the discourtesy of touching his outline. He carried no weapon visible to the eye and no need for one visible to anyone with sense. Sovereign Kale Duskburn. Even before he spoke, Shin knew him by the same certainty with which men knew cliffs from bridges. He had been at the temple during the tribulation. Watching, Kale's gaze moved across the broken court, the surviving monks, the door behind which Nara's body lay under stasis, and finally to Shun. Interesting problem you've made for yourself, Vow Sovereign. Yu's flames lifted at once. Shan's footing changed. Lien's sword came half free. Kale did not react. He might not even have noticed by the standards of his level. If you came to mock the dead, Shin said, turn around now. Kale's expression remained unreadable. Mockery is for men impressed by easy superiority. I came because the pattern has become less boring. That was perhaps not an improvement. He looked toward the chamber one more time. The Hollow Empress will send the Pale General next, Kale said. He is less patient than her scholars and less theatrical than her warlords. Worse than her soldiers in every useful category. Then he stepped backward from the ridge. No movement technique. No flash. He was simply no longer there. The warning remained anyway. Not prophecy. Deadline. And Shun understood that the year the primer had granted them would not even begin in peace. It would begin with siege. Chapter 73. Kale Duskburn returned at dawn. This time he did not stand beyond the temple. He stood inside the outer court beside a rain basin as if boundaries, sect customs, and the common etiquette of announcing oneself before entering another cultivator's war all belonged to lower realms that no longer governed his behavior. The void monks watched him with a stillness that had become their version of alarm. He was already halfway to setting the basin on fire. Mira had appeared on a roof beam with a drawn knife and the practical expression of someone considering whether a heaven-defying apex had arteries worth testing. Kale looked at none of them. He looked at Shun. I said the Pale General would come, he said. I did not say you had enough context to respond intelligently. Zhen muttered. At least arrogance has survived the end of the world. Kale's eyes shifted to her for the first time. Scholar, take notes if it helps you remain tolerable. Shin was too tired for posturing. Speak. Kale inclined his head by a degree. Approval or contempt. With him it could have been either. The Hollow Empress has built armies, stolen realms, and taught mediocre men to handle soul law like butchers handling script. None of that is her deepest offense. His gaze moved to the stasis chamber. Her deeper offense is philosophical. She took a path that should have proven connection stronger than solitary ascent, and turned it into a machine for proving the opposite. That was more honest than Shun had expected. You hate her because she kills, you said. No, Kale replied. Many people kill. Some with elegance. Some with purpose. Some because incompetence armed itself. I hate her because she made dependence parasitic instead of mutual, and then called the resulting corruption transcendence. Shin studied him. This was not ally speech. It was worse in some ways. It was ideological disgust from a man powerful enough to act on it whenever he chose. And the vow system offends you too, Shin said. Of course. There it was. Kale did not bother softening it. Strength built through bond is still strength built through concession, he said. You are asking me, by existing, to entertain the proposition that the self is not the highest valid unit of cultivation. I dislike that proposition. Yet you warned us. Because I dislike counterfeit versions of ideas more than I dislike the ideas themselves. Jin actually snorted at that. You sound like a man who would burn a library because the annotations were sloppy. Only a badly organized one. For one jarring breath, Shin understood why a man like this could become myth. Not because he inspired devotion. Because he made ordinary standards feel provincial. Kale paced once around the cracked basin. The Pale General is not a commander in the way Ashvale is a commander. He does not inspire men, cultivate loyalty, or bargain for supply lines. He is the Hollow Empress's most disciplined instrument. Soul condensation peak. Possibly more, depending on how much of her own catalog she has poured through him this month. He stopped. He will not rate. He will establish inevitability. Shun asked the question that mattered. Goal. You. Ideally alive. Nara's body intact. The primer if accessible. The temple if convenient. And if none are accessible. Kale's expression did not change. Then he will collapse the site slowly until someone makes a desperate choice. That fit what the Hollow Empress wanted. Pressure. Depletion. Error. Shin looked toward the terraces. Why tell us this instead of killing him yourself? Kale's answer came without delay. Because I am not your guardian. I am interested in the experiment. He met Shin's gaze with unnerving directness. If your path cannot survive one proper siege, then heaven was right to keep solitary ascension as the default. You took one step forward. I dislike him more every sentence. Sensibly, Kale said. Then he turned his head toward the western horizon. The whole court felt it a breath later. Not troops. a line being drawn around the temple from far beyond visible range. Xin opened the Vow of Runes and caught the first architecture of the approaching formation. Not an attack. A perimeter pattern, wide and patient, sinking into ridge points and terrace shadows in measured intervals. Siege. Kale looked mildly satisfied that reality had chosen to support his timing. He is efficient, he said. I respect that. Will you stay? Sean asked. Kale considered the question as if it were technically interesting. No. Then leave, Lien said. He almost smiled at that. Gladly. Before stepping away, he looked at Shun one last time. If you live through this, Vow Sovereign, then perhaps your philosophy will earn the dignity of further opposition. Then he vanished from the court the same impossible way he had vanished from the ridge. The basin water settled 3 breaths later. Shin exhaled once and turned to the group. Positions, he said. Because philosophy had left. Siege had arrived. Chapter 70 for the Pale General introduced himself with geometry. By noon, black pylons had risen from 6 points around the outer terraces, each one driven into the mountain by teams who worked under white-veiled command and withdrew before the temple could counterstrike effectively. The pylons did not glow. They drank light. Thin lines ran between them beneath the stone, completing a perimeter ring that sat far enough from the temple to deny easy sabotage and close enough to let the formation settle over the monastery like a patient trap. No assault followed. That made it worse. From the upper gate, Shun watched Pale Dominion troops take ordered positions behind the western ridges. 50 elites, perhaps more hidden behind the slope breaks. Shield teams. Soul pole carriers. For long-range arrays. 2 mobile drain wagons hauled into place by stitched beasts that had once been mountain lizards and were now offense against both anatomy and decency. At the center of their line stood one man in pale armor with no crest except a narrow white ring at the throat. The Pale General. He did not ride. He did not gesture dramatically. He stood with one hand resting atop the butt of a long black spear and looked at the Temple of Null, as if inspecting a structure already filed under eventual acquisition. You leaned on the broken parapet and bared her teeth. He looks disappointingly mortal. That is because he is conserving our fear for later, Jin said. The first message came not by messenger, but by formation projection. White script lifted from the nearest pylon and resolved in the air above the lower stair. Surrender Shinwuk for questioning. Return the preserved vessel of Nara Voidheart. Temple structures will be spared pending compliance. Pending compliance. Not promised. Not guaranteed. The wording carried the sterile confidence of someone who expected obedience eventually, not because he inspired it, but because pressure would refine all lesser choices into one. The Void Monks looked to Shun. This mattered more than battlefield pride. The Temple of Null had already paid in blood for a war that was not theirs. Shin faced the eldest surviving monk. If you order us to leave, we will. The monk regarded the formation ring below, then the chamber where Nara's body lay under stasis. This temple refused heaven yesterday, he said. Refusing mortals today requires no special courage. That was their answer. Shin stepped to the parapet and wrote his own reply directly into the air with the damaged, but still functional remnants of the Vow of Runes. Request denied. The Pale General read the words from across the terraces. He did not appear offended. If anything, his expression sharpened by 1 degree, as if confirming the first movement in a problem had followed the expected line. Then the second stage began. The pylons activated. Not with attack. With compression. The mountain groaned. Reality pressure settled over the temple grounds like a hand turning a screw. It was subtle at first, only enough to make breathing feel slightly less generous and movement marginally heavier. But Shin felt the structure underneath at once. This was no blunt force barrier. It was a prolonged constriction array designed to increase strain over days until the defenders made mistakes from fatigue and constant low-grade damage. He means to crush the site a little at a time, Sean said. Yes, Shin answered. I dislike his professionalism. So did everyone else. By evening, the first probing attack came. 10 Pale Dominion elites advanced under shield cover and tested the north stair with soul drain poles, not trying to break through, only measuring how quickly the monks' null barriers answered external siphon pressure. Yu and Lien met them at the second landing. Fire and ice crossed in practiced coordination, breaking the probe without exposing the temple's deeper reserves. The enemy withdrew after exactly 40 breaths. No pursuit followed. The general was gathering numbers. Night brought the second message. Shinwuk may yet be returned alive. Delay reduces the value of that offer. You wanted to answer with fire. Jin wanted to answer with mathematical obscenity. Mira said, do not answer at all. Men like this treat response as free information. Shin agreed. They entered the first siege night with watches doubled, Nara's chamber sealed, and every cultivator in the temple learning how loud silence could become when an enemy outside was not resting but calculating. At dawn, the pressure ring intensified. Cracks spread through the outer meditation hall floor. Two lesser monks coughed blood from sustained null-channel strain. Xin moved between positions, reinforcing where he could, fighting where needed, and forcing his cultivation to adapt to continuous burden rather than explosive crisis. That was the general's third cruelty. He was teaching their bodies to fail from duration. By the end of the second day, Xin felt the breakthrough approaching like an overstrained gate. Not because training had matured, because siege had left no softer path. The pale general sent his final message at sunset. At next pressure rise, outer structures begin collapse sequence. Present yourself before then, and the preserved vessel remains untouched. Then the ring around the temple shifted from constriction to lethal intent. The third day of siege was going to begin with the mountain itself trying to fold. Chapter 75 Pressure could be measured by cracks. On the third day of the siege, the Temple of Null learned exactly how many ways a mountain could be persuaded to betray the architecture built upon it. The pale general's formation ring tightened before sunrise. Black lines under the terraces brightened to dull white. Support stairs bowed by fractions visible only to trained eyes. Courtyard stones began splitting along buried fault marks the enemy had likely seeded during the months-long construction of the tribulation trap. The general had not only prepared to kill Nara, he had prepared to inherit the ground where she died. Shun ran the terraces without rest. At the north line, he reinforced Shan against a double wave of compression pressure that tried to force the parapet inward. At the east line, he and Yu broke a soul pole team before the enemy could establish drain contact with the temple's bell tower. At the west line, he and Lien held a narrow stair where the general's elites pushed just hard enough to cost strength without sacrificing many men. It never became a full battle. That was why it worked. No decisive clash. No clean target. Only continuous attrition shaped by a commander who understood that defenders trapped with a corpse they must preserve would eventually exhaust themselves, protecting both stone and memory. Near noon, the first outer structure collapsed. A storage hall on the southern terrace folded inward, as if an invisible hand had pressed its roof into the floor. Two monks escaped. One did not. The scream lasted only half a breath before the compression field erased the rest of it into stone. You turned toward the western ridge with murder in her eyes. I am going to burn him. Shin caught her arm. If you leave the perimeter, he isolates you. Then come with me, and leave Nara's chamber to the next collapse. You hated that because it was true. He hated it for the same reason. By the second collapse, the enemy changed methods. Instead of attacking the stairs, they projected a low soul drain mist over the lower courtyards, forcing the void monks to spread their null barriers thinner. Zhun countered with an improvised inscribed windbreak array, carving script onto temple flagstones with a sacrificial stylus until her fingers bled through the wraps. The drain mist twisted upward and away, but the act cost another reserve pile of spirit stone they could not replace. He is counting resources, she said through clenched teeth. He knows we cannot match a long siege. Mira, who had been absent for an hour in the way only assassins and disasters could be absent, appeared beside them carrying a severed formation relay the size of a forearm. He can count one fewer western node now. Jin stared. How? Effort. The answer was unhelpful and, in Myra's case, honest. The sabotage bought them a temporary slackening on the west line. Not enough to break the siege. Enough to breathe. Shin took that breath and felt his cultivation lurch. Continuous strain. 7 near-fatal exchanges over 3 days. Unbroken vow resonance under collective pressure. The gate gave way inside him. Spirit opening level 3 arrived without ceremony, forced open by a body and soul that no longer had room to remain weaker than the burden laid on them. His inner sea surged. The first 5 vow channels brightened in answer. Even the damaged vow of runes sharpened by a degree under the new spiritual force. You saw it first. Good, she said. Now use it. He did. The next compression wave came down the north line like invisible grinding plates. Shin planted himself at the central seam of the courtyard, opened the 5th vow to its fullest resonance, and answered not with stillness or fire, but with refusal embodied. Vow of unbreaking. Seismic force moved through his stance and into the ground. The collapsing pressure did not vanish. It met a counter law that said breaking was no longer the default outcome. The central courtyard held, for one exchange. Then the general adapted. From beyond the ridges, a new layer entered the siege ring. Reality compression remained. Soul drain remained. Now a third technique folded over them. One Shin had only seen in damaged research records. Localized spatial flattening. The far meditation wall shuddered and lost depth by a fraction, becoming visibly thinner, as if the world had decided width was a privilege it no longer wished to extend. Shin's face went white. That is not a field team technique. That is a command catalog art. Meaning? Xian asked. Meaning he is escalating from siege to erasure. The answer came with perfect timing because the next projected message formed above the stair in pale script. Final courtesy has ended. Outer court will be rendered non-viable before moonrise. Shin looked at the ridges, the collapsing halls, the sealed chamber, and the companions who had already given too much to hold one impossible year open. Before he could speak, Mira stepped down from the shattered parapet, wiped blood from the side of her mouth, and said, I am going to do something none of you will like. Yu's eyes narrowed. That sentence never leads anywhere useful. Mira ignored her and met Shin's gaze. His central anchor is not one of the pylons. It is in the command enclosure behind the western ridge. I have confirmed it twice. If the anchor breaks, the siege ring collapses long enough for us to kill the outer arrays. Too dangerous, Lien said at once. Correct. Shin already knew the decision she had made. Mira, do not turn this into a speech, she said. If you forbid it, I will go anyway and waste time disappointing you first. That was also true. She stepped onto the parapet edge before anyone could physically stop her. Hold the temple, she said. Then she dropped over the wall into the tightening dusk, vanished into void step, and left the entire siege balanced on whether an unbound key could cut the heart out of a commander patient enough to crush mountains. Chapter 76. The first sign that Mira had reached the command enclosure was not a sound. It was absence. One of the western pressure lines vanished from Shun Wuk's runic perception so sharply that for half a breath he thought the damaged subchannels of the Vow of Runes had finally failed outright. Then the line returned in a ragged stutter, weaker than before, accompanied by a distant white flare above the ridge where the pale general had placed his central tent. Anchor disturbance, Jin said, already recalculating across the courtyard stones. Minor. She found it. Yu bared her teeth in approval. Good. The second sign came through the primer. It slammed open against Shin's chest hard enough that he had to catch it with both hands. The pages turned by themselves to a section he had never reached, one written for conditions no sane carrier would want to meet. Unbound key in mortal soul threat proximity. Resonance unavailable. Emergency retrieval window open. No Vow thread connected him to Mira. That absence hurt more now because it made the primer's next line feel like accusation. Key status warning only. No sovereign extension possible without mutual Vow acceptance. Somewhere beyond the western ridge, Mira was in danger the system could identify but not help him solve. No resonance. No shared meridian. Only proximity, recognition, and the narrow fact that one of the seven had stepped too close to a death built for specialists. Shin looked up. The siege ring had tightened again despite the disturbance. The pale general had either contained the damage or expected sabotage and built layers around it. The command enclosure beyond the ridge was hidden from ordinary sight by compression haze, but the primer pulsed in that direction with a rhythm too rapid to ignore. You saw his expression change. What? He turned the primer so the others could read the warning. Myra's name was not written. It did not need to be. Zhen's face hardened. The primer can sense a key under soul layer threat at close range. If the general has caught her in a soul art, then she dies before she can cut the anchor, Shan finished. Lian's answer was immediate. We go. Shin's eyes moved to Nara's sealed chamber. This was exactly what the general wanted. Divide the defenders. Force movement. Make attachment choose badly. The next compression wave struck before he finished thinking, driving everyone in the court down by a fraction and sending fresh cracks through the flagstones. He made the decision anyway. Shan, you, Lian hold the chamber and outer ring. Zhen, keep the stasis array and temple support stable for as long as you can. He closed the primer and slid it into his robe. I get Mira back. You step forward. I am not letting you run into a siege field alone. You are if the chamber falls the moment we leave it. For one violent heartbeat, she looked ready to argue past reason. Then she exhaled fire through her nose and nodded once. If you die stupidly, I will remain angry after your resurrection. Useful incentive. Lien caught his wrist before he moved. The West Line will be watching for you. Then they will watch the wrong thing. He opened the first 5 vows together. Stillness narrowed his movement. Burning will gave forward force. Runes, damaged and imperfect, mapped the thinnest pressure seams in the western field. Unbreaking hardened his body for the crossing. The 5th, not yet forged line existed only as absence ahead, pulling at him through the primer like a space that had already decided it should one day become structure. He leapt the parapet. The siege field hit him at once. Compression folded around his shoulders. Soul drain mist climbed from the lower terraces trying to enter through old wound channels. Spatial flattening bent the ground under his feet, so distance misbehaved, and every third stride wanted to become shorter than the body remembered. He answered each layer with a different vow. Stillness for the mind, burning will for the drive, unbreaking for the impact, runes for the path. By the second ridge, he was bleeding from the nose and one ear. By the third, he could see the command enclosure through the compression haze. 8 white stakes, 1 black pavilion, 2 dead guards, and a ring of silent soldiers too disciplined to shout alarm until certainty replaced suspicion. The primer pulsed like a wound in his chest. Mira was inside. He cut the last distance in a dead run. The first soldier turned. Shin stepped through his shadow with burning will and broke the man's throat before the warning could leave his mouth. The second raised a soul pole. Shin caught it under his arm, twisted, and threw both weapon and wielder into a siege stake hard enough to rupture the line feeding the western perimeter. Pressure across the ridge flickered. Then the tent wall split from within. Mira came out backward, one knee almost failing under her, dark blood running from both nostrils. Behind her walked the pale general. No haste, no visible anger. His long pale gauntlet had become a clamp of white script wrapped around Myra's throat and chest without physically touching either. Soul clamp. The art ate inward by pressure, not by blade, trapping spirit and body at once, so escape techniques became self-maiming. The general looked from Mira to Shun and inclined his head, as if the expected peace had finally arrived. There you are. Chapter 77. The pale general released Mira only because Shun Wuk had entered the enclosure. Not mercy. Preference. The soul clamp script loosened by a degree and Mira dropped to one knee, dragging air into her lungs with the hard restraint of someone refusing to let pain perform itself for an enemy. Shin moved toward her. The general's spear lifted a fraction, and the pressure in the enclosure changed. Closer, and she dies first, the general said. That was not threat in the ordinary sense. It was procedural notice. The man stood a head taller than Shun, pale armor fitted without ornament, face almost handsome if not for the emptiness behind the expression. His presence had the same disciplined chill as the command ring, the same refusal to waste motion or emotion where mathematics sufficed. Soul condensation peak, Kale had said. Perhaps more. Shin believed him now. The general's aura did not spread wide like a sect elder's. It concentrated. Every stolen technique the Hollow Empress had poured through him sat folded behind his ribs like blades in orderly storage. You could not let an unbound key die, the general said. You built the siege to test that. Partly. Mira spat blood onto the stones. He talks too much for a man who failed to keep his anchor intact. The general did not even look at her. The anchor served its purpose. You serve mine. His spear came forward without warning. Shin met it with the fifth vow absent and the other 4 blazing. The first exchange nearly tore his right arm out of joint. Soul condensation force hit through the spearhead in layered waves, not just power but catalogued intent. Drain on the first contact, compression on the second, a half-nullifying script on the third designed to foul movement techniques. Shin gave ground and refused to call it failure. Burning will kept his knees from folding. Stillness narrowed the angle enough that the second thrust shaved his shoulder instead of taking the throat. Unbreaking turned the glancing blow into a survivable line of damage. Mira rolled clear and vanished to the enclosure's edge. Good. If she could still vanish, she could still choose. The general pursued Shin alone. 3 exchanges. 7. 12. Every time Shun tried to create an opening, another stolen technique appeared. Needle rain of soul shards. Inward folding pressure. A white chain cast from the spear, but that tried to hook the first vow directly. This was what Kale had meant by instrument. The man had no style in the traditional sense because the Hollow Empress had reduced style to inventory. Shun lost blood, ground, and one section of the enclosure wall in the next 20 breaths. He did not lose time. That mattered more. Every exchange drew more of the general's focus away from the damaged siege ring. Every exchange also drew more of Shun's strength toward a line he could not cross by force alone. The general knew it. Your path is structurally interesting, he said while driving Shin back through a broken stake line. It is also inefficient. Attachment widens the field of vulnerability. Shin caught the spear shaft with both hands, let the drain script bite into his palms, and answered through clenched teeth. And emptiness narrows the field of everything worth becoming. The general's expression did not change. Sentimental. He kicked Shun through the side of the command table. Wood and inscribed hide exploded. Shin hit the ground hard, rolled, forced himself up, and saw the problem with perfect clarity. He could not win. Not at this rank disparity. Not with damaged runic channels. Not against a man carrying a catalog of stolen arts and the emotional deadness required to use them like accounting entries. He could stall. He could bleed. He could lose in a way that bought someone else time. The enclosure darkened. Not by cloud, by Mira. She stepped from the general's own shadow and drove both blades toward the gaps under his back plate. The strike should have taken kidney, spine, and one major meridian cluster. The general half-turned by instinct more than sight. One blade skidded off reinforced bone script. The other entered shallow beneath the shoulder. For the first time, he showed irritation. He backhanded Mira with the shaft of the spear. She flew 10 paces, hit a siege stake, and did not rise at once. Shin moved, not toward attack, toward her. The general came with him, sure he could finish both now that the enclosure had narrowed to wounded prey. Mira got one knee under her. Blood ran from the corner of her mouth. "This is the part," she said hoarsely, "where I usually leave." He caught her wrist before she could fall again. "Then do something else." The general thrust. Shin turned his body to take the blow through the side rather than let it pass into Mira. Unbreaking kept the spear from exiting cleanly. Pain went white and distant. Myra's eyes found his. For once there was no irony in them. No protective contempt, no assassin's private amusement at the softer failings of other people. Only the thing she had spent years refusing. Need. Now or never, Shin said. The general understood the risk of breath too late. His spear tore free. He lunged to separate them. Mira spoke before he reached them. "I have never let anyone save me," she said, voice shaking not from fear but from the violence of the admission. "I escaped first, killed first, vanished first. Because if I needed rescue, then I would have to admit I had been cornered. And if I admitted that, then every cage I broke out of as a child would still own a room in me." The primer in Shun's robe burst open. Truth accepted. Her grip on his hand tightened hard enough to hurt. "I am tired," Mira said, looking straight at him, "of surviving by leaving before anyone can choose me on purpose." His turn. "I keep calling people allies when what I mean is that my life has become unthinkable without them," Shin said. "I have hidden that behind strategy long enough. I do not want your usefulness. I want you alive beside me." The fifth vow ignited. It did not announce itself with thunder or fire. It arrived as the removal of sound. Every clash in the command enclosure vanished. The siege field beyond went mute. The general's next step landed without noise. A ring of perfect silence exploded outward from Shun and Mira, black silver and thin as cut glass, and the pressure of it hit the general like a wall. He flew backward 12 meters and smashed through his own command banner. Vow of silence. The fifth meridian opened in Shun's spirit like a corridor cut into nothing at all, cold, precise, and terrifyingly elegant. And for the first time since entering the enclosure, the pale general looked surprised. Chapter 78 Silence had weight. That was the first lesson of the fifth vow. Not simple muteness. Not stealth in the ordinary sense. Vow of silence removed declaration itself. Techniques that relied on being perceived lost structure. Senses slid past what the vow chose not to present. Even the battlefield's expectation that movement would announce itself had been rewritten into absence. Shinwuk understood the power in the same moment the pale general did. The general drove his spear into the ground and released a spreading detection field, one of the Hollow Empress's standard anti-assassin measures. White script rolled over the enclosure in widening circles. Under any prior circumstance, it would have outlined every living body inside the perimeter. Under the fifth vow, it meant nothing at all. Shin stepped sideways through quiet, and the field failed to notice he had become its center. The general's eyes widened by a fraction. Then Shin struck. No sound. No warning flare. One breath, he stood 6 paces away with blood on his robes and a hole through his side. The next, he was inside the general's guard with one hand on the spear shaft and the other driving 2 fingers into the soul core channel beneath the collarbone. The fifth vow did not make him stronger. It made precision sovereign. He hit exactly where the borrowed technique catalog braided into the general's personal meridian net. Void silence entered the seam and erased the assumption that those pathways had permission to speak to one another. The result was savage. The general staggered back, white script flashing wild across his armor as half a dozen stolen arts tried to answer him and found their connections cut. The compression ring outside the temple stuttered. 3 siege stakes went dark. Distantly, from beyond the ridge, Shun heard nothing at all and understood the absence to mean one of the outer pylons had just failed loud enough that ordinary ears would later ring from it. Mira rose beside him as if pulled upright by the vow itself. The mark of the fifth bond spread across his forearms in dark silver lines so thin they looked like knife paths reflected in black water. On Myra's throat, just above the clavicle, a matching sigil flashed and sank into skin. "Useful," she said. Even injured, she sounded pleased by the mechanics. The general wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and studied the red on his gauntlet with clinical offense. A stealth-derived sovereign branch, he said. That should not exist in a stable path. You keep saying that about things still happening, Mira replied. He attacked again, but the balance had changed. Now every detection art he raised came with doubt built into it. Shun Void stepped through the edges of his own perception, appearing where the general's field had already discounted the possibility of presence. Mira used the same principle with a lifetime of assassin training behind it, turning the command enclosure into a place where the general could no longer trust any corner, shadow, or gap between breaths. Still, rank disparity remained real. The general's raw force cracked a siege stake with a sweep of the spear and nearly broke Shin's left arm when a soul wave caught him half a beat too late. Myra's shoulder reopened. Blood made one side of Shun's robe cling coldly to his skin. They had leverage, not safety. So Shin aimed not at victory, but at mechanism. The command anchor stood behind the shattered table, a black crystal spindle fed by 3 outer lines. Break it, and the siege would lose coherence long enough for the temple defenders to kill the remaining nodes. He and Mira saw it at the same instant. The general saw them see it. He pivoted toward the spindle. Shin took the shortest path. Silence again. Void step. A strike no spiritual sense could mark until after flesh had already accepted it. His palm hit the general's spear hand. Myra's blade hit the exposed wrist. The spear fell. Shun drove his heel through the anchor spindle before the general could recover. Black crystal exploded upward in mute shards. Across the mountain, the siege ring collapsed. Pressure vanished from the temple like a hand removed from a throat. White lines over the terraces shattered. Pylons overloaded in sequence, one after another, bursting into columns of dead light. For the first time in 3 days, the Temple of Null could breathe. The pale general took one step back and assessed the ruined anchor, the dead enclosure, the 5th vow now active in front of him, and the mathematics of continued engagement. He was not a proud man. That made him more dangerous and easier to read. He chose retreat. White script flared under his boots. Shin lunged to stop him. Too slow. A borrowed transfer art swallowed the general in folding pale lines and threw him clear to the outer ridge. He landed there, bleeding from the collarbone and sighed. Pale armor split open where the 5th vow had touched his core channel. He looked at Shin not with hatred, but with revised categorization. The Hollow Empress will want to see that herself, he said. Then he withdrew with the surviving pale troops, not routed, not panicked, only reorganizing around the fact that the siege had become more expensive than the current objective justified. Silence left the enclosure gradually. Wind returned first, then the distant crack of burning pylons. Then Yu's voice from the far ridge, shouting something that was probably triumphant and almost certainly insulting. Mira leaned one shoulder against the broken command post and looked at Shun with new calculation. You realize this complicates things. Everything already was complicated. No, I mean this specifically. Her fingers brushed the new mark at her throat. It changes how leaving works. Before he could answer, the sky above the western ridge darkened by 1 deliberate degree. Sovereign Kale Duskburn stood on empty air watching the retreating pale general as if a more interesting page had just turned. And for the first time since the siege began, he had arrived with visible intent. Chapter 79 Kale Duskburn did not descend. He remained suspended over the western ridge with the casual disregard for physical law possessed only by men who had climbed high enough to mistake gravity for an opinion. Below him the pale general was withdrawing his elites in perfect order despite the ruined siege. The surviving troops carried damaged poles and half-burned formation plates. A commander in lesser control might have tried to avenge the humiliation with one reckless countercharge. The general did not. That restraint lasted until Kale moved. It took only a gesture. He lifted 2 fingers toward the retreat line as if adjusting a curtain. The air folded. Not compressed. Folded. One moment the pale Dominion formation occupied 3 ridgelines and a sloping terrace. The next, space itself pinched around the center of their withdrawal route. Siege frames snapped. White-veiled officers were lifted off their feet by a pressure no one present, except perhaps the general, could even begin to parse. Half the remaining pylon fragments collapsed into powder. Troops who had survived 3 days against the Temple of Null broke rank for the first time and ran in honest animal fear. The general alone held. He turned to face Kale and raised both hands, layering stolen arts between himself and the descending pressure. You intervene now, he called, voice carrying across the ridge with cultivated precision. After declining the siege, Kale's reply was almost conversational. I decline many things until they become aesthetically worse than intervention. Then he closed his hand. The pale general dropped to one knee. Blood burst from his nose and ears. The stolen arts around him fractured like glass under winter. For a breath, Shin thought Kale meant to kill him and was unsure whether relief or warning rose faster in his chest. Kale did not kill him. He looked down at the kneeling commander with something close to contempt. "Tell your mistress I object to derivative monstrosity," he said. "If she wishes to make an argument about the future of the sovereign path, she can do it without sending accountancy wearing stolen souls." The general spat blood, forced himself upright by sheer discipline, and answered through the weight. "You find him less offensive because he confirms your vanity. His path still depends on others." Kale's eyes shifted toward Shun. "Yes," he said, "and yet he keeps surviving contact with reality. Irritating." Then the pressure vanished. Not eased. Gone. The general did not waste the mercy. He signaled retreat, and the pale Dominion force withdrew down the western slope, carrying their wounded and whatever remained of their equipment. No pursuit came from the temple. Everyone present understood that chasing a disciplined enemy through broken siege ground under a heaven-defying apex observer was how people volunteered for correction. When the last of the pale force vanished beyond the ridge, Kale descended at last, landing on a shattered stake as if stepping onto a stair. "You arrived from the temple line 2 breaths later, sort of flame in hand. If you are here to become another problem, choose a shape quickly." Kale looked at her. "Fire spirit. Your threats improve with repetition." She made a visible effort not to set him alight purely on principle. Shin climbed the broken ridge toward them with Mira at his side. The fifth vow still hummed between them, new and sharp. He could feel how differently silence inhabited his movement now, as if the world had acquired corridors it had never previously admitted were there. Kale noticed that before anything else. "That branch unsettles me," he said. "You said that already." "I meant it less before." Shin stopped 3 paces away. "Why attack the general?" "Because the Hollow Empress's method remains vulgar." Kale tilted his head toward the retreating horizon. "Also because your new vow made the field more interesting than his continued survival." Mira laughed once, short and humorless. "I appreciate being upgraded from bait to entertainment." "Do not flatter yourself," Kale said. Then he looked at Shun with a steadiness more serious than anything he had shown before. "The Hollow Empress will not stop. She knows the 7th key is in post-threshold delay. She will wait until the soul reaches the edge of the 8th threshold if she thinks it buys a cleaner interception. Or she will strike sooner if she thinks grief has made you easier to predict." Zhun and Lian arrived from the western line. Shan remained at the temple with the monks, but Shun could feel the 4th vow's readiness from there, steady as bedrock. Zhun asked the practical question. "How long before she comes herself?" Kale glanced toward the sky as if timing weather. "Soon enough that your current pace is laughable. Late enough that panic will only make you stupid. Still insufferable," you muttered. Kale ignored her. "There is one point worth clarifying. The Hollow Empress does not merely want Nara's remnant. She wants to see what shape you take while racing to hold it. If desperation deforms your path, she benefits even before she kills you." His gaze dropped to the primer tucked at Shin's side. "She studies systems by forcing them to reveal which principles they abandon first." That matched everything Shun had seen. Tribulation trap, siege pressure, Myra's capture. Every move asked the same question in a new dialect. What do you betray when the cost rises enough? Kale stepped back onto the broken stake. "You have one advantage," he said, "which is, she still thinks connection weakens you in predictable ways." Then, for the first time since they had met, Kale's expression shifted towards something like respect twisted through irritation. "You keep making that assumption expensive." He rose into the air again. "Do not misunderstand. I am not on your side. I am only not on hers." With that distinction delivered like an insult, he departed west across the shattered cloud line. The mountain quieted behind him. Shin turned back toward the temple. The siege was broken. Nara still lay between life and loss. And the next enemy would come with full knowledge now that 5 vows were active and still not enough. Chapter 80 Breaking the Siege did not repair trust. It only gave everyone room to hear what remained broken. The Void Monks spent the next day rebuilding the outer lines and converting 2 collapsed halls into makeshift ward chambers. Zhun and the eldest monk together transformed Nara's temporary stillness array into a stronger void stasis field using materials scavenged from the ruined siege stakes. The general soul tech had been repulsive, but some of the frame metals proved useful once stripped of the Hollow Empress's script. Nara's body was moved into the inner bell chamber, where null resonance remained most stable. Mira slept for 6 hours, woke, and asked for knives before food. You called that encouraging. Shin spent the morning consolidating the 5th vow. Silence did not flow like the others. It required intention stripped of ornament. When he moved carelessly, the vow dimmed. When he chose exactly what to conceal and exactly what to reveal, it opened like a door cut into shadow. Useful. Dangerous. Intimate in a way the earlier bonds had not been because Myra's whole life had trained her to treat revelation as injury. By evening, everyone gathered in the chamber adjoining Nara's stasis room. One lamp, one low table, 7 chairs, though one remained empty because Nara was separated from them by a wall of black wood and void seals. The primer lay open between them. Zhen had spent hours forcing clearer answers from it by comparing its reactive lines to Liangqi's older notes. What she had found was bad, but in ways that at least admitted procedure. The stasis is holding, she said. More than holding, actually. Nara's soul pattern remains reachable. If we had no primer, no void methods, and no vow system, this would still be miraculous. Unfortunately, miracles have standards now. You folded her arms. Meaning the primer believes a vow can still be forged with a soul in stasis if the soul accepts the bond from the soul layer's side. Jin tapped one page. It requires a third-party anchor and stronger resonance than a living vow because the body can no longer participate in ordinary exchange. Shen leaned forward. Who can anchor it? Unknown. Conditions incomplete. Possibly one of the existing vow partners. Possibly an object saturated with the key's native force. Jin tapped another margin. There are 3 methods listed, all fragmentary. None are safe. Shan's expression did not change. Safe is decorative. The room would have kept to logistics if not for Zhen closing one set of notes and opening another. There is also something I should have said earlier. Everyone looked at her. Zhen's honesty tended to arrive cleanly. The hesitation before this one gave the sentence weight before it existed. Adding stone, when I interrogated the pale scholar, he said more than I reported. At the time I dismissed it because he was trying to fracture group trust and because we were dealing with the temple route. But after the tribulation trap, she placed both hands flat on the table. He claimed one of the existing vow partners had already been contacted by the Hollow Empress before we reached the Temple of Null. No one moved. The air in the room did not thicken. It clarified. Myra's hand found a knife by reflex, but did not draw it. You looked from face to face with open disbelief sharpening toward anger. Shan turned slightly, not enough to threaten, enough to anchor. Shin felt the 5 active threads in his spirit at once. Stillness, burning will, runes, unbreaking, silence. None of them told him who. That was the problem with trust. Once broken into question form, it forced every prior memory to stand trial under new lighting. Why did you not say it then? Lian asked quietly. Jin met her gaze. Because the scholar knew exactly what sort of poison it was. I had no name, no proof, and no tactical use for panic. I told myself withholding it until I had more was discipline. Her jaw tightened. Now I am less certain. You stood. No. We settle it now. Myra's voice remained soft. Yes. No one accused directly. That was worse. The silence held long enough for every person at the table to become aware of her own breathing. Then Lian Frostmere stood, pushed her chair back, and walked to the door. She did not hurry. She did not look like someone fleeing blame. She looked like someone choosing the exact moment after which concealment would become cowardice rather than fear. At the threshold, she stopped with one hand on the dark wood frame. It was me, she said. No one answered. She kept facing the door. 6 months ago, before Sandgate, before we found Zhen, before any of you had reason to think the Hollow Empress could reach into memory itself, I received a spiritual transmission carrying my master's voice. Her own voice remained level through effort alone. It asked me to come north alone. It said there was evidence the Frostmere sect survivors had been hidden from me. I nearly went. Yu's breath caught. Lian went on. Halfway through the exchange, the wording changed. Not much. Enough. My master never called me by the childhood title the voice used in the final line. That was when I understood someone had built the message from stolen fragments of her spirit. Her hand tightened on the frame. I severed the transmission and refused contact. I told no one. Mira asked the question that mattered most. Why? Lian bowed her head by a fraction. Because I was ashamed I nearly believed it. Because if I told Shan, then every strategic decision afterward would have to account for the fact that my judgment had already been targeted successfully once. Because some part of me feared the thread between us would cool if I admitted how close I came to being led. She turned just enough that they could see her profile. I refused her. I never answered again. But I should have told you. Nara deserved a full map of the threats around her. All of you did. Shin said nothing. He could feel the first vow humming in his chest. Not weakening. Not withdrawing. Only waiting on what he would do with the confession. Lian opened the door. I am sorry, she said. Then she stepped out into the night corridor and closed it behind her before anyone in the room had decided whether the next act should be accusation, pursuit, forgiveness, or the far harder work of determining whether any of those could still be clean. Chapter 81. The morning after Lian's confession arrived gray and windless. The Temple of Null had the sort of dawn that made every sound seem temporarily borrowed. Monks moved in the distance. One bell rang, and then let the air decide what should happen next. Nara's stasis chamber remained sealed. The western ridge still carried scorch marks from the siege. Nothing in the mountain looked repaired enough to forgive anyone. Shinwuk found Lien Frostmere outside the north terrace where the stone overlooked 3 valleys and a sky still pale from dissipated storm residue. She sat with her sword laid across her knees and the kind of straight-backed stillness that meant she had not been meditating. She had been refusing to move because movement would admit the night had ended and the consequences remained. He sat beside her without asking. For a while neither spoke. The first vow between them remained warm. Not joyful, not uncomplicated. Warm. Lien finally said, "I would understand if you withdrew it." The vow. Yes. He looked out over the valley. Would you? She thought before answering. That was one of the things he trusted most about her. No, she said, but I would accept it. The distinction mattered. Below them, wind moved through the lower pines with a sound like cloth dragged over stone. Tell me the part you did not say last night, Shin said. Lien's hand settled on the sword sheath. I almost went because for 3 breaths I believed it was her. No ornament. No defensive framing. Just the blade of it. Not because the message was expertly made. Not because I was compromised. Because I wanted it to be true enough that I let hope override caution. She kept her eyes on the horizon. My master died in front of me. Every cultivator says grief should sharpen a person. In some ways it does. In others it leaves a door in the mind shaped like what was taken, and when someone learns that shape. She exhaled once. I was ashamed that the door still existed. She nodded. Of course it still exists. Lien turned to him. That is not absolution. No, it is classification. He rubbed a thumb across the old scar on his palm, where the first vow had marked him months ago in a different life. He understood too well how shame protected itself by pretending to be disciplined. I would have done the same, he said. Lien's expression tightened. No. Yes. She shook her head. You distrust comfort more than I do. You would have verified. Eventually, he said. Not before the first moment of wanting it. That landed harder than argument. He let the silence hold long enough for it to become room rather than punishment. That is the problem with shame, he said at last. It protects itself. It tells us withholding is responsible because disclosure might change how others see us. Then it turns that fear into a private virtue and calls the lie restraint. Lien looked away again, toward the low valley fog gathering between the ridges. I know. Good. Then we are classifying the same enemy. She almost smiled. On Lien, that counted as weather changing. You are angry, she said. Yes. And you are not withdrawing the vow. No. The first thread answered him with a quiet pulse. Lien's shoulders eased by a degree that would have been invisible to anyone who did not know what to look for. He did know. He had been learning that about all of them. How little movement could still mean trust had chosen not to retreat. Why not, she asked. Because he had spent enough time under siege, under grief, under the pressure of enemies who kept asking which bond would fracture first, and he had begun to hate giving them the answer they wanted. Because you refused her, he said. Because you are telling the truth now. Because Nara's death does not become easier to honor by pretending the rest of us are cleaner than we are. He looked at her fully. And because if I start cutting threads every time fear gets ugly, then the Hollow Empress has already taught me the wrong lesson. Lien closed her eyes once. When she opened them, the frost around the edge of the terrace stone had spread by a delicate fraction and then stopped, held under the same discipline that held every other dangerous thing in her. Thank you, she said. Do not thank me yet. Trust is not restored because a conversation was dignified. I know. Good. Below, the Void Monks began the second bell sequence for morning work. Shin rose. Lien did the same, lifting her sword with one practiced motion. There is another problem, he said. There are several. One is now larger. He drew the primer from his robe and showed her the reactive lines Jean had marked in the night. Delay estimates. Soul threshold notes. Fragmentary instructions for forging distant or sleeping vows. The final margin note had only appeared after Myra's bond awakened and Nara entered stable stasis. 6 active vows increase remote acceptance probability. Further advancement unlocks mediated anchor methods. Lien read it once and returned the book. So the path forward remains offensive. Yes. Then we stop sitting with guilt and move. There was the woman he knew. They walked back to the temple together, the first vow humming between them not as pardon, but as a thread that had passed through confession without breaking. At the outer court, Mira waited on the parapet with a knife and the expression of someone who had been evaluating whether to interrupt them for pragmatic reasons. Resolved? She asked. Enough to proceed, Shin said. Good. She flipped a folded paper down to him. Because old Zhao finally sent a message worth stealing sleep for. The Spirit Hawk report carried fresh cipher marks from the Southern Relay chain. Storm Veil Dynasty. War Council in 14 days. Pale Dominion pressuring Aerial Alliance. Sixth key present and politically exposed. Shen looked up. Myra's mouth curved by a fraction. You wanted direction, she said. The sky just volunteered. Chapter 82 Trust did not return to the group in a single scene. It reassembled the way a damaged formation did. One tested line at a time, one section proving it could hold weight again before anyone trusted the full pattern. You was the first to stop making her anger visible. That did not mean she was first to forgive. Fire expressed itself honestly. Once she had shouted at Lien in the training court for the better part of an hour, burned a practice post to ash, and demanded every detail of the false message in case the Hollow Empress ever tried the same trick again, her temper had nowhere useful left to go. After that she resumed practical behavior, which in Yu's case counted as acceptance. Shan's response was steadier. You concealed a threat vector, she told Lien, while helping the monks reset a collapsed wall beam. That was wrong. You also refused the contact and remained with us under full risk. That matters. Learn from the first and continue the second. Lien bowed her head once. Understood. Mira took longest. That surprised no one. For 2 days, she watched Lien the way a knife washed a throat in a room where no one yet agreed whether cutting was required. She said little, asked fewer questions than usual, measured instead. The Temple of Null gave her excellent architecture for suspicious silence. On the third evening, she found Lien alone on the western stair carrying fresh stasis salts toward Nara's chamber. One question, Mira said. Lien stopped. Ask it. Myra's gaze remained flat and direct. Would you have sold us? Lien answered without pause. No. That was all. Mira took the salts from her hands, inspected the seal wax as if it mattered, then handed them back. Fine, she said and walked away. In Myra's language, that was reconciliation. Shin felt the shift through the fifth vow not as warmth, but as the absence of a blade withdrawn from permanent readiness. Good enough. More than good enough, by assassin standards. The emotional pressure released at the same time as cultivation finally gave way. He had been balancing on the edge of soul condensation since the siege. 5 active vows, Nara's delayed soul, continuous crisis adaptation, and a spirit sea already too wide for the stage beneath it. During a dawn meditation under the temple's upper eaves, with Lien's stillness, Yu's fierce resolve, Zhen's analytical thread, Shan's grounded mass, and Myra's sharpened quiet all humming through him in different frequencies, the system ceased pretending he belonged to spirit opening. The breakthrough came inward rather than outward. His spiritual sea condensed. Chi that had once swirled like storm water under pressure drew together around a forming nucleus of self-aware soul light. Not an external spirit body yet. The beginning of one. Every vow meridian fed it. Every active bond engraved one aspect into its surface. Soul condensation, level 1. When he opened his eyes, the Temple of Null looked clearer by a degree that had nothing to do with sight. He could feel emotional truth and spiritual resonance touching each other more directly now, as if the cultivation stage itself had been designed to punish liars and reward honest structures. Zhen arrived halfway through his stabilization and had the decency to wait until the breakthrough stopped trying to tear his channels open before speaking. Excellent, she said. Now perhaps the primer will stop being so coy. That was her version of congratulations. They spent the afternoon testing the claim. The primer did respond differently. Pages previously locked behind faint script opened when fed soul condensation resonance. Shin's father had apparently anticipated that certain techniques should not be available to carriers too weak to survive their own options. One newly legible section concerned mediated vows under hostile or distant conditions. Zhen read aloud while Shun and the others gathered around the low table in the archive hall. In cases where the vow key is sleeping, distant, obstructed, or otherwise unable to enter standard mutual declaration, resonance may be extended by anchor object. Anchor must contain repeated contact with key's native Tao or a soul imprint of sufficient integrity. Failure risk remains severe. You tap the page. Translate from Scholar. If we need to connect to someone who cannot stand in front of us and speak, we need an object tied to her deeply enough that the resonance can recognize it as a bridge. Shin thought first of Nara's bell chamber instruction, then of the other unfinished problem now opening before them. The 6th key. Old Zhao's message sat beside the primer, weighted by a carved stone. The Stormveil Dynasty. War Council in 14 days. Swing vote held by Kaylee Stormveil. Pale Dominion courting Sky Realm allegiance. Shan crossed her arms. We need the 6th vow anyway. If the 6th key is politically boxed in, we may be able to reach her before the Hollow Empress can narrow the board. Zhen nodded. And if the primer is honest, a stronger six-vow network may also increase the probability of anchoring Nara later from stasis. The path compounds. Mira, from the windowsill, added the least comforting piece. The Pale Dominion will know the same timeline. 14 days means they either pressure Kaylee to choose them or kill her before we can get there. Shen looked around the room. 5 active partners. 1 absent body in stasis. 1 key in the sky. Every road now bent upward. Then we go to the Storm-Veiled Dynasty, he said. The primer warmed under his hand. A final line wrote itself across the bottom margin. 6th key acquisition probability increased. Warning: Sky protocols conceal old guilt. The Vows system had begun speaking in prophecy's unpleasant cousin. Not mystery. Direction with thorns. Chapter 83. Old Zhao's second message arrived at midnight and clarified the scale of the problem by making it political. The old man's spirit hawk dropped onto the Temple of Null's western rail with 1 wing singed and 1 leg wrapped in enough cipher ribbon to qualify as panic in scholarly form. Zhen unrolled the strip while Shun held the bird still, and you fed it a sliver of spirit fruit stolen from monk supplies. He says the Storm-Veiled Dynasty has not chosen a war side yet, Zhen reported. The Continental Alliance wants neutrality or support. The Pale Dominion wants obedience. The deciding vote on the War Council belongs to Kaylee Stormveil. Mira leaned against the pillar, meaning our 6th key is not only difficult to reach. She is the hinge point for an entire realm. The Sky Realm had always seemed distant while Shun's war remained tied to mountains, forests, sect routes, and buried research. Now it stepped into focus through Old Zhao's information. Floating palaces, Cloud Island dynasties, aerial armies, and somewhere above all that, a woman who carried the 6th primordial force line without yet knowing what the primer, his father, and the Hollow Empress already understood about her. What do we know about Kaylee herself? Sean asked. Zhen checked the second strip. Storm-Veil bloodline. Primary heir only after her elder brother's death 5 years ago. Domain manifestation cultivator. Reputation for arrogance, political ruthlessness, and technical brilliance with lightning arts. Also, she paused. She has blocked every prior marriage alliance despite significant pressure. You snorted. Sensibly. Perhaps, Zhen said. Or because she is tired of everyone trying to decide who gets to stand beside her throne. That sounded familiar in a different shape. Shen looked toward Nara's chamber door, then back to the cipher. And why is she the swing vote? Because the council is split 3 ways. War with the Alliance. War with the Pale Dominion. Armed neutrality. Her household controls the upper fleet routes and the tribute currents feeding 3 palace clusters. No side has a stable majority without her. The Hollow Empress would never ignore that. Either Kaylee joined her or became a target. With the Temple of Null still rebuilding and Nara preserved rather than restored, there was no option except motion. They left at dawn. The Void Monks gave them what aid they could. 2 remained as attendants to the stasis chamber. 3 spirit-sealed containers of null salt went with Zhen for emergency array maintenance. The eldest monk said only 1 sentence before they descended the mountain road. Bring back either victory or clearer equations. Void practitioners like to disguise prayer as accounting. The route to the nearest ascending pillar cut across high western slopes, and then north through the cloud passes where ordinary chi began to lift rather than settle. Old Zhao had arranged fresh relay markers with whatever contacts still respected his name. Twice they found them intact. Once they found a relay post burned and the messenger absent, which told Mira all she needed to know about how far the Pale Dominion had spread already. On the 3rd night, they camped above a valley full of moving fog. Shin took first watch with Mira. You are thinking in timelines, she said without looking at him. Yes. How ugly. 1 year for Nara. 14 days for the War Council. Unknown interval before the Hollow Empress changes approach. The Temple of Null is safer now than under siege, but not safe enough to leave forever. Mira toyed with a throwing blade. And the 6th key is somewhere above us, deciding the military future of a Sky dynasty that may have helped bury your father's work. Also yes. She glanced at him then. Good. Clarity suits you better than hope. He let that stand. By the 6th day they saw the first ascending pillar. It rose from the mountain like a frozen storm. A column of pale wind shot through with silver currents and old carved steps no one used anymore, because walking it by foot was a declaration either of madness or ego. At its base stood border shrines from 3 old sects, all weathered into humility by altitude and neglect. The pressure around the pillar differed from ordinary mountain chi. It pulled upward not gently, but with imperial expectation, as if the Sky Realm had decided gravity below was a provincial inconvenience. You looked up the full height and smiled with open challenge. I already dislike their attitude. Jin scanned the inscriptions. Good. Maintain that. Several of these wards were written by people who thought altitude proved moral superiority. Old Zhao's final cipher strip had one more note hidden under the route marks. Jin found it while checking for tampering. Stormvale Internal Archive mentions dangerous mythology linked to 7 Force sovereign cycle. Restricted at royal level. Shin took the strip. The Stormvale dynasty did not merely know old legends. They had records, which meant one of two things. Either his father's work had independently rediscovered something the dynasty had already buried, or the dynasty itself had a hand in why his father's research needed rediscovering at all. He folded the strip and tucked it into the primer. "We are not only going there for the 6th key," he said. Lian met his gaze. No. Above them, the ascending pillar turned cloud into a spiral staircase of force. If old Zhao was right, the answer to the 6th vow waited in a court built on wind, lightning, and old guilt. Chapter 84 Ascending pillars were built for cultivators who respected pressure. They were not built for comfort. The first 100 meters of the climb felt almost ceremonial. The silver current underfoot steadied the body, adjusted breathing, and carried travelers upward with the grave politeness of ancient infrastructure that still believed those using it should arrive presentable. The second 100 meters stripped that politeness away. Pressure increased in waves. Not enough to crush. Enough to force adaptation from every meridian that still wanted to behave as if ground were the natural place for a body to belong. The mountain fell away below them. Cloud banks passed at shoulder height, and then knee height, and finally far underfoot, turning the lower world into a rumor of ridges beneath light. You laughed into the wind. Now this is better. Lian remained expressionless, which in violent weather counted as her version of contentment. Shan climbed as if the pillar were testing stone and finding it acceptable. Mira moved with slight adjustments that treated the updrafts like another form of stealth terrain. Zhan complained every 70 steps in highly specific terminology and kept going anyway. By the time they crossed the cloud line proper, Shun's cultivation had stopped pretending the ascent was only travel. The sky realm's pressure was saturated with high-altitude qi, thinner in texture and sharper in quality than anything common to the lower ranges. It entered his system like cold wire and demanded refinement rather than volume. His soul condensation core, still new, had to adapt or split under the mismatch. He chose adaptation. At a narrow step where the whole pillar widened into a halo platform, he stopped and opened all 5 active vows together. Stillness stabilized the transition. Burning will force the intake through pain. Runes mapped the pressure gradients in the current. Unbreaking kept the body from tearing under simultaneous adjustment. Silence removed the wasteful friction of panic and unnecessary thought. The soul core inside him tightened, then brightened. Soul condensation level 2. The breakthrough was fast and fierce, less like expansion than tempering. When it settled, he felt the high-altitude qi stop resisting and begin answering. The pillar's pressure no longer seemed hostile. It seemed evaluative, and for the moment he had met the standard. Jin stared. Convenient. Painful. Both can be true. They reached the top near dusk. The sky realm did not emerge gradually. It revealed itself all at once, as if crossing the final ward line had turned a page in the world. Cloud islands floated in layered distances, some no larger than gardens, others broad enough to hold cities. Bridges of windlight joined palace clusters suspended over blue depth. Farther east, aerial fortresses hung under circular storm barriers, each one bristling with lightning rods and sleek white battlements. The air itself carried more sound here. Banners snapping in upper currents, the roll of thunder from controlled storm farms, the hum of large formations directing traffic between islands. It was beautiful in the confident way empires preferred. And armed, the first border guard met them before admiration became a tactical liability. 6 riders descended from a higher platform on silver-winged cloud hawks, armor polished to the point of insult. Their spears carried crackling blue tips that spoke of sky thunder arts refined for law enforcement. At their center rode a woman with captain's insignia worked into the shoulder scales and an expression that suggested she had hoped the incoming travelers would be easier to classify. State realm, clan, and purpose, she said. You muttered. Purpose, irritation. Shin ignored that. Continental route cultivators. We request audience with the Stormvale Court on urgent matters tied to the War Council and the Pale Dominion. The captain's eyes narrowed at once. All arrivals are under detention review until the council concludes. On whose authority? Stormvale emergency decree. That told them enough. The dynasty was already bracing for infiltration or descent. Perhaps both. The guards lowered their spears by a measured degree. Not attack. Imminent escort. Myra's posture changed invisibly at Shin's left, the fifth vow humming along that line of possible violence. Xin caught his eye and gave the slightest shake of the head. Too early to cut through royal protocol unless they wanted to begin the Sky Realm arc with a manhunt. Xin changed tactics. I hold the title of Southern Sands Tournament Champion and acting council seat under regional compact law. The captain's expression cooled further rather than improving. That gives you standing in the lower three realm accords. It does not override a Stormvale military decree. So titles alone would not open the gate. But they had to open something. The Cloud Hawks circled once overhead, rider formation tightening. The captain lifted a signaling stone from her belt. You will surrender weapons and submit to sealed escort pending court review. Yu's hand went to flame. Lien's to steel. Myra's to absence. Shen looked past the captain toward the distant main palace where stormlight moved behind layered curtains of white marble and lightning glass. They had arrived inside a realm already deciding whether strangers were assets, threats, or tools. And the Stormvale dynasty had made its first answer before hearing a single useful word. Chapter 85 Shen Wuk entered Kaylee Stormvile's court with his weapons returned, his patience reduced, and a fresh respect for how elegantly powerful dynasties could make detention resemble ceremony. The border guard had not taken them to a cell. That would have been easier to hate. Instead, they were escorted through 3 cloud bridges, 1 customs pavilion, and an antechamber lined with lacquer screens painted in storm calligraphy, all while polite officials asked intrusive questions in voices cultivated to imply they were doing everyone a favor by turning suspicion into ritual. The title of tournament champion had not gotten them freedom. It had gotten them review. That proved more useful than it sounded. Once the lower clerks confirmed the title was real and the war council was indeed divided, no one wanted to be the minor official who had delayed potentially decisive information from reaching the court. The result was not trust. It was escalation. Now they stood in the hall of direction beneath a ceiling painted like an open sky in controlled stormlight. Kaylee Stormvale sat at its far end on a white throne framed by 6 suspended lightning rings. Beautiful was the least important fact about her. Cold was closer. She wore silver-blue robes cut for movement rather than ornamental drag. High collar opened just enough to reveal the throat marks of active lightning cultivation. Her hair was pinned with 3 narrow storm needles. Her posture was perfect without stiffness. Everything about her suggested an intelligence that had grown used to being the sharpest thing in the room and had no interest in pretending otherwise for social comfort. Court officials lined the side aisles. Military officers stood behind them in storm-white armor. Scholars in cloud silk occupied the inner ring with tablets ready. The whole hall watched Shun and his companions the way upper realm institutions watched lower realm variables, with curiosity sharpened by the assumption that provincial people often carried unexpectedly expensive consequences. Kaylee heard old Zhao's summary without interrupting. When the recitation ended, she looked at Shun and said, "You crossed 3 jurisdictions, brought a sect war, a soul thief, and a moving metaphysical scandal to my gates, and you expect me to treat your bloodline myth as policy relevant." There were many ways to begin badly. This was at least an honest one. "I expect you to treat the Pale Dominion as policy relevant," Shin said. "The vow system becomes relevant because the Hollow Empress does." Kaylee's gaze shifted once to the primer at his side. The same Hollow Empress who has apparently decided one lower realm cultivator with suspiciously dramatic timing deserves personal attention. You bristled. "You can be insulting without sounding so pleased with yourself." Kaylee did not grant her the dignity of reaction. "I usually find one form sufficient." Shin took one step forward before the court guards could decide whether that counted as disrespect. "I did not come for belief. I came because your realm is being pressured into war by the same force that tried to hijack a divine tribulation to harvest one of the 7 keys." At the phrase 7 keys, 2 of the scholars in the inner ring exchanged the kind of glance people made when a classified myth appeared in public and refused to remain decorative. Kaylee saw it too. "You have 30 seconds, she said, "to convince me this is more than frontier superstition weaponized for political theater." Shin drew a cup from the offering tray nearest the central aisle. Half the room tensed. He let the cup fall. Before it struck the floor, he opened the first vow. Stillness spread in a narrow line around the descending porcelain. Not broad time stop. Just enough frozen interval that the cup hung in the air, 1 bead of tea suspended beside it like amber, deciding whether gravity had sufficient authority. The hall did not gasp. Stormvale people apparently believed public surprise a negotiable weakness. Kaylee, however, went still in a different way. Not theatrical stillness. Recognition. He let the effect end. The cup completed its fall and shattered across the white floor. Somewhere in the hall's hidden formation network, a resonance pulse answered. Not from the first vow. from the sky around Kaylee's throne. She felt it. Everyone with cultivation above ornamental level felt it. Kaylee's fingers tightened once on the arm of her seat. That, she said, too evenly, was not ordinary temporal suppression. No, and the pulse after it was not for me alone. Now her gaze sharpened from skepticism into active inquiry. Good. Inquiry could be used. Dismissal wasted time. You said 7 keys, she said. Say the rest plainly. So he did. Not every detail. Enough. The Vow sovereign system. The 7 primordial force women. The Hollow Empress's interest in the full set. Nara's delayed soul. The need to reach Vow eternal before the 8th threshold took what the temple had barely preserved. As he spoke, the court scholars grew paler and the military advisors more alert, because whatever else this was, it no longer fit under the category of local eccentricity. Kaylee listened without movement. When he finished, she asked only one question. And you believe I am one of these 7? Yes. Because a dead researcher wrote it. Because your realm's formations just answered my vow with your frequency. That hit harder. Kaylee rose from the throne. Lightning moved around her without sound, threading the suspended rings behind the seat and making the whole court take one unconscious step farther from the center line. She descended the dais slowly until only 10 paces remained between them. You are asking me, she said, voice quiet now in a way more dangerous than open contempt, to entertain the proposition that my destiny, my cultivation, my realm's war council, and possibly my bloodline history are tied to a system every serious scholar in this court has been instructed for generations to file under dangerous mythology. The scholars looked unwell at being included in that sentence. Shin held her gaze. Yes. For the first time since they entered the hall, Kaylee Stormvale looked not arrogant, not dismissive, not even angry. She looked interested against her own preference. Very well, she said. You will answer questions from my archive scholars. Every inconsistency will be treated as deliberate insult. Every coincidence will be tested. And if this is fraud, I will throw you and your entire traveling catastrophe off my highest cloud bridge personally. You muttered, at least she commits. Kaylee ignored that too. She turned toward the scholars. Opened the restricted record sets. Shock moved through the inner ring like a silent thunderclap. One old archivist began. Your Highness, those materials are sealed under dash. Kaylee did not raise her voice. Open them. Then she looked back at Shun, and this time the interest in her expression had become something more precise and less comfortable. Not belief. Resonance. And when the stormlight above the hall answered her pulse a second time, she went so still that even the court had to notice she was no longer only assessing him. She was recognizing that the problem had entered her own blood. Chapter 86. Kaylee Stormvale did not accept the existence of the vow system gracefully. She accepted it like a mathematician accepting that an ugly equation still balanced. By the next morning, Shinwuk and his companions had been moved from formal holding quarters to a guest residence inside the second palace ring, which in practice meant a beautifully furnished containment zone with open windows, invisible surveillance lines, and servants far too, well, trained to look curious. 2 court scholars arrived before breakfast. 3 more followed by noon. By evening, the hall of questions had been prepared. The name suited it. No one in the Stormvale dynasty asked a simple question if 3 sharper versions could be extracted from it. Kaylee presided from the center dais without wearing a crown. She did not need one. The court scholars ringed the chamber with tablets and lightning glass readers. Shin stood opposite them with the primer on a lacquer stand while Jean watched from the side like a delighted duelist who had finally found opponents worth insulting. If this system is hereditary, asked the eldest archivist, why has no verified Stormvale carrier manifested correlated sovereign resonance before now? Jean answered before Shin could. Because suppression, murder, and intellectual cowardice are well-documented obstacles to clean longitudinal datasets. The archivist blanched. Kaylee's mouth moved by a fraction. Let her keep speaking, she said. The court has become flabby from polite scholarship. That established the tone. For 4 hours they were questioned on everything the dynasty could test quickly. How the vows formed. Whether they could be forged under coercion. What power transfer actually felt like in the Meridian net. Why the Hollow Empress's interest implied a missing historical branch of Stormrealm records. How Nara's delayed soul altered the timeline. Whether Shin's father had left repeatable methodology or only catastrophic anecdote. Shin answered as plainly as possible. Shin supplied technical corrections whenever a scholar tried to sound precise without earning it. You offended several ministers on principle. Mira watched which scribes asked too little and which guards watched too much. Lien said almost nothing and therefore impressed them more than anyone except Kaylee, who seemed built from suspicion refined into leadership. At the far end of the hall, Stormvale military officers observed the entire exchange with visible impatience. War still pressed at the borders. The idea that the sixth key might be seated on their own throne line had political implications large enough to make even honest men crave a simpler lie. Kaylee ended the first session only when the scholars ran out of immediate angles. "One more demonstration," she said. Shen looked at her. "You are unconvinced." "I am unconvinced in productive directions." She descended from the dais and stopped 3 paces away. Up close, her cultivation pressed like controlled weather, not broad enough to intimidate by accident, focused enough to remind everyone nearby that she ruled the room because she could, not because protocol said so. "You say the vow resonance reacts to compatible force signatures," she said. "Then react." Lightning gathered over her right hand. Not an attack. A precise sphere of sky Tao, compressed until the air around it hummed. The nearest scholars retreated. The sphere reflected in the polished floor as a star, trying to become a weapon. Shen opened the active vows and let the primer rest in his palm. The reaction came at once. Not from the women already bound to him. From the sky itself. A pulse ran through the hall's storm channels and answered Kaylee's gathered lightning in a cleaner frequency than the palace formations normally used. The primer's pages flipped. New script burned across the margin. Sixth key resonance confirmed. Heaven's wind dormant but present. The sphere over Kaylee's hand flickered. Not from loss of control. From interruption by recognition. The entire hall felt it. One young scholar actually dropped his tablet. Kaylee dismissed him with a glance and looked only at Shun. "Interesting," she said softly, and for the first time the word carried no contempt at all. By sunset she had ordered the sealed archive opened. That was the real concession. Stormvale archivists brought out 3 cases bound in oath wire and old copper law strips. Kaylee herself broke the first seal. Inside lay records written by her ancestors in the clipped hand of people who had once made terrible compromises and then tried to elevate fear into statecraft. The oldest document was a compact, 300 years old, signed between a Stormvale regent and an unnamed Western sovereign whose crest had later been scraped out and overwritten with neutral catalog code. Jin did not need a second look. That was her. Kaylee kept reading. Her expression did not change, but the pressure in the room did. Stormvale assistance to the suppression of 7-Force sovereign theory. Stormvale agreement to classify all related texts as dangerous mythology. Stormvale immunity guarantees in exchange for compliance. Her dynasty had known, not as rumor, as policy. One of the military ministers began, "Your Highness, these were contingency decisions taken in a very different strategic landscape." Kaylee turned her head just enough to cut him off. "If you continue speaking while I am reading treachery written in my family's name, Minister, I will assume you are volunteering to explain it line by line." He did not continue. She finished the document, closed it, and set it back into the case with controlled care. "My ancestors were cowards," she said. The hall did not breathe. Then she looked at Shin again. "What do you need from me?" He had waited a long time for a question phrased that honestly. Audience without interference. Cooperation against the Pale Dominion. And when the time comes, the truth required for the 6th vow. Kaylee's eyes narrowed. "You presume much." "No," he said. "I am economizing time." For one dangerous second, Shin thought she might laugh. Instead, her gaze shifted past him toward the eastern storm mirrors at the far end of the hall. Every mirror had begun flashing red. An officer burst in without protocol and dropped to one knee. Border fleet contact. Pale Dominion aerial advance. 3 island sectors under bombardment. Kaylee did not look at the officer. She was still looking at Shun. "How inconvenient," she said. Then the sky beyond the palace windows lit with the first fire of war. Chapter 87. The Stormvale dynasty went from inquiry to mobilization in less than 10 breaths. Signal gongs rolled through the palace rings. Servants vanished. Scholars sealed the archive cases and fled with the purposeful panic of people who knew history became a target whenever armies arrived. The ministers transformed from decorative obstructionists into men with assigned fleets and inherited fear. Kaylee Stormvale did not raise her voice once. 2nd and 4th squadrons to the eastern air currents. Border relays open to Allied traffic. If the Pale Dominion is striking 3 sectors, assume the 4th is deception and the 5th is the real objective. She walked, and the court moved around her like a storm learning human form. Shun and the others followed because no one had yet chosen to forbid them, and because being present where decisions sharpened could matter more than announcing helpfulness too early. From the open war balcony, he saw the eastern sky for the first time in military mode. Cloud Islands burned. Not whole realms. Border holdings. The sort of outer stations empires sacrificed in speeches before admitting how much they needed them in logistics. Pale Dominion vessels moved between the islands in tight, triangular formations driven by undercarriages full of compressed soul light. Their hulls were narrow, predatory, and ugly in exactly the efficient way the Hollow Empress seemed to prefer. Stormveil ships answered from the inner currents. They were beautiful in the way people designed weapons when they still wanted heaven to think them civilized. White gold hulls, silver fins, broad thunder sails catching storm current rather than wind. Lightning arrays lit beneath them in layered circles. Kaylee took one look and made the correct judgment. This is not a probe. They want the outer defense net collapsed before the council vote. One admiral, old enough to remember caution as virtue, said, "Your Highness, we should preserve the central fleet and let the border islands bleed. If this is meant to draw you into open combat, it is," Kaylee said. "And I am going anyway." That ended debate in the way only nobility with cultivation strength high enough to make dissent physically awkward could end debate. She turned to Shun. "You wanted relevance. Here is your chance to justify your arrival." You smiled with all the warmth of a drawn blade. Finally, the palace armory did not lack for speed. Within minutes, they were aboard the Spear of Morning, Kaylee's flagship, suspended beneath a ring of stormlight, while lower-deck cultivators charged the keel arrays. Mira was already somewhere in the rigging despite no one seeing her board. Jun commandeered a navigation desk, offended two officers, and began rewriting their anti-drain scripts before either had finished objecting. Lien took the starboard forward rail and became a figure half the crew wisely avoided. Shan stood near the center mast, as if she had been born aboard moving fortresses. You climbed the lightning spine and looked delighted enough that Shin suspected fire spirits were happiest when placed where air, height, and impending violence all agreed to be dramatic. Kaylee met Shun at the command platform as the flagship rose. "I still have not agreed to your vow." "I noticed." "Good. Keep noticing. Cooperation does not imply metaphysical surrender. I am not here to collect titles. No, you are here to collect impossible women and political disasters." That is becoming a pattern. The corner of her mouth shifted. Then it was gone. The eastern current took them fast. Below, the cloud realm's lower strata spun in silver-blue layers. Ahead, the first border island came into full view, a crescent fort carved into stone cloud, one wing already shattered under pale artillery. Stormveil defenders held the upper terraces while pale Dominion skiffs darted beneath the main shield arc, planting soul bursts against the support lattice. Jun shouted up from the chart table. "Their bombardment is keyed to our shield harmonics. Someone sold them old court frequencies." Kaylee's expression did not change. Of course they did. The betrayal nested inside old betrayal now. Stormveil policy had not only buried the sovereign records, it had made the dynasty vulnerable to the same enemy for generations. Shin felt anger rise through the active vows. Useful anger. Directional anger. Kaylee pointed east. "That carrier group is the center. Break the soul burst formation and we keep the islands from dropping. Fail and the outer net collapses." He looked at the moving geometry of the battle. Pale vessels in layered fan formation. Drain anchors under the fort. Stormveil ships stronger in direct exchange, but slower to adapt once Soul Tech entered the field. "Their weakness is transition," he said. Kaylee turned slightly. "Explain." "They built for siphon pressure and bombardment, not for losing the drain rhythm. Break the underfort anchors, and their line loses timing." Kaylee considered that for exactly one breath. "Do it. No more argument." "Good." He dropped from the flagship with you and Sean before the deck officers had finished deciding whether that order included unauthorized lower realm cultivators leaping into an aerial war. Below them, the first island burned. Above them, Kaylee's flagship turned broadside and opened its thunder arrays. The war for the sky realm had begun in earnest, and for the first time since entering Stormveil territory, Shin felt that the Sixth Key's world was no longer testing whether he belonged there. It was trying to kill him like everyone else's. Chapter 88. The first drain anchor sat beneath the shattered lip of the border fortress, where pale smoke and blue lightning fought for ownership of the air. Shin landed hard on broken cloudstone, rolled through a burst of falling debris, and cut a soul pole carrier in half an instant before the man finished turning. You hit the terrace beside him in a sheet of red fire that sent 3 more soldiers off the edge into the open sky. Sean arrived last and made landing look like siege equipment discovering religion. "Anchor below," Shin said. You did not bother asking how he knew. The vow of runes, even damaged, still read hostile structures better than most generals read maps. They broke into the lower galleries of the fort through a breach blown open by bombardment. Stormveil defenders were retreating upward through the passage, carrying wounded and trying to keep the inner shield from collapsing. One officer in torn sky-white armor started to order them back until Sean took a pale lancer's spear from him, snapped it one-handed, and asked, "Which way to the substructure?" He pointed at once. Below the fort, the anchor chamber looked nothing like Stormvale architecture. White cloudstone walls had been drilled through and refitted with black frames pulsing in triple rhythm. 3 soul pumps fed the same line upward into the bombardment net outside. 2 pale Dominion engineers worked the controls while a squad of elite guards held the door corridor. It was a small enough force that Kaylee's admirals would have missed it on a tactical map, and large enough to break the island if left uninterrupted. Shin made the choice quickly. "You left pump. Sean, hold the corridor. I cut the center." You grinned. "Much better." She exploded into motion. The chamber went from covert sabotage node to furnace in a single breath. Fire ripped across the left side pump housings and forced the engineers backward. Sean planted herself in the entryway with 1 captured spear and became the sort of obstacle military reports described by writing around it. Shin opened the 3rd vow and wrote counterscript directly over the central frame. The Pale system fought him. It had been built on old Stormvale frequencies, yes, but translated through Soul Law in a way that made every clean Skyrealm solution answer slightly wrong. That was the Hollow Empress's habit, taking an enemy's native structure and teaching it to betray its maker while still wearing familiar geometry. No time for elegance. Shin drove a rough severance pattern through the central line and accepted the backlash into his palms. Black script burned. The chamber lights flickered. Outside, he felt one segment of the bombardment fan lose cadence. "Again," you shouted. He did not need the instruction. The second cut ruptured the middle pump. Soul light burst across the floor in a spray of pale sparks. One guard lunged through it at Shun and died on Lien's sword. She had arrived without announcement, frost scattering under her boots. "You left the flagship thin on restraint," she said. "And yet you found us. The battlefield is loud." She moved past him and froze the right side feed line long enough for you to crack it open with spirit fire from the left. The 2 forces should have conflicted. Under the Vow network, they meshed instead, turning the whole chamber into a failing equation. The drain anchor collapsed. Outside, the border island's upper shield surged back to life. The effect on the wider battle was visible at once. Stormvale thunder ships regained altitude room. Pale skiffs that had been flying under cover of the drain rhythm lost their timing and were caught by crossfire from the fort's restored side batteries. Kaylee's flagship drove through the gap with brutal precision, lightning spears raining from the broadside arrays. The island lived. For a moment. Then the sky changed. A second pale formation emerged from behind the cloud bank north of the main line, exactly where the cautious admiral had guessed deception would be. Not skiffs this time. Aerial barges, heavy and slow, carrying coffin-like black canisters suspended under their hulls. Jin's voice came through the flag relay crystal on Shun's belt, sharp and too fast. "Those are not bombardment charges. Archive your heroics and get eyes on the canisters now." He looked up through the broken roofline and saw one canister split open over the next island. Nothing fell out. Instead, the air beneath it darkened. Soul bomb. Kaylee saw it at the same instant from the command deck. The first real fear in the Stormvale fleet was not for a fortress or a borderline. It was for the sky domain itself. Chapter 89. The soul bombs turned aerial war into butchery. The first canister burst beneath the neighboring island's defense field and released not flame or shrapnel, but a sinking sphere of pale gravity that dragged at every meridian it touched. Stormvale defenders above it did not burn. They dimmed. Shield arrays faltered as if forgetting why resistance mattered. 3 cloud hawks dropped from the sky with their riders still on them. Both beasts and cultivators rendered too weak to correct the fall. "They are draining the support field from underneath," Zhen's relay voice snapped. "Not the ships. The sky lattice." That was why the barges mattered. Stormvale warfare assumed altitude itself remained structurally loyal once defended. The Pale Dominion had arrived with devices built to persuade the sky to withdraw consent from its own defenders. Kaylee's answer came as lightning. From the flagship's upper platform, she stepped into the open air and released her domain. Storm domain. Not metaphor. A real field of blue-white pressure spread from her position across half the battlefront, layering cloud, wind, static charge, and line of sight into one coherent sovereign statement. Pale skiffs caught inside it broke formation as lightning struck them not randomly, but according to threat priority. 2 barges lost steering and slammed into each other in the upper current. A third had its bomb canisters ignited on the rack. Shin had seen domain cultivators before. He had broken one through Cunning and Sandgate. This was different. Kaylee's domain was not an arena trick or a single battlefield art. It was governance. The storm obeyed her because it had been taught for years that obedience and self-expression were the same thing in her presence. You stopped long enough to appreciate it. She is good. Yes, Shin said. I dislike that she is right to be arrogant. The problem, as always, was numbers. The Pale Dominion had brought enough barges that even Kaylee's domain could not suppress all of them before the second wave opened. More soul bombs descended. Stormveil ships tried to intercept. Some succeeded. Some did not. Every bomb that burst under an island or flagship carved out a pocket of invisible hunger that weakened the defenders from below. Kaylee adapted fast. Orders rippled across the relay network. Shift altitude. Rotate shield harmonics. Do not cluster. Thunder wings to flank pressure line. Her fleet obeyed cleanly, and for several fierce minutes it looked as if superior command quality might still outweigh the Hollow Empress's prepared obscenity. Then the flagship itself took the target mark. One heavy barge broke from the northern line and dove under the spear of morning with suicidal intent. Its hull split open on its own command. A soul bomb the size of a shrine bell dropped beneath the flagship keel and lodged into the lower current ring before the gunners could take it apart. The whole vessel jolted. Shin felt the effect from 2 islands away. Kaylee's domain wavered. Not from loss of control. From theft. The bomb was not draining the ship's outer shield. It was draining the sky current foundation feeding her domain. Pulling from below the way a parasite drank marrow rather than blood. Back to the flagship, Shin said. He did not wait for agreement. Vow of silence took him through the screaming air in 3 void steps. Mira, somewhere above and behind, mirrored the motion through shadows cast by burning cloud sails. Lien crossed the distance on frost paths conjured off broken current lines. You became a streak of red and shone a falling answer to gravity. They landed on a deck already in crisis. Crewmen staggered under the drain wave. 2 keel stabilizers had gone dark. Zhen and 3 terrified court engineers were inscribing emergency counterlines around the bomb through the hull plates from above, but the soul tech below was too deep for surface script to sever cleanly. Kaylee remained in the air over the flagship, holding the domain together by will and prestige and the cultivated terror of admitting weakness in front of her fleet. Shin saw it before anyone said it. She was refusing to descend because descent would look like retreat. And if she retreated now, half the Stormveil line would treat it not as repositioning, but as proof the sky itself had lost confidence. She cannot keep that up, Shin said. She will try, Mira answered. Of course she would. Shin looked from the bomb under the keel to the woman above it, refusing tactical mercy for herself. Not vanity. Not in the shallow sense. Something older. More damaging. The need to remain the irreplaceable point around which everyone else justified their own steadiness. He moved to the deck edge. Kaylee. She looked down once, lightning caged around both arms. Do not give me instructions from below. Then take observation from below. The bomb is undercutting your domain support. I am aware. Then retreat 10 paces and let the flagship drop a level. No. There it was. Not pride as display. Pride as fear disguised, so well it had passed for rank all her life. The bomb pulsed again. The flagship's nose dipped. 3 crewmen collapsed outright as the drain hit their cores. One of the engineers at Jun's side vomited blood and kept writing. Kaylee's domain flickered blue to white. She was going to hold until the field tore her open or the fleet broke around her. Shin made the only choice left. He opened the 5th vow, stepped over the rail, and dropped straight toward the soul bomb. Chapter 90. The soul bomb sat beneath the spear of morning like a clenched pale heart wedged into the ship's own. Shin Wuk landed on the lower keel brace, boots skidding across polished storm metal slick with condensed drained frost. The bomb's field hit him at once. Not a cut. A theft. It pulled at his soul core and the 5 active vows with hungry precision, trying to treat sovereign resonance as a richer grade of fuel than the ordinary crew above. Good. That meant it could be baited. He braced one hand on the keel and looked upward through the lattice. Above him the flagship's hull glowed in fading blue lines where Zhen's inscriptions fought to keep structural collapse theoretical. Beyond that, through stormglass gaps, he could still see Kaylee holding her domain in the sky like a queen refusing to kneel even to mathematics. You were right, he said to no one who could hear. Yu's voice came through the relay crystal, hot with fury. What are you doing? Giving it something better to eat. That is a bad plan. It is the only fast one. He drove the 5th vow inward, then the 4th. Silence masked his exact spiritual profile from the bomb's finer feedback threads. Unbreaking made his body a viable anchor point rather than instant ruin. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd vows followed, not for spectacle, but because the drain wave had already started testing each meridian separately. Stillness held panic down. Burning will force circulation against the pull. Runes, damaged and strained, mapped the bomb's feeding geometry from the inside out. The answer came ugly and quick. The device did not merely consume. It inverted load-bearing hierarchy. It treated the strongest active spiritual structure in its radius as the foundation to be hollowed first, thereby collapsing every lesser structure depending on it. On a flagship commanded by Kaylee Stormveil, that meant her domain. Shin inserted himself below that equation. He opened sovereign resonance wide and let the bomb recognize him. The next pulse hit like drowning in glass. Every vow thread lit. Lien gasped from the upper deck. You swore. Jin shouted something technical and obscene. Mira went silent in the very particular way that meant someone near her had stopped living. Above, Kaylee's domain steadied by one narrow degree as the bomb shifted target priority. She looked down again. This time she understood. Idiot, she said, and the word carried more fear than insult. The drain wave climbed through him in spirals, trying to peel the new soul condensation core apart and drag the vows with it. He had known it would hurt. He had not known pain could be so administrative. The bomb was not angry. It was methodical. It cataloged everything bright inside him and began issuing orders for absence. He gave it refusal instead. Not heroic refusal. Stubborn, specific, undignified refusal. The fourth vow turned his body into a line the field had to work around. The second fed sheer will into meridians that should have collapsed. The first kept his timing from breaking under the assault. The third traced the bomb's internal feed teeth one by one, while his vision tunneled and blackened at the edges. Above him, the domain strengthened again. Kaylee was no fool. Once the pressure eased by that sliver, she used it. Her storm field contracted, not broad and majestic now, but tight as execution. Lightning lanced downward around the flagship, cutting 3 pale skiffs apart and forcing the nearest barge to break away before it could drop a second bomb. Still the drain continued. His knees hit the keel brace. Soul condensation level 2 had not been enough. The stage gate inside him cracked open not through meditation or planned refinement, but through the oldest cultivation law still worth respecting. Survive this or become material for someone else's lesson. The soul core compressed. Pain sharpened into shape. 5 vows struck inward at once and forged a heavier center. Soul condensation, level 3. The breakthrough hit the bomb like a hooked blade driven back through its throat. More resonance. More target mass. For one terrifying breath the device tried to drink the new stage whole. Then the balance reversed. His soul core had condensed enough to hold what it absorbed instead of only losing what the bomb stole. The drain wave no longer passed cleanly through him to Kaylee's domain. It pooled, met sovereign resonance, and found a system built to unify forces rather than let them disperse. The bomb stuttered. Jin saw it first. Now, she screamed. Kaylee descended 10 paces at last, not in surrender, but in murder. Her domain narrowed into one vertical bolt that struck the bomb's exposed crown exactly where Shun's damaged runic mapping had identified the control seam. Yu's fire followed a heartbeat later from the deck edge, driving heat through the split line. Lien's frost locked the outer shell from compensating. Shan's spear, thrown from the upper rail with mountain weight behind it, pinned the brace and prevented the detonation from flipping into the hull. The bomb burst downward instead of up. Pale light tore into the open sky below the flagship in a geyser of stolen force and vanished into the lower cloud strata. The drain stopped. Shin's hand slipped off the keel. He fell. Kaylee moved faster than pride. One heartbeat, she was above the flagship with the storm still wrapped around her. The next she had broken position, dropped through her own dissipating lightning, and caught him by the back of his robe and one wrist before gravity could finish what the bomb began. She hauled him onto the deck herself. All composure left her face for exactly one breath. Not because he was alive. Because he had seen the part of her that feared being unable to protect what was hers and had answered it by throwing his own cultivation under the ship. Why? She demanded. Blood ran from the corner of his mouth. He was dimly aware of crewmen cheering, of the fleet lines stabilizing, of the pale barges withdrawing under fresh Stormveil pressure. Because retreat was the correct move and you would not take it, he said. Her grip tightened on his sleeve. For the first time since meeting her, Kaylee Stormveil looked less like a sovereign and more like a daughter raised by a dynasty that had taught worth through replacement and performance instead of simple existence. She let go only after she was sure he could remain seated without falling again. Rest, she said, voice low enough that only he and the nearest vow partners could hear it. That was not an order I am prepared to repeat. Then she stood, turned back toward the battle, and unleashed the full refined violence of a sky domain cultivator who had just been forced to admit she could not hold everything alone. From the deck, Shin watched her cut a path through the remaining pale line like living thunder. And for the first time since entering Stormveil territory, He understood that the sixth key's greatest fortress was not arrogance. It was the terror of ever appearing ordinary. Chapter 91. The battle did not pause because Shunwok had survived. That was one of the few honest mercies war ever offered. It refused to turn one person's near death into a special occasion. The Pale Dominion still held the outer sky lanes. Kaylee's flagship still carried damage through the lower braces. 3 border islands remained contested, and the fleet crews below deck were working through the aftermath of the soul bomb with the flat concentration of people who knew all could wait until survival stopped requiring their hands. Shin sat where Kaylee had left him on the upper deck for exactly 12 breaths before trying to stand. Lien pushed him back down with one hand on the shoulder. No. The battle is still active. Yes. Then no. Her refusal had the same quality it always did. Not emotional, not negotiable, and therefore strangely kind. His meridians felt as if someone had dragged iron filings through them. The 5th vow still hummed sharp and clean. The others carried drained scars from the bomb's appetite. His new soul condensation level 3 core was stable only because the breakthrough had happened under direct threat and not yet had time to notice what it had been forced through. You leaned over the rail above him, red fire reflecting in storm glass. If you collapse now, I will throw you back under the ship and let the next bomb finish what discipline failed to do. You frame care even more strangely than before. The sky encourages honesty. On the command platform, Kaylee Stormveil continued killing the enemy with technical perfection. Her earlier hesitation had burned away. Lightning descended where she indicated. Storm ships pivoted around her signals with renewed confidence now that the flagship still floated and the domain had proven it could survive direct sabotage. Every order she gave came shorter than before, stripped of rhetorical polish and any need to prove command through performance. The fleet answered the change at once. Not because the officers liked it, because clarity wins wars. Mira landed beside Shun without anyone seeing the approach. The barges are withdrawing to the North Channel, she said. Kaylee's right wing can catch them if the left stops pretending nobility matters in pursuit. Lien glanced up toward the command deck. Can she hear you? Probably. Sky dynasts enjoy putting arrays in tasteful places. As if to confirm it, Kaylee altered the left wing signal pattern 3 breaths later. You smiled without warmth. Good. I dislike wasting competent contempt. The upper sky flashed blue-white as Stormveil pursuit lines cut into the retreating pale formation. The battle had not ended, but the balance had shifted far enough that the enemy was now choosing which losses to keep rather than which to inflict. That should have been enough for temporary relief. It was not. One of the smaller escort captains rushed onto the upper deck and dropped to a knee before Kaylee. 3rd flagship support line collapsing. Lower current leak in the aft spine. If we do not redistribute the lift arrays, we lose altitude over the east trench. Kaylee turned without visible impatience. Do it. We cannot without releasing half the storm field. That was the problem. The flagship had survived the bomb, but not cleanly. Its structural current lines were still losing force faster than the engineers could patch. If the Spear of Morning dropped now, the fleet would survive, but command coherence across the battlefront would break at the exact moment Stormveil needed pursuit discipline. Shin stood anyway. This time Lien did not stop him. She saw the same arithmetic. Where? The captain pointed to the aft maintenance spine below the rear platform. A split current chamber. The soul bomb ate through the lower lattice. Shun went with Lien, Shan, and Mira while you remained on the upper deck to reinforce the gunners against one last pale counterstrike. Jun met them halfway down the interior spine with her sleeves burned through and 3 engineers trailing her like apprentices who had briefly mistaken suffering for education. Good, she said when she saw Shin still walking. You may yet remain technically useful. You say the finest things. The aft current chamber looked worse than the first bomb site because it had been failing longer. Blue lift lines ran through a cage of white sky metal, half of them dark and the others flickering under unstable load. A split in the main chamber wall exposed the current flow directly to open air. Every few breaths a gust of raw altitude pressure screamed through the crack and tried to peel more of the chamber apart. Jun pointed with her brush. The soul bomb weakened the load order under the keel. The flagship compensated by shifting lift demand here. Now this chamber is eating its own reserves. If the aft spine fails, the whole ship lists into the trench current. Fix, Shan said. I am working toward one. Shin opened the damaged vow of runes and felt the structure as best he could through the missing subchannels. Not enough finesse for a full rewrite. Enough for identification. The split isn't the problem, he said. The chamber is still routing force as if the missing lattice below exists. It is overfeeding a ghost line. Jin looked once, then swore with admiration. Yes, good. Annoying, but good. Can you close it? Not without stopping the entire aft lift for 4 breaths. The ship drops if I do that. Sean stepped into the center of the chamber. Then it does not drop. They all looked at her. You cannot hold a flagship in the air with your body, one engineer said before realizing too late that this was not, in fact, a woman one casually told what bodies could not do. Sean took hold of the chamber brace with both hands and planted her feet. No, she said, but I can hold its line long enough for you to stop wasting altitude. Vow of unbreaking surged through Sean in answer. He felt her intent, her grounding, the mountain inside a human frame that had spent decades being treated like fortification rather than person. The 5th vow's quiet, and the 4th vow's mass met in him. He stepped to the opposite brace, pressed one bleeding hand against the current wall, and said to Jean, 4 breaths. 5. 4. Fine. Die efficiently. She and the engineers moved. Lien locked the chamber entrance in frost so no loose line burst would kill the scholars by accident. Mira vanished upward to sever any external sabotage if the Pale Dominion had seeded one. Sean took the load first. The flagship groaned. Not metaphorically. The whole vessel spoke through metal and current as the aft lift dipped. Sean did not. She held. Jin cut the ghost line. The chamber screamed. Raw sky current tore through the split wall and hit Shin full in the chest. He gave it the new soul condensation core and let it strike there rather than into the ship. It felt like trying to inhale a storm through broken ribs. Stillness kept the pattern from shredding. Burning will force the current through channels already too hot to survive much more. Silence removed the waste noise of pain from his focus. Second breath. The flagship dropped the span. Officers above shouted. Third breath. Jin rewrote the load order. Fourth breath. The ghost line collapsed inward. Fifth breath. The lift rebalanced. The aft chamber stopped trying to devour itself. Sean released the brace last. When she stepped back, the imprint of her hands remained in bent sky metal. The captain stared as if recalibrating his concept of what ground-based cultivators were allowed to be. From the upper deck, Kaylee's voice came through the relay arrays, calm and clipped. Flagship stable. Pursuit line restored. Then, lower and meant only for the chamber signal net. Bring Shinwuk back above before he decides another structural failure is a personal invitation. Lien looked at him. Sensibly phrased. He laughed once despite the blood in his mouth, and the act hurt enough to remind him he remained alive only because too many women around him had refused easier outcomes. Chapter 92 Kaylee Stormvale did not come to him that night as a princess. She came as a woman who had dismissed 3 healers, 1 minister, and a pair of overprotective senior officers because none of them had answered the question she actually wanted resolved. The battle had stabilized by sunset. The Pale Dominion had withdrawn from immediate bombardment range, keeping pressure on the outer lanes, but no longer contesting every current line. Stormvale ships ringed the surviving border islands in layered defense. The Spear of Morning anchored above a cloud shelf lit by recovery lanterns and stormglass beacons. Below deck, the wounded were being cataloged with military efficiency, and the dead with a ritual that seemed to involve silver cord and the deliberate release of static charge into open air. Shin stood alone on the aft observation platform because solitude had become the closest thing available to recovery. The sky here looked wrong to lower realm eyes. Too clean in some directions, too full of engineered weather in others. Lightning farms flickered on distant cloud plates. Broken ships drifted toward reclamation tugs under minimal current guidance. The whole realm had the beauty of something expensive enough to mistake itself for inevitable. Kaylee arrived without escort. He heard her before he turned because the storm around her did not conceal itself when she chose honesty. You should be in bed, she said. That sentence has followed me across 3 realms. And yet no one has forced it successfully. She stopped at the rail beside him, not too near. Her battle robes had been changed for a lighter silver-blue coat, but the marks of combat remained in her hair, her hands, and the narrow pallor under her eyes that no noble breeding could disguise after a real war day. For a while she looked out over the damaged fleet. My mother died on a flagship, she said. There was no preamble. He respected that immediately. A border conflict? He asked. An internal purge disguised as one. She rested both hands on the rail, fingers perfectly still. My elder brother was the intended heir. Brilliant. Beloved. Infuriating. He died of a meridian collapse at 17. 2 years later, my mother refused a treaty that would have tied Stormvale to a Western power we now know served the Hollow Empress. The next season, her flagship's current lattice failed during maneuvers under conditions that should not have allowed failure. Her jaw tightened once. I was told 3 things after that. Grieve briefly. Cultivate harder. Prove worthy of being the replacement. Shin said nothing. Good confessions often died when crowded. Kaylee continued in the same measured voice. Since then I have treated every room, fleet, council, and battlefield as if any visible hesitation would confirm the dynasty had not chosen poorly by placing its future on the spare air. Her gaze stayed on the horizon. That is why I did not descend when the bomb struck. Not because retreat was tactically unsound. Because part of me believed that if the fleet saw me yield even one position, then all the old arithmetic would return. Useful only while exceptional. Valuable only while irreplaceable. Loved never. Required perhaps. There it was. Not arrogance. Architecture built on conditional worth. He turned toward her. And you despise the vow system because it sounds like one more structure that tries to assign your meaning from outside. Kaylee laughed once without mirth. I despise many things about it. But yes, that is close. The wind moved through the broken storm glass above them. Far below, a salvage signal flared and faded. Your turn, she said. He had known it was coming since she sent away the escorts. The sixth vow would not ignite on admiration or battlefield chemistry. It would demand the wound under his urgency the same way every true bond had. I need people, he said. The words felt plainer than some of his earlier truths and harder for that reason. Not strategically. Not as an efficient arrangement. I have spent years pretending that if I framed every bond as mission, duty, or mutual advantage, then I could avoid admitting how lonely survival had made me. He looked out at the fleet instead of at her. After my father died and my cultivation was broken, I taught myself to keep moving because movement did not require being chosen by anyone. Need was dangerous. Need could be exploited. Need got people killed if enemies found the shape of it. Kaylee listened without interruption. Then the vows began, he said. And every time I told myself the same lie in a more refined form. Necessary alliance. Useful resonance. Tactical trust. I kept choosing women whose strength I respected while refusing to say the obvious thing that followed. He met her eyes then. My life is no longer survivable by the old methods. I do not want to return to them. I do not want a path built only from endurance. I want a future where I am bound to people on purpose and strong because of it, not despite it. The air around them changed. Not much. Enough. Kaylee's expression did not soften. It clarified into something more dangerous than reserve. I am afraid of being ordinary, she said. The storm over the platform answered her voice. Not of death. Not of pain. Not even of failure in the common sense. I am afraid of becoming one more interchangeable storm-veiled daughter who was useful until someone sharper appeared. Every triumph in my life became evidence I had earned a little more time before replacement. Every defeat became proof the fear had always been correct. Her breath caught once, controlled a heartbeat later. If I am not exceptional, then I do not know what remains that anyone was asked to keep. The primer opened on its own. Truth accepted. Shin reached for her hand. Kaylee looked at it, as if considering a treaty between incompatible states. Then she took it. The sixth vow ignited in a lightning storm that did not spread across the realm. It cleared it. Every cloud above the flagship blew apart in a single ring of white-blue force. The night sky opened from horizon to horizon. Storm ships below rocked in the shockwave. Lanterns burst. Crewmen shouted, and then fell silent as the sovereign resonance rose through the whole fleet like a second weather front. Vow of heaven's wind. The new meridian cut through Shun's spirit bright and fierce, not colder than silence and not steadier than unbreaking, but freer. It carried elevation, lightning, tribulation-scouring force, and the impossible refusal of the sky to belong only to those born above ground. On Kaylee's wrist, a mark like branching stormlight flashed and sank beneath skin. On Shun's chest and shoulders, silver-white lines opened and vanished into the new vow channel. Every active thread answered. Lian's stillness. Yu's fire. Jin's script. Myra's silence. Shan's bedrock. All of them bent around the sixth and widened. The flagship's remaining storm arrays flared in resonance with the bond. Across the border fleet, cultivators looked up in open confusion as lightning began answering Shun not as danger, but as kin. Kaylee let go first, because someone had to remember breathing. Well, she said, voice thinner than usual, and therefore more honest. That was unsubtle. He smiled. You were never going to have a quiet vow. Below them, the fleet alarm crystals changed tone. Not attack. Approach. A scout officer sprinted onto the platform from the lower stair and froze when he saw the sky still clear from the vow storm. Your Highness, he said after remembering his profession, the pale Dominion line has halted. Their lead vessels are reforming around a central arrival corridor. Kaylee's eyes narrowed. For what? The scout swallowed. A palace-class sky vessel. The Hollow Empress was coming. Chapter 93. The sixth vow integrated like a war trumpet answering itself across realms. By dawn Shinwuk had not slept. and neither had the border fleet. No one aboard the Spear of Morning had expected the sky to be torn open by a sovereign bond in the middle of a war front. Fewer still expected the result to feel immediately useful. The Vow of Heaven's wind did not sit in his meridians as potential. It arrived operational. Tribulation scoured resistance. Lightning command. Aerial movement no longer borrowed from technique, but accepted by the body as correct. When he stepped off the flagship rail that morning, he did not fall. The sky held him for one astonished heartbeat. Then the vow taught him the rest. Kaylee watched from the upper platform with the contained displeasure of a woman who preferred to be first at her own element and had to admit reality was broadening against her taste. "You look insufferably pleased," she called. "I am trying not to hit anything on the first pass. Aim for enemy vessels. They object less than my officers." The Pale Dominion had spent the night reforming rather than retreating. That was its own answer. The arrival of their Palace-class vessel had stabilized morale among the battered border wings. Barges and skiffs clustered around the central corridor in layered deference. Whatever command would emerge from that carrier would be senior enough to let them resume the offensive with confidence. Stormveil could not allow them the initiative. Kaylee launched first. Her domain unfurled in a narrower shape than during the previous day's battle, refined now by the vow resonance still humming under her skin. The storm answered faster. Lightning arcs bent harder at her intention. The flagship line surged behind her like a school of white predators finally given permission to commit. Shin went with her. Vow of Heaven's wind doubled his speed in open air, then doubled it again every time he let the vow strip unnecessary hesitation from his movement. The old problem of aerial combat had always been footing. Range. The body's stubborn belief that sky was transit rather than terrain. The sixth vow solved that by insulting the distinction. He crossed the first gap between ships as if stepping a stream. The first pale skiff never saw him clearly enough to answer. Silence removed his approach. Heaven's wind carried him. Burning will drove the strike. He landed on the prow, drove lightning through the central soul rig, and leapt away before the vessel finished deciding what category of disaster had hit it. It burst behind him in pale fire and storm-splintered wood. Around the battlefront, the effect was immediate. Stormveil pilots who had been trained to trust only dynasty-born sky cultivators watched a lower realm sovereign carrier move through open air like a native force. Confusion turned to momentum. Momentum turned to aggression. The border wings advanced with a confidence half tactical and half mythic, because war had always been vulnerable to dramatic examples when those examples survived long enough to become instruction. Kaylee met him beside a burning barge and did not bother hiding the sharp approval in her expression. "Again," she said. They cut through the pale line in parallel. Lightning met lightning, hers disciplined into geometry, his rougher and heavier because the vow translated not court training, but direct need into Skyforce. Where Kaylee ruled storms, Shun broke them open. She pinned enemy flight paths. He turned the gaps into kills. Below them, Jun had the flagship arrays singing in new harmonics, using the sixth vow resonance pulse from the night before to rekey sections of the fleet's shield response faster than Pale engineers could compensate. Mira crossed between enemy hulls like a missing shadow, taking officers out of command nests before they could steady the retreat. Lien froze current lanes at altitude angles no Stormveil tactician had previously considered practical. You set a barge convoy alight so thoroughly that the surviving crews started jumping before the fire reached them. Sean anchored the boarding line on the flagship and threw one unlucky captain overboard when diplomacy proved too temporary. The Pale Dominion line bent. Then it stopped bending. The central corridor opened. At first, Shin thought cloud cover had thickened at the horizon. Then he saw the shape inside it. A palace descended. Not metaphorically palace class. Not a large warship grandly named by politicians with poor restraint. A real airborne palace, hung in the sky by thousands of compressed souls burning beneath its foundations like a second city turned inside out for fuel. Towers of black and silver rose from its back. Curtains of pale script streamed behind it. Every smaller vessel around it adjusted course with ritual precision, not fleet discipline alone, but reverence sharpened by terror. The Hollow Empress's war palace. Stormveil officers across the line felt it first as pressure. Shin felt it as offense. The sixth vow recoiled. The active threads tightened. The primer at his side heated against his robe as if old research itself wanted distance from what approached. Kaylee slowed beside him, stormlight gathering around her shoulders. "That thing is obscene." "Yes." "Good. I dislike discovering aesthetic agreement with enemies." The palace continued its descent, twice the speed of any natural sky structure, propelled by engines no civilization should have permitted itself to imagine. The pale line did not cheer. It steadied. That was worse. A new voice entered the battlefront then, not shouted, not amplified by crude formation art. It simply arrived in every listener's mind as if distance had chosen to become irrelevant for her convenience. Stand ready. The Hollow Empress had not yet shown herself. Her fleet no longer needed further introduction. Chapter 94. Kale Duskburn arrived before the Hollow Empress did. He stood on a scrap of fractured cloud 200 paces from the advancing palace, as if the apocalypse had agreed to pause briefly out of professional respect. No escort, no banner, no aura display beyond the fact that the air around him visibly refused to behave like air whenever he occupied it. Even the Pale Line noticed. Shen felt the reaction ripple through officers and Soul Engine crews alike. Not fear alone. Recognition. The sort born when a name has ruined enough people across enough realms that no one mistakes rumor for safety once the man himself appears. Kaylee looked from Kale to the palace. You know him better than I do. Only by irritation. Useful. What does he want? Shun watched the heaven-defying Apex cultivator study the descending war palace with an expression more engaged than anything he had shown during siege or warning. To see whether this becomes intolerable. As if hearing that from across the open sky, Kale turned his head and met Shin's gaze. It already has, he said, voice carrying without effort. Then he looked to the palace and added, your architecture remains an argument for extinction. The palace doors opened. No troops emerged. Instead, a figure descended alone, born on nothing visible. Young at first glance. Ancient at second. Impossible to read at third because the eye kept trying to classify her as human and failed on angles too subtle for plain horror. The Hollow Empress wore white, so pale it seemed carved from the absence of color rather than dyed. Her hair drifted around her without obeying current. Her eyes held the practiced emptiness of someone who had lived too long by hollowing out whatever self remained in order to make room for power. The pressure of her Tao rolled across the battlefront. Stormveil pilots staggered. One pale skiff lost altitude because its crew bowed too hard in reflex and failed to correct. Even Kaylee, with the sixth vow still fresh in her meridians and a whole domain coiled under command, took one involuntary half-step back before mastering it. Kale did not move. Good. That meant terror remained selective. The Hollow Empress's gaze went to him first. Still disagreeable, Kale. Still morally uninhabitable. There might once have been history in the way they said each other's names. Now there was only precedence. Then she looked at Shun. Everything else in the sky became background. Shinwuk, she said softly, and somehow the softness made every trained cultivator nearby more afraid than a shout would have. You continue to arrive at improbable outcomes. He did not answer at once. The sixth vow was vibrating under his ribs with increasing hostility. The active bonds all tightened toward the same point. The Hollow Empress was not merely an enemy presence. She was a wrong version of something adjacent to his own path. Every vow he carried recognized the distortion and wanted it named. At his side, Kaylee said under her breath, if you attempt diplomacy, I will reconsider the bond. Useful to know. The Empress smiled by a fraction. You were 6 already. Her eyes shifted to Kaylee, then back. Faster than your father would have expected. Slower than he would have feared. Mention of Shun Liangqi changed the air in his chest to iron. You do not speak of him. Why? Because I had him killed. No performance. No denial. No excuse. Stormveil officers nearest enough to hear went rigid. The Empress's expression did not alter. I prefer not to sentimentalize administrative necessities. Her gaze sharpened. But I did regret the waste. Kale made a sound that might have been disgust or agreement that waste, at least, had occurred. Not easily. Not elegantly. The sixth vow cascade was ripping through undeveloped junctions in his meridian net, forcing them to widen under stress or die. His new soul condensation core threatened to split every third heartbeat. The Hollow Empress's touch carried 300 years of accumulated soul violence and a corrupted imitation of the same path he walked now. But it did not pass cleanly through him. Because the vows were not hers. Because each bond carried a truth she had not purchased. Because connection given freely resists being repurposed by hunger more stubbornly than any isolated art resists simple force. Kaylee stepped into the cascade beside him without asking permission. Her domain joined the sixth vow and turned the open sky into a judgment field. Lightning did not strike the Empress. It circled, pinned, and measured. Lian's stillness entered from the flagship and slowed the harvest vectors by fractions. Yu's fire cut at the drain signatures beneath them. Zhen's counters, too late to prevent, became useful in shaping the collision. Myra's absence moved under the battlefront looking for the one angle even an immortal might still dislike. Shan's grounded mass kept the flagship and nearby Stormveil line from being blown apart by the resonance pressure. For 7 breaths it was enough. The Hollow Empress studied the six-color body around Shun with something almost like hunger and almost like grief. So that is what he failed to finish, she murmured. Shin forced breath through a chest full of knives. You mean what you killed before you could understand it? The Empress's expression shifted. Not anger. Memory. Understanding was never the problem. Then she let go. Not because she had won. Because she had learned what she came to learn. The harvest pressure vanished all at once. Shin nearly fell before Kaylee's hand caught his forearm. Around the battlefront, the six-vow manifestation dimmed from visible law back into contained resonance. Stormvale crews shouted in confusion. Pale crews did not shout at all. The Empress had not come for battle. She had come for calibration. Kale, still on his absurd cloud, watched her with open revulsion. You remain exactly what I feared Apex could become. The Empress looked at him sidelong. And you remain what happens when solitude mistakes itself for virtue. Then she turned back to Shun. Interesting. You are not ready, but you are no longer trivial. That complicates the next year. The next year. So she knew. Of course she knew. She raised one hand. The palace behind her opened like a wound in the sky. I did not come only to test you, she said. I came to be honest in one respect. You are close enough now to deserve context. Kale's face tightened. Do not let her lecture. She enjoys it. She ignored him. Vow Eternal has two true roads. Your father rediscovered one. I perfected the other. Her voice carried across every ship and every current line. The bonding path draws power from mutual resonance. The consuming path draws power from absorbed souls. Both ascend. Only one preserves the cultivator as someone worth meeting at the summit. Kaylee's grip on Shun's arm tightened. You are saying you are what happens when our path fails. The Empress smiled, and this time the smile contained no pleasure. No, I am what happens when it succeeds incorrectly. Across the battlefront, even the wind seemed to stop long enough to hear the shape of that disaster. Chapter 96. The Hollow Empress descended another 10 paces, and the sky forgot what ordinary pressure felt like. No one on the Stormvale line attacked. That was not mercy. It was scale. Even the fleet crews with no clear view of her could feel the battlefront had entered a category where loose initiative became self-harm. The Empress's war palace remained open behind her, soul engines whispering with the aggregated dead. Kale stood on his fragment of cloud like a disapproving theorem. Kaylee held her domain ready at Shun's side. The 6 active vows still rang through him from the recent cascade, raw and not yet settled. The Empress looked at them both as if evaluating a half-finished restoration she had once considered burning. 6 is enough to become troublesome, she said. Not enough to survive me. Shin forced his breathing even. Then leave. No, of course not. She lifted one hand again. This time she did not pull on the whole 6th vow. That had been demonstration. What came now was refinement. A single pale line extended from her fingertips toward Shin's chest, thin enough that the eye could almost miss it, and terrible enough that every active bond answered before contact. She was reaching specifically for Heaven's Wind, the newest thread, the least settled, the one still learning its own architecture. Kaylee saw the target and moved with immediate violence. Her storm domain folded over the line in a wall of blue-white force. The Empress's expression did not change. The pale line passed through the first layer, slowed by the second, and met Shun's 6th vow aura on the third. Pain detonated through the 6th meridian. Not tearing, measuring. The Empress was not trying to rip the vow out. She was sounding it, testing its purity against the echo of what her own corrupted path had once been before consumption replaced bond. The sensation made Shun want to peel his skin off to find where the wrongness had entered. She is reading it, Jin shouted from the flagship. Not harvesting, classifying. Kaylee answered with a vertical strike meant for execution. Lightning the width of a tower came down on the Empress's position, carrying enough skyforce to erase most commanders and half their retinues. The Empress turned her head by a fraction. The bolt split around her and annihilated empty cloud in 2 directions. Better, she said. Kale made a disgusted sound. You always did enjoy forcing talent to perform under insult. The Empress ignored him and looked only at Shun. Your father's work lacked one thing my own line never lacked. A conscience, you said over the relay. Continuity. The Empress replied as if you had not spoken. Then she closed her hand. The 6th vow buckled inward. This time Shin met her with everything. 6 active bonds. Soul condensation, level 3. A body still scarred from the flagship bomb. A path not yet finished, and therefore full of dangerous gaps. He pushed the cascade open again. The 6-color body formed around him for the second time that day, brighter now because necessity had found no gentler option. Lightning from Kaylee's domain entered the aura and remained as rather than burning through him. Lien's stillness sharpened the edges. Yu's fire fed the heart. Jin's script gave partial structure where the damaged runes still obeyed. Myra's silence erased the clean lines the Empress wanted to read. Shan's grounding kept the whole thing from being blown apart by its own reach. The Empress's pale line and Shun's six-vow body met like blades forced through each other. The draw held. That was the miracle, not victory. Parity long enough for impossibility to become tactically relevant. The Empress's eyes narrowed. You match a threshold you do not understand. Then stop helping me learn by trying to kill us. For the first time, her expression shifted towards something recognizably human and therefore more unsettling. Amusement. Why would I deny myself the most instructive stage of your becoming? She released the line. The pressure vanished. Shin almost staggered and would have if Kaylee's hand had not found the back of his arm. The Empress looked at the two of them together, then at the fleet, then at the Palace of Souls behind her. Good, she said. Now I know where the weak seams remain. Every officer on the Stormvale line understood what that meant. She had not attacked to win. She had come to improve the next attack. Chapter 97 The Six Vow Stand changed the battlefront in ways neither fleet had planned for. Stormvale morale spiked because armies always loved visible impossibility when it belonged to them. Pale Dominion discipline tightened because soldiers facing the unexpected either panicked or became more obedient, and the Hollow Empress's line had been cultivated too long to choose the first option while she still watched. The result was not peace. It was a strange suspended warfare where both sides remeasured scale under a sky that had just witnessed 6 active vows refuse corruption. Kaylee used the interval first. Forward wing, anchor on me. Left current cut. Do not chase the palace. Kill escorts. Her command broke the paralysis. Stormvale ships surged. Lightning grids unfolded between hulls in a widening lattice meant to isolate the Empress's outer support line without committing the fleet to suicidal proximity with the palace itself. The move was brilliant and vicious in equal measure. Shin went with it. The six-vow body had dimmed from visible manifestation, but the network underneath remained hot. He could feel the distinctions between the bonds more clearly now because the Empress's attempted classification had forced every channel to declare its own identity under pressure. 6 no longer felt merely cumulative. They felt relational. Each vow altered the shape of every other one. That made him dangerous in new ways. He stepped through open air on heaven's wind and vanished halfway there through silence. Reappeared above a pale escort cruiser through stillness. Broke its shield seam with runes. Crashed through the deck on unbreaking. And fed the breach with burning will until the whole vessel started venting soul light into the upper current. When enemy reinforcements turned to cover it, Kaylee's lightning spears met them from the flank with sovereign precision. Across the battlefront, every partner answered. Lien froze the current lane under an advancing skiff squad and turned their formation into a collision. You drove a flame spiral through one of the soul engine towers beneath the palace escort screen. Jun rekeyed Stormvale shield harmonics in real time, so the pale artillery kept striking where the fleet had been rather than where it was. Mira moved under the escort line and emerged only where officers needed to stop breathing. Sean held the central flagship corridor against a boarding attempt by men who had mistaken altitude for advantage. 6 women. 6 truths. One carrier finally strong enough to stop pretending the system was only a collection of emergency tools. The Hollow Empress watched all of it. Not inactive. Interested. That was its own form of attack. When Shin cut his way through the 3rd escort ring and landed atop a drifting pale skiff, he felt her gaze settle on him with enough force that even the 6th vow hissed in warning. She is letting us perform, Kaylee said as she dropped beside him in a net of lightning. Why? Because she thinks a good test reveals the fracture line faster than pressure alone. That matched Kale's earlier warning too neatly to ignore. Shin looked toward the palace. Then we show her the wrong line. Kaylee's smile was thin and war-shaped. Finally, a court-worthy sentence. They attacked the center not to reach the Empress, but to appear to try. That distinction mattered. Stormvale ships tightened formation around the palace corridor. Shun and Kaylee led the spear point. The Empress's outer defenders committed harder, assuming the obvious goal was decapitation. That gave Jin exactly the spread she needed. At her signal, Lien froze the support current below the right escort wing while you overloaded the left with heat. Mira cut the relay officers coordinating the middle screen. Sean threw the flagship's reserve anchor line into the resulting gap and let the Stormvale front line split the whole escort shell in two. The apparent charge at the Empress had always been bait. The real target was the palace's mobility ring. Shin reached it first. A black-white engine lattice under the war palace, fed by the compressed dead, suspended the impossible structure inside a cage of obedient voided souls. He opened the vow of heaven's wind and struck not the engine, but the balancing line between two support mouths. Kaylee followed with domain lightning. Zhen's pre-written relay script caught the exact frequency through the flagship net. The mobility ring lurched. The War Palace did not fall, but it listed. One whole side of its escort grid collapsed out of sequence as the support geometry lost perfect equilibrium. Pale ships clipped each other. Soul cannons misfired. A support tower on the palace itself shed black flame into the open sky. For the first time since arriving, the Hollow Empress stopped looking merely curious. She looked surprised. That was all Stormveil needed. The border fleet drove in and tore 3 more escort ships apart before the palace stabilized enough to retreat from immediate overcommitment. The Empress raised one hand. Every pale vessel broke away at once. No rout. No panic. Ordered withdrawal around a central while still confident enough to decide that today's lesson had reached the useful threshold. As the palace drifted back beyond direct strike range, her voice crossed the battlefront one last time. You are almost worth mourning. Then the war lines separated under a widening span of cloud and lightning. Stormveil held the border. No one aboard the fleet mistook that for an ending. It was permission to breathe between larger disasters. Chapter 98. The truce arrived wearing the shape of a concession and the smell of a trap. The Hollow Empress sent it by sealed envoy at dusk, after both fleets had withdrawn to recover and count what remained worth naming. The envoy's vessel was a narrow white skiff carrying 1 armored official, 2 silent attendants, and enough anti-sabotage script to announce that even diplomacy in her service had become an armed technique. Stormveil officers wanted to shoot it down. Kaylee did not allow that. If she wanted us dead tonight, she would not send paper. The meeting took place on an open cloud bridge between the reformed flagship line and empty sky. Shin stood beside Kaylee, the primer at his side and 6 active vows still carrying low resonance from the day's fighting. Kale remained visible at a distant remove, which was either reassuring or not, depending on whether one found Apex observers comforting. You insisted on standing close enough to set the envoy on fire if he misspoke. Mira stood where no one had placed her because that was how Mira treated arrangements made by others. The envoy unrolled a white decree and read without ornament. By the will of her sovereign serenity, the Hollow Empress offers cessation of hostilities across the sky border for 1 year. Pale Dominion forces will withdraw from Stormveil lanes and suspend direct action against the sovereign carrier known as Shinwok for the same term. In exchange, the Vow Sovereign Primer is to be surrendered intact within 3 days. The bridge remained silent long enough for insult to settle properly. Kaylee asked the only sensible question. And if refused? Her sovereign serenity asks that refusal be understood as consent to total war. You laughed. How elegantly she phrases extortion. The envoy did not react. He had likely been selected for that exact deficiency. Shin took the decree and read the seals himself. The offer was real. That was what made it dangerous. The Hollow Empress was not buying the primer because she needed information. She already knew too much. She was buying time, structure, and perhaps the chance to let desperation mature into a cleaner harvest later. Or she was testing whether Shun would sell the path's only coherent record for breathing room. Either answer was poison. He considered it for 3 breaths. No more. No. The envoy's eyes lifted to his for the first time. You declined before consulting your allies. I am consulting my principles. Kaylee's gaze shifted to him, measuring whether she disagreed. Instead she said, good. I would have found the alternative inconvenient. The envoy refolded the decree. Her sovereign serenity anticipated refusal. Then why send this at all? Shin asked. The envoy produced a second item from the inner sleeve of his robes. A small crystal vial filled with dark silver light. The moment it appeared, the primer heated hard enough to burn through 2 layers of cloth. Shin hissed. Do not touch it with bare skin. The envoy held it out on a silk tray. A gift. No one present believed in gifts. Shin opened the primer slightly. New script crawled across the margin before he had even taken the vial. Authentic void address imprint detected. 7th key trajectory marker present. Use with care. His pulse climbed. Nara. The envoy continued in the same flat voice. Her sovereign serenity wishes the sovereign carrier to understand that your 7th key's soul remains reachable, though not safely. The included address marks her current position in the deeper void layer. Kaylee's expression hardened. And the trap. If her sovereign serenity intended concealment, she would not have sent an envoy. That was the most honest sentence of the negotiation. The Hollow Empress wanted him to know both things at once. Nara could be reached. The route to her would almost certainly kill him or strand him. She was not offering help. She was choosing the shape of the next temptation. The envoy lowered the tray a fraction. Her sovereign serenity adds this clarification. 1 year is the maximum external interval before soul threshold instability makes retrieval difficult. Internal conditions may shorten that. She advises haste if sentiment continues to outweigh caution. Use fire rose. I have heard enough. Shin took the vial. Not because he trusted it. Because not taking it would not make the information less real. The primer's margin line changed again. Address authentic. Route lethal without void guidance. The envoy bowed once. Then the refusal and receipt are both understood. Tell your empress, Shin said, that I prefer my traps less decorated. The envoy's mouth moved by a degree that might once have been the start of a smile, before training removed the rest. She expects that. Then he withdrew into the white skiff and left the bridge to its anger. For a long time no one spoke. The vial lay in Shun's palm like a small, cold answer to a question he had not wanted reality to phrase so soon. Nara was still out there, and the enemy had just proven it with coordinates. Chapter 99. Jun called the vial obscene, elegant, and useful in that order. Back aboard the Spear of Morning, she sealed herself into the flagship's most secure chart room with Shun, Kaylee, Mira, and 3 layers of anti-scrying arrays before agreeing to examine the so-called gift. You objected to being excluded and then objected again while standing outside the sealed door in order to preserve consistency. Lien and Shan kept watch on the outer corridor, neither woman saying much because both understood that the room now contained information capable of changing the entire path of the war. The crystal vial opened only when touched by a thread of Shun's 6-vow resonance. Inside, the dark silver light rose and spread into the air like ink learning geometry. Not a map, an address. Void Dao did not measure distance the way ordinary realms did. It marked relational depth, drift vectors, and survivable approach conditions. Nara's soul signature sat there as a point of lucid absence inside layered non-space, moving slowly and deliberately deeper while still holding a stable pattern. Shin's chest tightened. She is there, he said. Jin was already writing. Yes. And the Empress was honest about the route being murderous. Kaylee studied the floating void address with open dislike. Explain. The marker does not lead to a stable corridor. It leads through a compression fold into one of the deep void strata. If we tried to follow it with ordinary life force, the void would peel us apart by category before distance even mattered. Mira, leaning in the corner where light had become optional around her since the 5th vow, asked the better question. Can we still use it? Jin exhaled. Yes. That answer landed hard. Because, she continued, it is trap and truth at once. The route is lethal. The address is also real. The Hollow Empress would not fabricate this particular geometry because the primer would expose the fraud, and she knows that. What she wants is simpler. She wants Shun to go after Nara's soul through a path she believes only void specialists can survive badly. Kaylee crossed her arms. And do we have a void specialist? The room's attention shifted to Mira. She looked unimpressed by the category. I have spent my life stepping through the edges of absence without naming them correctly. That is not the same thing as being a void non. No, Jin said. But it is the same thing as being the least likely person here to dissolve on first contact. Mira considered the address in silence. If I go with him, she said, the 5th vow gives him my movement logic inside null space. That helps, Jin said. Not enough to make it safe. Enough to move it from impossible toward merely appalling. Shin looked at the address again. The dark silver point did not flicker randomly. It held itself in the void the way Nara had held the Temple of Null, calm through deliberate expenditure. She was buying time there the same way he was buying it here. Kale's warning about the Hollow Empress leaving gifts returned to him with new shape. She wanted him to descend, wanted him deep, wanted the void itself to do work she no longer found efficient to do personally. The answer remained the same. They still needed to go. Kaylee read that conclusion on his face before he spoke it. Say it cleanly. It's a trap that leads where we need to go. Mira nodded once. Good. Then we call it by its proper name and proceed. Kaylee's gaze shifted from Mira to the address and back. You are volunteering. I am recognizing structure. You nearly died at the temple, then again in my command enclosure. That is not the discouragement you think it is. Jun rubbed both temples. Can we preserve the romance of mutual self-destruction for later and attend to logistics? Shin almost smiled. Almost meant the room had not gone entirely to fear. They spent the next 2 hours testing the address against every known void layer fragment in Stormveil archives and every margin note in the primer. The answer held. The destination existed in the 3rd Deep's Approach region. Ordinary cultivators would not survive long enough to see it. One companion with strong null affinity might make the descent survivable. Not safe. Never safe. Survivable. At the end of the examination, Kaylee dismissed the chart room wards with one touch, and looked at Shun longer than authority strictly required. If you leave for the void, the Sky Realm will remain under pressure. I know. The Stormveil line can hold for a time, not forever. And if the Empress returns while you are absent, she will test every weakness we have just shown her. I know. Kaylee's expression hardened around concern so tightly it nearly passed as command. Then do not take too long becoming myth in non-space. He inclined his head. I will schedule the impossible responsibly. That earned the faintest narrowing of her eyes, which from Kaylee now counted as warmth. When they opened the chart room door, you was already there. Well, Shen held up the vial. Trap. And direction. You looked at Mira. You were going to say yes. Mira shrugged. I dislike unfinished routes. The fifth vow hummed between Shun and the assassin like a drawn line finally, deciding it had become a road. Chapter 100 Preparation for the Void did not resemble ordinary departure. There were no cheerful send-offs, no packed supply crates, and no illusion that equipment solved a realm fundamentally hostile to existence. The Stormveil dynasty provided what it could anyway. Kaylee opened restricted sky vaults and released 3 void screen crystals never meant to leave the royal family. Jin modified them into resonance markers keyed to the 5th and 6th vows. The void monks from the Temple of Null arrived by relay skiff with 2 sealed black cases and the same expression they wore for funerals, weather, and mathematics. Nara's body was moved from the flagship to a temporary void stasis pavilion built on a high cloud platform under overlapping Stormveil and Null monk arrays. Seeing her there hurt in a new way. The war had moved upward. The vows had multiplied. The Hollow Empress had shown herself. And still Nara lay between states, preserved by artifice and the refusal of too many people to let law finish what sabotage had started. Shin stood beside the pavilion threshold while the eldest void monk completed the final seal. She remained stable, the monk said. For how long? Longer than yesterday. Less than forever. Void practitioners considered that an adequate answer. He accepted it because anger at terminology no longer changed arithmetic. By the 3rd day after the truce offer, his cultivation had finished consolidating under 6 active bonds. Soul condensation, level 5. The leap from 3 to 5 would have been absurd under any ordinary sect standard. Under 6 vow meridians, active war, direct collision with a corrupted eternal, and the continuous pressure of Nara's shortening horizon, ordinary standards had ceased to provide meaningful commentary. The breakthrough arrived during a 6-part harmonization meditation led, unwillingly, and with many complaints, by Zhen. Stillness tempered the core. Burning will ignited circulation. Runes gave structure. Unbreaking prevented collapse. Silence removed waste. Heaven's wind opened the upper channels and taught the whole network to breathe at altitude. When the soul cores settled afterward, it no longer felt like a precious object in danger of cracking every time power surged. It felt like a compact star. Not stable enough for arrogance. Stable enough for the next impossible task. The primer answered the change by unlocking a deeper portion of the final margin notes. Void descent recommendation. Carrier +1 companion only. Excess life signatures attract null predation. Select companion with highest void affinity and lowest external spiritual noise. Everyone in the planning chamber looked at Mira. You said, I hate when books are right. Mira twirled a knife once and tucked it away. You hate when books agree with me. Also true. No one argued the choice. Lien would be too visible in the void, her stillness still rooted in cold rather than absence. You burned too loudly. Jin needed to maintain the stasis arrays and coordinate the fleet's anti-pale response. Shan could hold the line and the room together in their absence in ways no one else could. Kaylee had a realm to command and a war to delay. Mira alone fit the path. The departure platform sat at the edge of a Stormveil cloud shelf where the sky thinned into a wound of dark silver. The Void Monks had helped open the threshold there using Nara's address, the primer, and one of the black cases they had brought from the Temple of Null. The case contained a threshold bell striker, broken exactly as Nara had instructed in her last lucid words. Its sound had no note ordinary ears could hear. The Void answered anyway. The platform gathered everyone. Lien stood nearest the threshold, face calm and unreadable except to those who knew how much effort calm sometimes cost. You crossed her arms as if anger at the void might still prove tactically relevant. Jin carried too many notes and despised all of them for being incomplete. Shan looked from Shun to Mira and back with the expression of someone measuring whether the mountain should have gone with them if physics were less cowardly. Kaylee arrived last in storm-white armor, every inch the sovereign she had chosen to be after admitting what fear built underneath. No one said goodbye first. Goodbye implied finality. They had become too educated for that. Kaylee spoke instead to the room. Stormveil will hold the truce lines until the Pale Dominion decides its own word has become inconvenient. When that happens, we bleed them for every current span. She looked at Shun. Bring back either Nara or a better answer than failure. Demanding, you muttered approvingly. Lien stepped forward and tied a narrow frost thread around Shin's wrist. A locator if the return corridor opens within my range. You pressed a flame bead into his palm. If the void tries to make you forget heat exists. Jin handed him a folded sheet of rune silk. Do not read this unless geometry becomes insulting. If geometry does become insulting, read the second side first. Shan simply took his shoulder once and squeezed hard enough to hurt. Come back, anchored. Then Mira moved to stand beside him at the threshold. No ceremony. No second thoughts performed for the audience. The fifth vow had changed how she occupied silence. It was no longer absence as escape alone. It had become chosen concealment, chosen presence, chosen departure with someone else rather than from everyone else. Ready, she said. Before Shun could answer, a new pressure touched the outer edge of the platform. Not hostile. Immense. Kale Duskburn landed on the cloud shelf with all the courtesy of a landslide deciding to be articulate. Stormveil guards all over the perimeter half-drew weapons and then remembered who they were looking at. Kale took in the threshold, the void monks, Myra's stance, the six-vow resonance around Shun, and the dark silver wound opening into non-space. I'll escort you to the threshold proper, he said. Kaylee stared. Why? Kale's expression held the same severe indifference it always did, but something in his gaze remained fixed on the void beyond the platform. Professional curiosity. He paused. And because the address points deeper than I expected. There is something in the third deep that has been watching that marker since before your empress learned to desecrate architecture. The air changed around the threshold. Even the void monks looked less pleased with existence than usual. Shin met Kale's eyes. What kind of thing? Kale stepped to the platform edge and looked into the dark silver opening, as if appraising whether too old for names. The kind, he said, that notices when souls are hidden where they should not remain. Then the threshold bell rang without sound. The void path opened fully, and Shunwook stepped forward with Mira Duskblade beside him toward a depth where even apex cultivators preferred to stop giving reassuring answers. Chapter 101 The void threshold did not resemble crossing into another place. It resembled being unmade in a more organized direction. One step after the platform edge, sky ceased to be a valid category. Light did not vanish. It lost agreement with distance. Sound did not stop. It forgot how to travel. The 6 active vows inside Shinwook flared in immediate protest as the world around him abandoned every ordinary habit except hostility. Kale Duskburn moved ahead of them anyway. Not comfortably. That was the first useful thing Shun had ever seen the man fail to disguise. The heaven-defying apex cultivator could force himself through the first deep by raw scale and cultivated will, but the void treated even his presence as temporary trespass rather than compatible authority. The airless dark around them peeled at his outline in slow sheets, as if testing whether a man so strong might still eventually come apart into simpler concepts. Mira adapted faster. The fifth vow had always suited her in the living world. Here it felt less like enhancement and more like a name her body should have answered years ago. She stepped through the threshold without resistance, not because the void liked her, but because it did not immediately classify her as noise worth erasing. That is unpleasant, Yu's voice said once through the last dying thread of the relay crystal. Then the connection snapped. Stormveil, the platform, the cloud shelf, the women waiting there. All of it fell away behind an absence so total that Shin understood at last why people who studied Void Dao often sounded as if ordinary speech had become a compromise they used only when courtesy demanded it. In this place, language itself felt too thick. The first deep spread around them in layered silver-black, planes that refused stable perspective. What looked like a floor a moment earlier became a vertical surface when viewed from the edge of the eye. Currents existed without wind. Distances existed without space. Once, Shin saw what looked like a shattered bridge hanging above them until Mira tilted her head and the bridge became a line receding underneath their feet. Do not trust direction, Kale said. Useful advice from the man who brought us here, Mira replied. You are welcome. Even here he remained intolerable. Shin found that reassuring in a narrow, hateful way. The vow of heaven's wind could not command this place. The sky did not exist here to answer it. The fifth vow mattered more. Silence thinned his presence. Myra's bond carried movement logic through the void in fragments he could almost understand. The sixth vow gave resistance to dissolution at the margins, tribulation scoured channels proving unexpectedly useful against a realm that gnawed its structure by principle. The other bonds stabilized him from within. That was the real trick. No one vow solved the void. 6 together made him difficult enough to erase that travel became possible. Kale led them to the border of the first deep by following nothing Shun could perceive directly. Perhaps that was what Apex looked like in hostile metaphysical terrain, not mastery. Only the ability to force coherent motion through conditions too old to respect any single system. Once, far off in the silver distance, a shape moved. Not large, not near. The suggestion of a many-limbed creature composed of negative space around a dim center, gliding along a seam where no current should have existed. Shin's 6th vow went cold. Myra's hand found a knife she could not possibly use here in any ordinary way. Kale did not turn his head. Void fauna, he said. Low hunger. Ignore them, and they may ignore you. May, Shin repeated. I do not traffic in false certainty. The fauna did ignore them, or perhaps merely concluded that Kale remained too expensive to test while the deeper marker awaited. Either interpretation was unsatisfying. Hours lost meaning. That was another cruelty of the void. Without sun, shadow, hunger rhythm, or ordinary breath to measure against, time became whatever the body remembered it should be and then stopped helping. Shin might have believed days were passing if the primer had not remained warm against his chest, pulsing once every so often with the same interval it used in the living world to mark important change. It kept him oriented to progression when the environment did not. At last Kale stopped. Ahead, the silver-black dark tightened into a line not visible so much as intolerably implied. The boundary of the first deep. Beyond it, the void thickened from hostile absence into something older and more aware. Kale looked at Shun. I go no farther. Mira studied the line ahead. You said the address points to the third deep. Yes. And this is only the border of the first. Kale's expression did not shift. Also yes. That was not encouraging. He looked past them into the deeper dark for one long breath before speaking again. There is something else in the third deep. I felt it when the Empress's gift entered circulation. It has been watching the marker she placed there, or the marker she discovered there. Possibly both. Either way, it is old enough that curiosity from such a thing becomes indistinguishable from appetite. Myra's gaze remained on the boundary. Can it cross? Not cleanly. Neither can you if you behave like living creatures instead of tolerated contradictions. Useful. Irritating. Standard Kale. He reached into his sleeve and drew out a narrow shard of black stone inscribed with one pale line. This will carry you through the next threshold if you break it while the 5th vow is active. It buys orientation, not safety. Do not mistake the distinction. Shin took it. The stone felt cold in a way ordinary cold never managed. Why help? Kale considered him with the same severe dissatisfaction he seemed to reserve for every answer he found insufficiently singular. Because if you fail here, the Empress's thesis improves. That was apparently the closest he came to solidarity. Then he stepped back from the boundary. Return if you can. If you cannot, attempt to die in a way that teaches something useful. Inspiring, Mira said. Waste less time than your sarcasm deserves. With that, Kale Duskburn turned and walked back into the first deep's false distances, diminishing not by scale, but by category until even the idea of his presence seemed absorbed into the older silver dark. Shun and Mira stood alone at the edge of the next descent. The primer warmed sharply. Nara's address had shifted. Not far. Deeper. And whatever old thing Kale had sensed in the third deep was no longer merely watching the marker. It was moving toward it. Chapter 102 Crossing from the first deep into the next layer required breaking Kale's stone under silence. That sentence would have sounded insane in any other realm. Here it counted as procedure. Shin opened the 5th vow and felt Myra's movement logic align with his own, their shared silence not erasing presence entirely, but thinning it until the void had to work harder to classify them as intrusions. He snapped the black stone in his palm. Pale script bled out once, wrapped around both of them like a circle drawn by someone who distrusted circles, and the boundary ahead softened just enough to admit passage. The first deep fell away. The next layer did not greet them with violence. It greeted them with indifference, so total violence would have been easier. The second deep had no surfaces at all, only drifting reference points. Broken pillars made of dark glass, spirals of pale dust moving through no wind, distant flares that might have been reflections or souls or creatures deciding how much of themselves deserved manifestation. Shin's body no longer knew which direction it occupied. Heaven's wind refused to function properly because there was no sky to negotiate with. He adapted by leaning harder into silence and unbreaking, using the former to move and the latter to keep his own structure from treating the environment as a reason to fail. Mira moved ahead of him in precise half-steps through nothing. Do not try to orient by what looks nearest, she said. What do I orient by? She glanced back. What feels least interested in us? That was not a comforting system. It was, unfortunately, correct. The void fauna appeared 3 times in the next stretch. First as circling shapes around a drifting shard field, entities shaped like fish if fish had been designed by someone who hated anatomy and respected absence instead. They turned around Shun and Mira once, sensing the 5th vow's quiet, then drifted away toward a stronger disturbance farther off. Second as a long-ribbed silhouette coiled around a black pillar in the distance, too large to classify, and far enough that Prudence preferred not to try. Its dim center eye, if it was an eye, opened as they passed. The primer pulsed in warning. Myra's fingers closed on Shun's sleeve and guided them into a slanting path that made no sense visually and perfect sense 2 breaths later when the creature's attention slid off them entirely. Third as small pale things with 2 mini mouths gathering around a fixed point ahead. That one mattered. The fixed point was not a creature. It was Nara, or rather the first visible extension of her soul presence. She drifted at the boundary between the 2nd and 3rd deep like a thought refusing erasure by practicing stillness so hard it had become art. Her soul form did not look ghostly in the vulgar sense. It looked exact, smaller than life, perhaps, but brighter in the one-way brightness still functioned here. Coherence under dissolution. Silver-black strands peeled slowly from her outline and then, by deliberate act of void Tao, folded back in rather than dispersing farther. The feeder things circling her had not yet touched. They were waiting, or worshipping. In the void it was difficult to tell those apart. Nara saw them immediately. Of course she did. Her gaze moved first to Mira, then to Shun, and the faintest change entered her expression. You took longer than my preferred branch, she said. Relief hit him, so hard it nearly became pain. You are alive. That is an imprecise category here. Even half dispersed in non-space, she remained Nara Voidheart. The feeder things reacted then, tiny mouths opening in ripples around the coherence of speech. Mira stepped between them and Nara with one drawn knife, which made no practical sense in the void and still somehow improved the atmosphere. Will those become a problem? Only if they decide the larger disturbance is too far away to reach before this one weakens. Shun looked past her into the deeper dark. The thing Kale sensed. Yes. Nara's soul form drifted nearer without actually moving. It has been watching the address. I used the marker the Hollow Empress planted because it created a stable false route around worse currents. That made me visible to something older than her empire. Shin stared. You used her trap. It was efficient. Mira made a sound low in her throat that might have been admiration. This was not the reunion he had imagined, but the fact of reunion still struck him hard enough to make the vows answer. The 6 active threads warmed. Nara's outline steadied by a fraction. Her eyes sharpened. Good, she said. You brought more than grief. Then she looked past him into the 3rd deep and the calm in her expression acquired, for the first time since he had met her, the unmistakable outline of urgency. We need to move now. Chapter 103 Nara Voidheart was more alive in the void than she had been on the temple's stone. That was the first thought Shun could not keep from himself as they moved. Not because her soul was whole. It was not. Threads of her drifted constantly into the dark and had to be reeled back by deliberate void practice before they crossed from pattern into loss. But here, absent the damage of a broken body and the lag between soul and flesh, she occupied herself with an intensity the living world had only partly revealed. Every line of her drifting form held decision. Every glance measured more than ordinary sight. They traveled by following her refusals. Not there, she would say, indicating a path that looked clearer than the others. That current remembers flesh too well. Or left. The dark ahead is not empty enough. The void translated her instructions into survival with unnerving precision. Shin tried twice to ask direct questions and learned quickly that the answers mattered only after movement. The feeder things had peeled away behind them, but the deeper old presence remained in motion, adjusting course with the same patience a mountain might use if mountains were allowed to haunt. Only when they reached a field of broken glass-like monoliths drifting in silent rotation did Nara let them slow. How long? Shin asked. Since the tribulation. No. How long until dispersal? Nara considered the question with visible care. Under ordinary conditions, I would already be gone. The strike severed me at the 7th threshold cleanly enough that only Void Tao and the primer's interference kept pattern from immediate collapse. Mira looked at the monoliths around them. And under these conditions. 3 weeks, Nara said. Perhaps less if forced movement becomes more violent. 3 weeks. The 1-year estimate at the temple had always included stasis, body anchor, and recovery path assumptions. Here, in the void, She had been buying time by personal technique rather than institutional support. The arithmetic had changed again. Shin's jaw tightened. You said 1 year. The primer said 1 year for delayed recovery through proper sequence. That remains true in the living world where my body is preserved. Here, I am using a narrower method. She looked directly at him. I came here because staying near the surface would have made retrieval by the Hollow Empress easier. In the deeper layers, she has fewer clean routes and more reasons to hesitate. Mira asked, you chose the void over a weaker enemy. I chose a larger uncertainty over a more predictable predator. That, too, was painfully consistent with Nara. Shin forced himself to stop staring at the strands peeling from her shoulders and hands. Can you come back now? No. No softness in it. No attempt to pad the refusal. The soul-body alignment cannot reverse from this depth by ordinary escort. If I leave now without the 7th vow anchoring me, the remaining pattern tears under transition. Her gaze flicked to the 6 active threads around him. You are closer than expected. 6. I can count. There was almost dry humor there. It hurt more than grief. He stepped closer. Then we forged the 7th now. For the first time since they had found her, Nara's expression changed enough to look almost startled. Yes, she said after a breath. That was always the most efficient answer. He had expected caution. A lecture on risk. Void Tao complexities. Instead, he got agreement from a woman who had apparently already walked the problem to its boundary and decided which solutions deserved the dignity of being called real. You decided already. At the temple, the answer landed between them with more weight than the monolith field. You knew? I knew there was a possible branch in which the tribulation killed me. You came here, and the 7th vow became the only lawful bridge home. She looked toward the deeper dark where the old presence kept approaching in patient curves. I chose to give that branch a chance. He could not tell whether relief or anger reached him first. You might have told me. Would it have improved your choices or only burdened them? Mira muttered. I am beginning to see why void nuns and assassins sometimes get along. Shin looked at Nara for a long moment, at the soul form held together by discipline fierce enough to make serenity seem like an aggressive act. I wondered when you'd come, she said then, quieter than before. There it was. Not prophecy. Want. He felt the 6 active vows answer. The void around them dimmed by a fraction. And somewhere beyond the monolith field, the old thing in the 3rd deep turned its attention fully toward the light they had just made together. Chapter 1:0 for the 7th vow required less ceremony in the void and more honesty. There was no stable ground to stand on. No altar. No storm-lashed terrace or temple court or battlefield interlude where 2 lives could mistake architecture for structure. Here they had only Nara's drifting soul form, Myra's watchful silence at the edge of the monolith field, the primer floating between them, and a surrounding dark that wanted all patterns reduced eventually. Which was perhaps fitting. Vows, Shin thought, had never belonged to places in the deepest sense, only to truths spoken where retreat remained possible and was refused. Nara hovered before him, her outline silver-black and exact, the faint fraying at her edges more visible now that he let himself see it. She did not look fragile. She looked costly. Ask, she said. No trembling. No ritual preface. Just instruction. His chest tightened around a fear different from battle. This vow would not simply add force. It would commit the full path. 7 keys. 7 truths. The whole architecture his father had died to begin naming. If he forged this and still failed, there would be no gentler fiction left about what the failure meant. My truth, he said slowly, is that I am terrified of what happens if I succeed. The void stilled. Even Mira, at the perimeter, shifted only by attention. He kept going because the first cut was correct. Not just of the responsibility. Not even of the enemies who come after a man who can reverse death. I am afraid of becoming the sort of person who believes he has the right to decide which losses count as final. I have spent so much of this path reacting to theft, murder, betrayal, and the pressure of people who think souls are only another grade of fuel. If I reach the apex and gain the power to overturn heaven's own decree. He swallowed once. I do not know what kind of man holds that and stays human. The primer brightened. Truth accepted, but not finished. Nara's gaze did not waver. Good, she said. Fear of misuse is still better than hunger for permission. Her turn. The fraying at her right shoulder drifted outward and folded back in before the dark could claim it. I spent years practicing void Tao by reducing want, she said. Every teacher I had believed desire fed attachment and attachment fed suffering. They were correct within narrow limits. I became very skilled at wanting less. Her eyes held his without the slightest shield. Then I met you and learned that part of what I called peace was only cowardice refined into doctrine. I wanted the 7th vow long before the tribulation. I wanted a bond strong enough that absence stopped pretending it was wisdom. The primer flared brighter. Still not complete. Shin understood. This was the last one. No room for half measures. I am also afraid, he said, that if I save you, I will begin believing I can save everyone. And if I begin believing that, then every death after will become not grief, but accusation. Nara inhaled, or made the nearest void equivalent. Then hear mine. For the first time, emotion entered her voice unhidden. Not loud. Clear. I do not want you to erase mortality. I want you to reach me. I want a life chosen after this, not because death was denied in principle, but because this death was engineered by theft and should not be granted dignity it never earned. If others die later beyond your reach, that will still be sorrow. It will not invalidate this. That was the answer. Not permission to become judge of all endings. Permission to refuse a corrupted one. The primer rose between them on its own. Truth accepted. Seventh resonance viable. Mira stepped closer then, not interfering, only narrowing the perimeter as the dark around the monolith field began to move with less patience than before. Whatever old thing is coming, she said quietly. It has noticed. Shin reached for Nara's hand. Her soul form met his living one without resistance and without warmth in any ordinary sense. The contact felt like touching exactness itself. Silence answered first, then the other 6 threads. Stillness, fire, runes, unbreaking, heaven's wind. Each one recognized not similarity, but completion in the sense a circle might recognize the last line that made it no longer aspiration. Nara's fingers closed around his. I chose to stay at the temple, she said, voice low and steady, because some branches ended with no one coming. I wanted to give this branch a chance to become real. The 7th vow ignited. No light. That was the first sign. Not darkness either. The removal of every false distinction between them and the void for one impossible breath. The monolith field vanished. The drifting dark vanished. Even Myra's outline disappeared from the edge of sight. There was only one immense, perfect silence in which all 7 threads lit at once across realms. On the storm-veil cloud shelf, far behind them, every bound woman felt it. Lian in stillness. You in flame. Zhen over her script tables. Mira beside the threshold in living absence. Shan anchored to the waking realm. Kaylee under the war sky. All of them answered. Vow of erasure. The 7th meridian opened in Shun's spirit without violence, and therefore with more terror than any of the others. It did not add force. It added authority over whether hostile force remained real after meeting him. Nullification, yes, but deeper than that. The power to write absence into what had no right to continue. The breakthrough came at once. Domain manifestation, level 1. In the void, the first shape of his domain did not appear as territory. It appeared as a law. What is stolen may be denied continuity. The old thing in the 3rd deep answered with movement like mountains waking. Myra's knife came up. We have the vow, she said. Now we need to leave. Chapter 105. Leaving would have been simpler if the void believed in rewards. It did not. The old thing in the 3rd deep arrived as pressure before form. The monolith field around them tilted toward a center point that did not exist a breath earlier. Distances folded inward. Nara's newly anchored soul form brightened under the 7th vow, gaining coherence. But that same coherence also acted like a beacon to everything in the deeper layers that fed on pattern. Shin opened the vow of erasure on instinct. The result shocked even him. One of the approaching null currents, a wide silver-black flow carrying the old presence's reach through the monolith field, simply ceased to apply where his intent touched it. Not blocked, not diverted, rewritten into absence. For one breath a clear path opened through impossible terrain. Mira looked at him with open approval sharpened by urgency. Good. Again. He did. The 2nd cut cost more. Vow of erasure did not spend chi the way ordinary arts did. It spent certainty. Every use demanded that he know precisely what in the enemy or environment should no longer continue. Hesitation muddied the effect. Overreach made the vow recoil. Here, in the void, trying to erase too large a swath of hostile non-space would have been like trying to command the sea to stop having depth. So he worked narrowly. Erase the current. Erase the feeder cluster. Erase the false distance between this monolith and the next. Nara moved with them now, not drifting but tethered through the 7th bond. Her soul body still not ready for full return, yet far more stable than before. The connection between them sang with void logic and a terrible kind of hope. There, she said, pointing to nothing visible. Mira saw it first. Path fold. They ran toward it through terrain that did not agree it was terrain. Behind them, the old thing finally took clearer shape. Void sovereign. No animal metaphor survived contact with it. Too large for beast. Too coherent for weather. Too ancient for simple monstrosity. It moved through the third deep as if the layer had grown around its preferences rather than the other way around. A body implied by drifting horns of darkness and vast rib lines of absence. At its center, not an eye, but a point where attention itself had become dense enough to count as hunger. Shin's new domain law recoiled in instinctive warning. Mira did not look back again. How long to the boundary? Nara answered with the same calm she had used while dead. For minutes if nothing goes wrong. Then everything goes wrong in the fifth, Mira said. That was apparently comfort in her dialect. The fold path opened under the seventh vow's guidance, a seam leading upward toward survivable transition. Shun used heaven's wind where sky logic vaguely reappeared, silence where being noticed became fatal, and erasure whenever the Void Sovereign's reach sent smaller predatory structures ahead of it to slow them down. One reached Mira in the form of a chain of pale mouths. She stepped through it with the fifth vow and came out behind the thing, dragging emptiness in her wake. Shin erased the line that kept it coherent. It came apart into harmless dark. Another struck from beneath, a ribbed mass of null force aiming for Nara's trailing soul strands. Shin met it with domain and erasure together. What is stolen may be denied continuity. The attack vanished around Nara's left side and left a clean arc through which they kept moving. The cost mounted fast. By the third major use of erasure, blood ran from Shun's nose and one ear. His new domain manifestation core shuddered under strain. This vow was apex adjacent in a way the others had not been. It reached into legalities the body was not yet built to carry for long. Faster, Mira said. Working on it. The boundary of the first deep came into view as a pale line too thin to trust and too valuable to miss. Beyond it waited the layer where Kale had left them, still hostile and almost comforting for being the lesser danger now. The Void Sovereign surged. Not with speed exactly, with decision. The whole third deep leaned after them. Nara went still beside Shun, and in that stillness he felt a warning she had not wanted to voice sooner. It sees your Vowlight, she said. That sounds personal. It is. 30 seconds. 20. Mira reached the boundary first and tore Kale's orientation shard against it with her knife hand. The first deep's line opened. 15. Shin pulled Nara through. The Void Sovereign struck the boundary at the same instant. It could not cross fully. Kale had been right. But old things denied one category of movement often chose another. A tendril of pure null intent, thin as wire and old as starless grief, lashed through the opening and touched Shun's soul before the seventh vow could close the path. Cold entered him where no cold should. Then the boundary sealed. The Void Sovereign remained in the third deep, vast and frustrated and far enough now to count as not immediate death. Shin dropped to one knee in the first deep, breath ripping through his chest. Mira crouched beside him. What happened? He looked down at his hands. Nothing visible. No wound. No blood beyond what already marked the void run. I don't know. Nara knew. Her soul form, steadier now under the seventh vow, had gone very still in the way only void practitioners and people receiving terrible information ever managed. We need to leave the void now, she said. Can it follow? No. That should have been good. It was not. Because she was not looking at the boundary. She was looking at him. And whatever mark the Void Sovereign had left on Shun Wuk's soul, it was bad enough that even Nara chose not to explain it until they reached the living realm. Chapter 106. The first deep felt almost merciful after the third. That was its own indictment. Shin Wuk forced himself up from one knee and followed Mira and Nara through the false distances of the outer void, with the new seventh vow burning clean through his spirit and the hidden mark beneath it burning dirtier. Nara's soul form had stabilized under the bond. Not fully. Not enough to survive indefinite delay. But the fraying that had haunted every movement near the monolith field now held closer to her outline, woven inward by the vow of erasure's recognition. That should have been enough to ease him. It did not. The thing that had touched his soul at the boundary had left no visible wound, yet every active bond had changed in response. Not weakened. Warier. Even Heaven's Wind, the newest before erasure and still learning the shape of trust, kept skimming around one blind place inside his core as if air itself disliked passing there. Mira noticed before he found the language for it. Your step timing changed. I am glad one of us enjoys cataloging damage while walking through non-space. I do not enjoy it, she said. I rely on it. Fair. Nara drifted ahead by half a pace, guiding them through paths only intermittently visible to anyone else. The seventh bond between her and Shun felt unlike the others. Not louder, quieter in the deepest sense. The first six all carried active elements of collision with the world: stillness, fire, script, stone, silence, storm. Erasure carried law. It did not want expression so much as right application. How far? Mira asked. The first deep border should not take long, Nara said. The problem is what the vow light woke on the way. As if named, the void answered. A ripple moved through the silver distance behind them. Then another. Not the vast approaching gravity of the void sovereign itself. Lesser things. Echo feeders, perhaps, or scavenger entities drawn by the wake of an ancient predator and the brighter coherence of souls too recently rescued to stop shining about it. The first swarm arrived from above. They looked like collapsed birds made of folded mouths. Mira stepped through them and cut air that was not air. The fifth vow turned her knife path into absence enough that the leading three entities lost the edges, keeping their shapes legal. Shun followed with erasure and removed continuity from the swarm's center. 10 creatures vanished. The others spun away and reformed farther off, learning. They adapt, Mira said. So do we. Your optimism is becoming suspicious. He would have answered if the larger pressure had not changed. Behind the swarms, deeper than sight and older than urgency, the void sovereign had adjusted to losing its first reach. Shin felt it not as approach, but as narrowing interest. The third deep no longer merely contained a creature. It leaned through itself with intent, searching for a second line into him through the mark it had placed. Nara stopped so sharply the surrounding dark rotated. No. That single word carried more alarm than anything else she had said since they entered the void. What? Her gaze did not leave him. It is using the mark to infer your pattern. Mira turned. Meaning the sovereign is no longer chasing our current position. It is studying where he must be if the mark remains attached to a soul, still moving toward the living realm. That was worse than pursuit. That was prediction. Shin felt cold seep under the seventh vow. Can it reach again? Not cleanly through the boundary. But the mark gives it permission to continue trying. The feed swarms returned before the implications settled. This time they came in coordinated layers, driven not by hunger alone, but by a shaping intelligence too distant to command directly and close enough to bias instinct. Mira took the left line. Shin took the center. Nara did something stranger than both, lifting one hand and turning a whole current empty by asking the void what part of its own movement it no longer wished to remember. 3 layers broke. The fourth reached Shin's chest. The hidden mark answered. Not outwardly. Internally. A pulse of cold null force surged from the blind place under his core and erased one whole swarm line without his consent. The entities vanished in a neat crescent. Mira stared. That was not you. No. Nara's expression flattened into precise dread. Move. They ran faster. The boundary of the living approach appeared ahead as a silver wound cut through the first deeps drifting dark. Beyond it waited the thin veil of the storm veil threshold, and, if the vow and route had held, a path back to breath, sky, gravity, and the women who had felt the seventh pulse but not yet seen whether it ended in return. Then the void sovereign itself looked at him through the mark. The world did not stop. It miscounted. One breath became too long. Myra's step ahead of him became 2 positions at once. Nara's hand reached for him from a direction that had not existed previously. He understood, in the same instant, that the old creature did not need to cross a boundary fully to be dangerous. It only needed one thread through which perception itself could be bent. The first deep around them filled with a giant eye that was not an eye and had never evolved for anything as provincial as seeing. Shin opened the vow of erasure against the mark inside him. Nothing happened. Not because the vow failed. Because he did not yet know what exact law to deny. The distinction cost time. Mira reached him first, slammed her palm against the center of his chest, and drove silence through the mark's first visible expression. The impossible I fractured. Nara took the opening and cut the path home wide enough for one desperate transition. Through, she said. Shun followed them toward the living threshold with the void sovereign still watching from the deeper dark, patient now because old predators preferred a branded trail to panic chase. It knew he would have to carry the mark out. And for the first time since forging the seventh vow, Shin understood that rescue from one abyss had already smuggled the next disaster inside his own soul. Chapter 107 The return from the void felt less like emergence than impact. Shinwuk and Mira crossed the threshold with Nara's soul anchored between them and hit the Stormveil cloud shelf hard enough that the waiting arrays screamed in protest. Air slammed back into his lungs. Gravity resumed its vulgar certainty. Sound returned all at once. Shouted warnings, bells from the void monks. You cursing in 2 dialects at once, Zhen demanding status before anyone's heartbeat had become trustworthy. For one disorienting second, he could not tell which part hurt more. Then the living realm chose for him. The mark under his core went quiet. Not gone. Masked. Nara's soul form hovered over her preserved body inside the stasis pavilion, while the void monks and Jun moved into position with the sort of efficiency reserved for rituals no one wanted to repeat and everyone had prepared for anyway. Kaylee held the perimeter with the Stormveil guards. Lien stood near the threshold line, frost gathering under her boots from relief too disciplined to display otherwise. Shan looked at Shin once, saw he remained upright, and turned her full attention to making sure no one external ruined the sequence. Do it, Jin said. The void monks opened the pavilion seals. Nara's body lay where they had left it, pale and still under layers of null script and skylight glass. Seeing the flesh after meeting the soul created a wound all its own. She had been more herself in the void and less alive. Here she looked merely absent, which was somehow harder to forgive. Nara's soul form lowered toward the body. The seventh vow answered immediately. A thread of silver-black light, too clean to be ordinary spirit force and too deliberate to call merely emotional, ran from Shun's chest to Nara's hovering form and into the preserved body below. The 6 older vows joined it one by one, not because they belonged to her, but because the entire sovereign network had become one system now and could no longer pretend any single bond returned alone. Careful, the eldest void monk said. To whom? It was unclear. Nara descended. The first contact went smoothly. Soul touched flesh. Flesh remembered ownership. The stasis array adjusted. Then the body rejected one layer of return. Not the soul. Time. The tribulation-severed gap between the moment of engineered death and the present had to be crossed lawfully, and lawful crossing required more precision than any of them had yet fully earned. Shin felt the vow of erasure rise in answer, not as brute power but as exact denial. This interruption does not possess rightful continuity. The silver-black thread tightened. Nara's body arched once, not violently, more like someone surfacing from deep water and remembering weight existed. The pavilion bells rang without being struck. Jin's runic arrays flared white gold along the floor. Kaylee's stormglass perimeter answered with a low blue hum. Every bound woman felt the seventh vow close the distance between soul and flesh in one terrifying, elegant motion. Then Nara inhaled. Just one breath. But real. You made a sound halfway between victory and grief. Lien closed her eyes briefly. Mira, who respected emotional scenes mainly as operational landmarks, leaned against the pavilion frame and said, Good. Now can we address the part where he came back, carrying someone else's hunger? The room turned to Shun at once. Nara's eyes had only just opened. Even half-conscious, she looked at him with perfect clarity. Yes, she said. We should. The void monks completed the reintegration sequence over the next day. Nara could not stand. Speaking cost her. But she remained herself, and that fact alone altered the shape of the camp. The women who had held the line through 3 realms and 6 vows now had 7, and the missing one was no longer an absent center in every conversation. Shun reached domain manifestation level 2 by the end of the restoration. Not through training. Through consequence. The 7-vow network had become too coherent to fit under the earlier stage. Every meridian widened under the pressure of a completed circuit. His first domain law sharpened too, shifting from private refusal into something more public and dangerous. What is stolen may be denied continuity. He might have spent a day learning that in peace if heaven had respected timing. It did not. At sunset on Nara's first full day back in her body, the sky over the cloud shelf tore. Not with storm. With law. A vertical line of white gold script opened 50 meters above the stasis pavilion and descended into the shape of a figure too large to call human except out of legal habit. Armor of moving ordnance. Face made of restrained light. In one hand, a scroll longer than a ship's mast. In the other, a staff inscribed with penalties severe enough that even the Stormveil guards forgot, for one humiliating breath, how to hold formation. The Heavens Warden had arrived. Chapter 108. The Heavens Warden stood 50 meters tall because the sky had decided symbolism aided enforcement. White gold law script moved over its armor in endless revisions, codicils writing themselves along the edges of plates that never stopped adjusting to the pressure of what they contained. Its face carried no features beyond the approximate geometry required for mortal minds not to go blind trying to interpret abstract ordnance as a person. The scroll in its left hand unrolled by its own will until it hung over the cloud shelf like a suspended sentence waiting for an audience to finish realizing it existed. No one attacked. Even you limited herself to setting both hands on fire and insulting the concept of divine bureaucracy under her breath. Kaylee stepped forward first because sovereigns met intrusions with posture even when posture was the least useful weapon available. State purpose, she said. The warden's head turned. When it answered, the sound did not cross the air. It entered every cultivator's meridians directly and declared itself there. Enforcement of standing heavenly decree. Designation: Soul XN 7, Nara Void Heart. Original cause of death: divine tribulation. Violation detected: unlawful interference with ordained soul severance. I went to Nara. She sat upright now within the pavilion, weak but very much alive in the only sense that mattered. The seventh vow between her and Shun glowed faintly under the warden's law pressure, not recoiling, only refusing to pretend heaven's paperwork had greater reality than the woman breathing behind the glass. The scroll unrolled farther. Additional violation: sovereign carrier Shinwak. Act: partial reversal of divine sentence through unauthorized vow law escalation. Recommended penalty: capital correction. Stormveil guards shifted in open panic. A few lower-ranked officers almost drew weapons before Kaylee's domain pulse flattened the impulse out of them. Jun, to her credit, looked less afraid than furious. Capital correction, she said. Heaven does enjoy euphemism when the act itself is murder. The warden did not acknowledge her. Its head remained fixed on Shun. Surrender is requested. Resistance will be categorized as aggravating. You laughed aloud. Requested. I hate it already, Mira said. Shin stepped to the front of the pavilion line before anyone else could mistake dramatic loyalty for useful sequencing. The mark under his soul remained quiet. The 7 vows remained active. Nara watched him without blinking. You are late, he said to Heaven's officer. That earned reactions from every mortal present, and none from the warden, which was perhaps more impressive. Clarify. The tribulation that killed Nara was misdirected by mortal interference. The Pale Dominion installed a redirection array beneath the Temple of Null. The death you are citing as lawful divine sentence was engineered into a personal execution by an external actor. The cloud shelf went still. This was not the argument anyone expected him to open with. The warden's script changed speed. The law lines over its armor began moving faster, cross-referencing categories in visible bursts. Potential contamination of decree noted. Evidence requested. Jin nearly smiled. Oh good, she said. It can read. Shin did not look at her. Evidence exists in the Temple of Null Undercroft, in surviving Pale Dominion devices, and in the testimony of witnesses now present and still alive, because the array was only partially successful. The warden processed in silence heavy enough to bend cloud edges. Nara spoke from within the pavilion. The correction event was mine to anchor. The strike that severed me was not. Its descent vector had been altered. The warden's head turned to her. Witness credibility, high. Conflicting decree conditions expanding. Kale Duskburn, who had apparently decided cosmic law was worth watching in person, stood on a distant cloud shelf with all the interest of a man attending an execution to critique the rope quality. He said nothing. That meant even he thought interruption might reduce the value of the coming stupidity. The warden's gaze returned to Shun. Further objection. It was not a question, merely procedure. Good. He had more. Second, he said, the reversal is not complete. Nara's return was interrupted by threshold drift, delayed by stasis, then anchored by vow law after external contamination of the original decree. If your own categories matter, then the sentence has not been cleanly overturned. It has been contested pending proper resolution. Jin whispered, that is the ugliest useful argument I have ever heard. Kaylee murmured, I approve. The warden paused longer. Its scroll rewrote an entire section in front of them. Pending proper resolution. Conditionality possible. That was movement. Small. Real. The law figure still held the authority to erase them all if it chose. But it had not yet chosen. Heaven, for once, was being forced to read its own fine print. The warden's head lowered by 1 exact degree. State final objection. Shin took one breath and gave it the sharpest blade left. The Hollow Empress has been violating soul law through a corrupted vow eternal path for 300 years. She consumes rather than bonds, interferes with soul decrees at scale, and built the trap that caused this case. If heaven tolerated that long enough to let her become your standing embarrassment, then precedent already exists for delayed intervention in vow law matters. For the first time, the warden went fully still. Not because it had no answer, because the answer was politically expensive even for heaven. All over the cloud shelf, cultivators who had feared immediate destruction began realizing they were watching Shun Wuk argue procedure with the cosmos and not lose. The warden rolled its scroll, closed by 1/4. Administrative pause initiated. That sounded better than capital correction. The sky above the pavilion darkened into waiting, and Shun understood that the next decision would determine not only Nara's legality, but whether heaven itself was willing to admit it had been looking away from the wrong immortal long enough to become complicit. Chapter 109 The Heavens Warden Thought, Invisible Revisions. That was the strange advantage of arguing with a law construct rather than a man. Pride existed, no doubt, but it had to express itself through categories rather than theatrics. As the warden processed Shun Wuk's objections, new lines crawled over its armor and across the suspended scroll. Clauses rewrote themselves. Precedent annotations flashed into being and vanished. Somewhere inside the towering figure, Heaven's bureaucracy was either experiencing revelation or drafting a more elegant refusal. Jean, watching like a scholar at the edge of blasphemy, whispered, "It hates that you made this internally consistent." "Good," Shin said. Kaylee's domain remained half open around the pavilion line, not because she expected to win a direct fight with the warden and live, but because sovereignty disliked kneeling without first making Heaven state the demand in writing. Nara leaned against the inner frame of her pavilion chair, pale and breathing carefully. The seventh vow between her and Shun remained clear despite the law pressure. It did not read like crime to him. It read like a correction too honest for bureaucrats. At length the warden spoke again. Counterpoint. Partial restoration still constitutes interference with executed decree. Shin answered at once. Only if the decree was valid at execution. Contamination remains unproven. Nara closed her eyes briefly, then opened them with that same infuriating, useful precision she had brought to every impossible moment so far. "Your own instrument can read the scar in my soul pattern," she said. "Divine tribulation leaves clean law channels. The one that struck me carries mortal redirection residue. If your perception cannot distinguish the two, then either Heaven is under-equipped for its own function or this hearing is decorative." You made a delighted noise. I missed her. The warden turned its full attention to Nara. Soul pattern scan authorized. A column of white gold light descended over the pavilion. Stormveil guards recoiled. Jun started forward and stopped only when Nara lifted one finger in the smallest possible signal to hold. The scan lasted 7 breaths. During it, the seventh vow between Shun and Nara brightened and then steadied. Law read law. Whatever the warden saw, it did not look pleased afterward. Contaminant trace detected. Mortal interference probability, high. Movement again. The warden's scroll rewrote more aggressively this time, erasing several lines of capital language and replacing them with nested conditionality. Shin did not relax. Conditionality from Heaven still killed people all the time. It merely liked to pretend paperwork softened outcomes. Third point. He said before the construct could settle into a narrower retreat. The Hollow Empress has maintained a corrupted vow eternal state for 3 centuries. You have either tolerated it or failed to stop it. Which precedent applies here matters. The warden's head angled. Relevance. If Heaven ignored systemic soul law violation at a mortal scale for 300 years, then selective immediate enforcement against one contested reversal reveals bias, not order. That sentence hit the cloud shelf harder than any lightning strike had. Kaylee looked sideways at him with something between admiration and professional alarm. He is indicting the institution now. Correctly, Jin said. Kale laughed from his distant shelf. The sound carried through the high air like stone breaking under accumulated pressure. At last, he called. Someone asks the clerk why the palace has been burning for 3 centuries while the bill arrives for 1 candle. The warden did not turn toward him, but the lines on its armor accelerated further. Historical enforcement record, incomplete. Corrupted eternal case classified under unresolved exceptional authority. There it was. Not innocence. Administrative cowardice rendered in sanctified terminology. Shin pressed. Then by your own admission, precedent for unresolved exceptional authority already exists. Nara's case is narrower, cleaner, and directly linked to contaminated decree conditions. If you execute enforcement here while leaving the Hollow Empress untouched, your law ceases to be law and becomes preference with better armor. The warden went silent. For a dangerous moment Shin thought he had pressed far enough to trigger the very violence he was trying to avoid. The sky around the construct tightened. The staff in its right hand glowed brighter. Across the shelf, guards and cultivators braced in helpless instinct. Then the brightness dimmed. The warden rolled its scroll inward another half turn. Argument accepted in part. Immediate capital correction suspended. You exhaled fire in visible triumph. Jin whispered. In part is still doing unpleasant work there. Yes. The construct had not come to pardon. It had come to enforce. Suspension merely meant Heaven had discovered inconvenience large enough to delay the blade. The warden's voice entered them again. Soul XN, 7 remains under contested status. Carrier Shin Wuk remains under probationary violation review. Probationary. The word sounded ridiculous when held next to war palaces, void sovereigns, and death denied through 7 vows. It was also, in that moment, glorious. Nara let out a slow breath. She had likely been rationing for 10 sentences. The warden raised its scroll once more. Final determination pending compliant resolution through recognized apex condition. Shin's pulse climbed. He already knew what recognized apex condition meant. The warden was about to place the entire crisis inside a timetable. Chapter 110. The Heavens Warden gave them 30 days. Not in mercy. In accounting. Final determination, it declared, would be stayed for a period of 30 living realm days under one condition only. Shinwuk must complete lawful reversal through attainment of the true vow eternal apex within that window. If he failed, the contested decree over Nara Voidheart would be re-executed in full, and his own probationary violation would convert back into capital correction with no further hearing. 30 days. On the cloud shelf, even the wind seemed insulted. You reacted first and correctly. That is impossible. The warden did not disagree. Probability assessment, low. I admire honest malice, Mira said. Kaylee stepped forward despite knowing the answer in advance. He has only just reached domain manifestation. You are requiring ascent through stages that take ordinary sovereigns decades. Recognized apex condition remains the sole compliant path. Of course it did. The scroll sealed itself with a line of fire-white law. 30 days to reach vow eternal. 30 days to integrate 7 vows into a stage his father had only theorized. 30 days before heaven, having finally noticed the argument, decided process had been satisfied enough to kill again. Shin looked to Nara. She met the deadline the way she met everything else, by refusing to grant Panic the authority of being first. Then we used the 30 days. That sentence kept the whole shelf from breaking into 10 worse ones. The warden's gaze remained on Shun. Further interference from corrupted eternal authority will be monitored. Failure to complete lawful reversal voids all provisional suspension. Translation, Zhun said later, would likely be. The warden had finally decided the Hollow Empress's existence counted as an administrative embarrassment too large to ignore and had shifted some fraction of that burden onto the cleaner side of the path. Heaven, as usual, preferred to outsource courage. The construct began to withdraw. Its body blurred into white gold ordnance, staff and scroll collapsing inward until only one vertical line of law remained hanging over the cloud shelf like a threat deciding it had been sufficiently documented. Before vanishing fully, it delivered one final sentence directly into Shun's meridians. Achieve rightful apex, or make the universe easier to correct. Then it was gone. No thunder, no farewell, just the absence of impossible pressure and the immediate return of everyone else's breathing. You turned to Shun and pointed one burning finger at the empty sky. I disliked it. Noted. Kale Duskburn landed on the edge of the shelf a breath later, because apparently even negotiations with heaven could not conclude without his editorial presence. 30 days is better than execution today, he said. Your optimism grows extravagant, Kaylee replied. Kale ignored her and looked at Shun. The clerk is right about one thing. Vow Eternal was never meant to be climbed like a staircase. It is a resonance event masquerading as apex. If you attempt to grind through the rank ladder in sequence, you will die old and guilty. That matched what little Shun's father had implied, but not enough to solve anything. Then what? Shun asked. Kale's attention shifted to the primer at Shin's side. Open the last chapter. The words landed with strange weight. 7 vows were complete now. Nara had returned. The warden had defined the consequence. If his father had hidden the real road beyond all 7 bonds, this was the moment it had been waiting for. Back within the planning chamber that night, with Nara resting under lighter support and the others gathered in the ring that had now become less a war council than the center of an argument with reality, Shin set the primer on the table and opened it. The locked final chapter did not resist. It unfolded, not into a technique, into a letter, his father's hand. Shin Liangqi's script ran clean across the first page as if 3 dead years had simply stepped aside to let it speak. Son, if you are reading this, then history has already tried to kill what I failed to protect, and you have become stronger than any clean world would have required. That is both my hope and my regret. No one in the room spoke. Shin turned the page. The next lines were worse and better at once. Vow Eternal is not a rank to be climbed. It is a resonance event. The 7 meridians do not grant the apex by accumulation. They grant it by integration. Zhen's hand tightened on the table edge. Kaylee leaned in. Even Kale, still standing in the doorway because sitting was beneath some private doctrine of his, went still in a way that made the room feel smaller. Shin read on. The barrier is not power. It is unity. If you are still using each vow as a separate weapon, you are not ready. If you can no longer distinguish where one bond ends and the others begin, you are approaching the truth. At the bottom of the page, One more line waited in his father's hand. Son, your mother was the first vow key. The room changed. Not loudly, not visibly, but with the clean violence only certain revelations managed. And Shun understood that the final chapter was not going to teach him how to climb. It was going to tell him what kind of blood, grief, and betrayal had built the path beneath him from the beginning. Chapter 111. Shun Lianqi's letter ruined the room's previous understanding of his life in 7 words, and then kept going. Son, your mother was the first vow key. No one spoke, because speech would have reduced the sentence too quickly into categories everyone knew how to survive. Shin read on while the women around the table held still in their different ways. I did not know it at first. I thought I had simply married a woman brighter than my talent deserved and more patient than my work rewarded. Your mother laughed at my obsession with systems until the day my early experiments began reacting to her spirit in ways they had never reacted to any other cultivator. That was when theory became blood. The script remained steady. That made it worse. No performative grief. No visible trembling. Only the hand of a man who had spent too many years converting personal catastrophe into usable record because he feared history would take both if he failed. She carried one of the primordial signatures. Not fully awakened, not trained, but present enough that every line of my research changed around her. I called her my first proof. She called herself my first bad habit. You let out a breath that might have become a laugh in a less dangerous part of the story. Shin's fingers tightened on the page. The letter continued. Your mother died before I understood how to protect what she was. That is the shame underneath everything else. I told myself the work would save others if it could not save her. Some of that was noble. Much of it was grief wearing rigor as a mask, because grief sounds more respectable when it can cite equations. The room had become all edges. Nara sat upright under lighter support now, pale but clear-eyed enough to read over Shun's shoulder from across the table. Kaylee stood at the window like a storm practicing patience. Mira occupied the darkest useful corner. Jin leaned in so hard, it was a wonder the wood did not complain. Lien and you flanked the table. Shan stood behind Shin's chair as if revelations might require physical anchoring. He kept reading. Vow eternal is not attained by climbing rank after rank until heaven reluctantly approves. The 7 meridians are organs of one greater system. If you are still treating them as separate weapons, then you are not cultivating the sovereign path. You are carrying 7 excellent mistakes. Jin's eyes flashed. That is rude and correct. Kaylee said, I am beginning to like him for all the wrong reasons. Shin ignored both. His father had more to say, and none of it was going to arrive gently. Integration requires 3 recognitions. First, every vow is incomplete alone. Second, every vow alters the others by existing. Third, the carrier is not the center of the system. He is the conductor through which the system learns itself. Kale, still present because apparently even private inheritance of emotional devastation counted as public spectacle once he found it philosophically relevant, said from the doorway, there. At last. A sentence with backbone. You did not turn around. You can leave if you're going to review the dead. No. Standard. Shin reached the next section and felt his breathing change. If you have all 7 and the path still feels fragmented, do not pursue higher force. Pursue clearer relationship. Each vow must be understood not as a technique, but as a different answer to the same sovereign question. What rightfully continues, and what does not? That struck directly into the 7th vow's new law. What is stolen may be denied continuity, but also the others. Stillness deciding what motion deserved interruption. Burning will deciding what pressure had not earned surrender. Runes deciding what structures had lawful form. Unbreaking deciding what should not collapse. Silence deciding what was allowed to be noticed. Heaven's wind deciding what was permitted to move freely. Erasure deciding what false continuities lost their claim. They were not 7 unrelated powers. They were 7 legal philosophies sharing one body and too often wielded as emergency tools rather than understood as a constitution. The letter turned more personal again. If you are reading this under pressure, then I failed to leave you a gentler world. I am sorry for that. But I will not apologize for giving you a path that depends on bonds, because I learned too late that solitary strength is often only grief with a polished speech. Shin closed his eyes for one breath. He had spent years resenting the inheritance for how much blood it attracted. Now he could finally see the man inside the work speaking not as researcher, but as widower and father, and someone who had built a system because the alternative was accepting that the only serious powers in the world were theft and isolation. When he opened his eyes, the next lines had become unavoidable. The final integration cannot occur while you still imagine the path as yours alone. Speak to them. Learn how each vow experiences the whole. The women are not ladders. They are the system. If you do not understand that, you may reach heaven-defying apex by force, but you will not become eternal rightly. There was no technique diagram, no shortcut, no hidden pill formula, or absurd ancient chamber waiting just off page. Only relationship made rigorous enough to become cosmology. Kale said, I hate that your father is making sense. Jin looked up. You hate that anyone besides you ever does. He did not deny it. At the bottom of the page, one final line waited before the chapter continued. Read the next section only after you stop asking how to get stronger and begin asking how the 7 of you have already become one pattern. Shin turned the page anyway. On the next sheet, there was no text yet. Only a single sealed heading, his mother's vow. And the primer refused to open it until someone in the room spoke first. Chapter 112. The silence after the sealed heading had weight because everyone present understood the book was not asking for sound. It was asking for admission. His mother's vow. Shin stared at the words and felt the old shape of his life rearranging around them. His mother had never been absent in the simple sense. She had been story, wound, and a silence his father rarely crossed without becoming harder to approach for days afterward. Now the silence had a different edge. It was not only grief. It was hidden architecture. What does it want, you asked? Jin leaned forward. A spoken threshold trigger. These sections are keyed to relational states, not rank. That is not clearer. It is to me. Of course it was. Shin looked around the table and understood what the final chapter had already begun teaching. The book did not want solitary reading. It wanted the system present while its origin was named. So he said the only honest thing first. I do not know my mother as anything except loss. The primer seal cracked. Not fully. Enough. More text appeared beneath the heading in Shun Lianqi's hand. Your mother was named Han Mein. She was not trained as a secret weapon, prophecy vessel, or hidden empress. She grew medicinal herbs on the western slopes and mocked the seriousness of men who thought every cloud was a thesis waiting to happen. You smiled. I like her already. Shin read on with a pressure in his chest that did not resemble any wound he had survived cleanly before. The next lines took the warmth away. When the factions learned what she was, they did not come openly. They came with offers. Protection. Partnership. Study. Every powerful institution is embarrassed by how often it approaches theft through the language of stewardship. Shin's jaw tightened. He had heard that dialect too often already. I refused them badly at first because I was still vain enough to think truth would shame men out of appetite. Your mother understood earlier than I did that appetite rarely blushes. The letter described flight, then, but not the version Shun had imagined in childhood. No noble caravan. No dramatic last stand beneath 10 moons. 2 people moving from valley to valley with borrowed names. His father trying to preserve notes while learning fear. His mother learning how often the same men who praised rare flowers also wanted to own them by uprooting them. Then came the line that split the room. I discovered the Hollow Empress's origin because I found records of the man she used to love. Kaylee looked up sharply. Kale's attention sharpened in the doorway. Nara's expression changed by one dangerous degree. Shin kept reading. 300 years ago, before she became the thing history now fears, the Hollow Empress was herself a vow key. She and her sovereign carrier reached the threshold of vow eternal together. Then she chose fear over bond. She killed him at the apex moment, consumed the unfinished resonance cascade, and replaced mutual assent with extraction. That theft made her powerful enough to survive and hollow enough to remain. The room held no extra breath for several seconds. Mira broke first. So the entire empire was built on one betrayal at the summit. Yes, Nara said quietly. The letter continued without mercy. That is why the factions murdered me instead of only stealing my work. Once I traced her origin, I learned too much. The Hollow Empress was not merely misusing the system. She was its oldest surviving distortion. To expose that would have made every institution profiting from silence choose between courage and comfort. Institutions prefer funerals. There it was. The reason. Not just suppressed research. Not just dangerous theory. His father had found the first crime underneath the empire, and the polite powers around it had decided history would be simpler if the man with evidence stopped speaking. Shin read the next line twice before it fully entered him. I told your mother we should run farther. She told me distance was not the same as safety if we carried the answer with us. The woman in his mind, assembled from fragments and now growing into someone almost real, had apparently possessed both humor and the kind of clarity usually mistaken for doom by slower men. At the bottom of the page, another instruction appeared. If you want the next section, one of you must speak what she protected when institutions did not. The room went still again. This time Kaylee answered before Shin could. Choice, she said. She protected the right to remain a person rather than become state property. The primer seal broke fully. And the next page opened to the account of how Han Mein died, making that argument costly enough to scar the path into Shun Wuk's blood. Chapter 113. Han Main died because she chose time over fairness. Shin read the account with his hands steady only because if they shook he feared he would rip the page. We were found in the rain south of White Reed Hollow. Not by the Empress's direct servants at first, but by 3 allied factions who had decided they would rather deliver us as tribute than risk refusing the Western power behind the requests. Your mother was carrying you. You had a fever and had cried all night. She told me to stop apologizing for that, as if infant noise were a moral failure. You made a face that translated roughly to men deserve less patience than women grant them. The letter did not linger on sentiment. That, Shin was learning, had been his father's way of keeping grief from overrunning the usefulness of memory. I believed I could still reason with them. Your mother asked me whether I had become stupid from love or only from education. While I was trying to decide how insulted to be, she cut our horse's traces, took you into her arms, and ran for the tree line because she had already understood what I had not. Men who arrived with pre-written authority had not come to debate. Shin could see it. Rain. Mud. His father still trying to buy seconds with rhetoric. His mother choosing movement and therefore reality. She used the first key without knowing how to cultivate it properly. The force in her was continuity itself, the quiet insistence that life and personhood did not cease being rightful merely because power had discovered them. The factions called it rare essence. They were wrong in the vulgar way powerful men are wrong when they downgrade the sacred into inventory. The next lines blurred once before he forced himself to continue. She gave me 9 minutes. That was all. 9 minutes in which she turned the hillside into a place where paths would not stay stable, horses forgot how to continue forward, and arrows decided the idea of hitting us no longer possessed clean reality. I ran with you because she made me promise. I still hate promises. Nara closed her eyes. Mira looked away toward the window for the first time since the chapter began. Han Main had not died in some grand mutual last stand. She had died doing the older, uglier, and more useful thing. Buying time. The letter said it plainly. By the time I reached the river bend with you alive in my arms, I felt the bond between us fail. Not severed by death alone. Torn by overuse under conditions she should never have faced without training. She turned the first key into a wall around us and spent herself teaching the world to hesitate. Shin stopped reading. Not because he wanted to. Because the page had become too sharp to keep moving over without naming what it had done. She saved me. No one answered because there was no answer that improved the sentence. He read on. That is the first law of our path and the one the Hollow Empress rejected. Bond is not weakness because it gives enemies leverage. Bond is strength because it creates reasons to act that solitary power cannot invent on its own. Your mother did not die as fuel. She died making theft inefficient. Kale said quietly from the doorway. That is annoyingly well said. Shin looked at him. You are allowed to be moved without treating it like professional betrayal. He almost rolled his eyes. Progress. The primer wrote another instruction at the bottom. Speak now what her death proves about the path. This time it was Nara who answered. That vow eternal cannot be rightful if the others are reduced to instruments. The system only remains itself when every bond preserves personhood rather than consuming it. The page accepted that and turned. The next section was shorter and somehow more devastating. If you are alive to read this, son, then my failure became your inheritance. I am sorry. I did not finish the work in time to protect her. And then I kept going because to stop would have made her death into silence instead of structure. Shin felt anger rise toward the dead and collapse before it became accusation. His father had failed. He had also done the only thing failure sometimes left available. Built something no one else had managed. The final lines on the page shifted from confession back to instruction. The Hollow Empress wants you to think the consuming path is simply the stronger version of what you carry. It is not. It is the path after relationship has been murdered and forced to keep producing power anyway. Remember that when she offers you shortcuts, there was no comfort in the warning. Only the kind of clarity that made future temptation more dangerous by stripping away the right to misunderstand it innocently. Shin turned the page. The next heading read, The Empress's Truth. And somewhere in the storm dark outside the chamber windows, the air pressure changed as if being named too closely had called the subject nearer. Chapter 114, The Hollow Empress came alone. No palace, no escort, no heralds rising from the sky with declarations rehearsed by dead souls. One moment the storm-veiled chamber held 7 women, 1 man, a dead father's letter, and too much inherited truth. The next, the outer ward crystals all rang once in identical alarm, and then silenced themselves as if some higher authority had convinced them that panic in the presence of inevitability counted as poor form. Kaylee was on her feet before the first tone died. Her domain did not fully open. It tightened around the room like a storm deciding which window to enter by. Mira vanished from visible position. Lian's frost spread silently under the table legs. Yu's fire climbed her wrists. Shan moved a half-step to anchor the chamber line. Jin reached for the primer with the same reflex other people reserved for knives. Nara remained seated, but very much no longer looked weak. The door opened without anyone touching it. The Hollow Empress entered in human scale. That made her worse. No visible palace of souls. No war pressure sufficient to stagger fleets. Only a woman in pale robes cut simply enough that every line became deliberate understatement. Her eyes remained the same colorless wrongness as before. Here, closer and without spectacle, Shun could see the faint cracks in her presence where consumed souls had become load-bearing architecture rather than memory. She looked first at the letter in his hands. So he did leave you the truth eventually. You took one step forward. I am at the edge of setting every object in this room on fire. Sensibly, the Empress said. Kale, still loitering in the doorway because perhaps cosmic intrusions should be catalogued like weather, did not move. That in itself became its own warning. Even he was interested enough not to interrupt. Shin did not rise. He placed one hand over the letter and asked the question that had arrived the moment he read about the man at the first apex. Do you want to be saved? The room changed. Not because the question was gentle, because it cut past every easier form of hatred. The Hollow Empress went still enough that even Kaylee's storm paused along the edges of the walls. For the first time since Shun had seen her, the hollow calm in her expression shifted not toward anger or amusement, but toward the memory of a person who might once have owned a face before empire, and hunger made it a mask for continuity. She looked at him for a very long time. That is an offensive question, she said softly. Yes. You ask it because you read enough to think insight makes mercy possible. No, Shin said. I ask it because I need to know whether there is anything left in you that still distinguishes restoration from revenge. The Empress closed the chamber door behind her with a movement small enough to be mistaken for courtesy. I want, she said at last, to be what I was before I killed him. No one in the room moved. She continued because now that the line had broken, stopping would have looked more vulnerable than honesty. That does not mean I believe it can be done. It does not mean I deserve it. Desire and eligibility are not the same. They were never the same, despite what young cultivators tell themselves before consequence begins charging rent. Her gaze shifted to the letter. At the apex threshold, I chose not to trust that bond would carry me. I chose certainty in the form consumption offers frightened people. If I take enough of the other, then perhaps I will never again depend on someone capable of leaving. Nara's voice came quiet and exact across the room. He did not leave. You killed him. Yes. The answer was bare. No excuse. No self-pity. Only the fact standing where apology should have failed long ago. The Empress's eyes returned to Shun. Afterward, I found that power continued while personhood did not. The consuming path preserves function. It does not preserve self. 3 centuries later, I am still here, and the part of me that could have climbed rightly is not. Jin whispered. So the Empire is a monument built to postpone recognizing loss. Very good, the Empress said. You do have scholars left who can wound cleanly. Shin held her gaze. Then stop. For the first time, something like bitterness entered her expression. Do you think I have not considered that? If your path reaches vow eternal through rightful integration, the sovereign template changes. The consuming road closes. I become the last corruption instead of the founding precedent. Her mouth moved once, not a smile. That is either my extinction or the first chance at coherence I have had in centuries. I have not yet decided which terrifies me more. That was the truth she had come to deliver. Not alliance. Not surrender. Context sharp enough to make the 30-day deadline more than personal rescue. If Shun reached vow eternal rightly, he would not only save Nara. He would redefine the path itself and strand the Hollow Empress inside the road she had chosen. The Empress turned toward the door. I am not here to ask forgiveness, she said. I am here because the Warden's timeline is now my timeline as well. If you fail, I continue as precedent. If you succeed, she rested one pale hand on the doorframe. Then history will finally have to decide whether I was a warning or a prison. She left before anyone could answer. For several breaths the chamber remained arranged around the shape of what she had admitted. Then Nara, still pale and seated and more herself with every day back in flesh, said the simplest useful thing. She was telling the truth. And every strategy they had built around hating the Empress now had to make room for the worst problem. She was still the enemy, and her defeat might also be the only version of salvation still available to her. Chapter 115 Nara Voidheart woke fully 2 days later. Until then she had been present, lucid in intervals, and increasingly stable under the Void Monk's support. But waking in the ordinary human sense required more than breathing and correct answers. It required the soul settling into flesh as if residence there remained not only possible, but desired. On the second dawn after the Empress's visit, the pavilion bell rang once on its own, and Shun looked up from the primer notes to see Nara standing. Not strongly, but standing. The room changed faster than words could manage it. Yu was across the floor first and stopped only because she remembered, mid-charge, that recently re-embodied void practitioners might reasonably dislike being crushed by affection. Lian's stillness softened by a whole visible degree. Jin muttered 3 sharp blessings aimed equally at scholarship and stubbornness. Shan smiled, and the tiny Wei Mountains smiled when erosion finally worked in the desired direction. Mira said nothing and moved a chair into better position within Nara's reach, which in her language was nearly lyrical. Shin stood and felt the 7th vow answer with a steadiness it had lacked since the void. You are vertical. At present, Nara said. Good. Still herself. The void monks began reducing the support arrays that had held her through reintegration. Each seal removed cleanly. Each successful reduction meant the return had moved farther from miracle into stable fact. Later, when the chamber had emptied of the first wave of relief and only the core circle remained, Nara asked for the primer. Shin handed it to her. She read in silence for a long while, eyes passing over his father's final instructions, the notes on integration, the warden's deadline annotations Jun had already begun copying into separate tactical schedules. He understood more than I expected, she said. My father. Yes. She closed the primer, and less than he needed to in time to save her. No one flinched from the honesty now. They were past preferring gentler lies. Shin sat across from her while the others arranged themselves around the room in varying degrees of attention. What do you remember? He asked. The tribulation, the severance, the void. You arriving later than my preferred branch and earlier than my probable failure branch. You folded her arms. She says things like that and expects the rest of us not to throw objects. Objects would not improve branch quality, Nara said. That got the first real laugh out of the room. Small. Necessary. Then her expression changed. Not toward fear. Toward responsibility. There is one part of the void return I did not explain before the warden arrived. Shin already knew where this was going. The hidden mark under his soul had remained too quiet to forget and too silent to diagnose. The void sovereign, he said. Nara nodded. It marked you at the boundary. Kaylee leaned against the pavilion post. What does that mean in practical terms? Practical terms, Nara said, are poor comfort here. Myra's mouth curved by a fraction. Then we are at least operating in familiar conditions. Nara looked at Shin directly. The mark is a tendril of null intent wrapped around your soul layer. It is not active enough yet to manifest in ordinary spiritual scans. That is why the others cannot see it clearly. The primer and void train perception can. She placed one hand over the page she had just read. If left untouched, it will grow. Slowly in peace. Faster under high resonance. When you attempt vow eternal, it will become a problem. Shin kept his voice even. What kind of problem? This time Nara did not soften anything. It can invert the resonance cascade. The room went still. Jun was the first to say what everyone else had reached. Meaning if he attempts rightful integration while carrying a void predator's mark. The sovereign event can bend toward consumption instead of bond, Nara finished. Not by choice. By contamination. The same structure that should make him the first rightful eternal could be forced toward the Hollow Empress's path. No one spoke for several breaths. Even Kale, still occupying impossible corners of their logistics, because apparently departure from someone else's crisis violated a principle of his, looked more attentive than superior for once. Kaylee's voice came low and dangerous. So the void left us a gift. A lesson, Kale said. The universe dislikes clean ascensions. You glared at him. I am going to light you on fire one day, just to improve your tone. Nara continued as if apex cultivators and fire spirits were background weather. The mark can be removed. That mattered. Shin leaned forward. How? Manually. Shin closed her eyes briefly. Of course. It is wrapped through the soul layer, not the body or ordinary meridians. Cutting it from outside would tear the same structures we need for integration. I have to enter the bond space directly and unwind it by void law from within. Mira asked the real question. Cost. Nara's gaze did not shift. Full clarity of the 7th vow. No interruptions. No partial trust. And he will have to let me reach into the place where every other bond meets. The room understood the vulnerability in that at once. Not because they distrusted Nara. Because letting anyone touch the junction point of the whole sovereign system was intimacy, weaponized by necessity. Shin looked at her and saw no hesitation there. Only the same precise willingness with which he had chosen the temple, the void, and the seventh vow. When, he asked. Soon, Nara said. Before the mark learns enough from your sevenfold resonance to become part of the pattern we are trying to save. And the 30-day deadline, already impossible, narrowed again around a task even the Hollow Empress herself might once have feared. They had to cleanse the soul before they could rewrite heaven. Chapter 116. The soul cleansing had to be done in the bond space because ordinary cultivation tools were too crude. That was Nara's conclusion after 2 hours of explanation, 3 void diagrams, and one increasingly offended set of Stormvale scholars who kept trying to propose cleaner external methods only to learn, repeatedly, that souls did not care how elegant a technique looked on paper if it was built for the wrong layer of reality. By midnight, the planning chamber had been stripped down to essentials. No ministers, no unnecessary guards, no outer commentary except Kale in the hall, because apparently even a heaven-defying apex found limits in how deeply he was willing to intrude on a sevenfold sovereign soul operation. Inside remained only Shan, Nara, Jean, and the 6 bound women. The room had been converted into a resonance circle using everything the last 3 realms had taught them. Void monks laid the floor with null salt and black thread. Stormvale artificers provided skyglass anchors tuned to heaven's wind. Jean inscribed a 7-point pattern designed not to force integration, but to hold the edges stable while Nara entered the junction where the vows met. Lien seeded stillness around the outer line. You kept a banked ring of fire alive in the braziers to burn off intrusive residue. Mira sat in the darkest point of the room, a living blade against interruption. Shan took the north point of the circle and made the whole formation feel less likely to break merely because reality had developed bad habits. Kaylee arrived last and looked around once. If this fails, how large is the explosion? Jin did not look up from the final inscription. Spiritually or structurally? Both. Spiritually catastrophic. Structurally untidy. Kaylee accepted that as sufficient and took her place. Nara sat opposite Shun at the center line. No void pavilion. No support chair. She still looked pale under ordinary light, but the 7th vow now steadied her in ways flesh alone could not. When she met his gaze, there was no hesitation there at all. Once I begin, she said, you must not resist by instinct. That sounds optimistic. It sounds precise. Fair. Jin finished the last line and stood. The mark is wrapped around the soul core junction point, but not yet rooted through the sevenfold structure. That is why we still have a chance to remove it cleanly. She looked at Shun with that particular sternness scholars reserved for people about to do something technically difficult and emotionally worse. If you panic, compartmentalize. If you compartmentalize too hard, the mark hides. If the mark hides, Nara has to pull deeper. If she pulls deeper without your consent, the bond space tears. Do not make me explain the rest. You muttered. She already did. It was graphic. Good. Then remember it. Shin sat cross-legged within the 7-point array and let the vows answer one by one. Stillness, burning will, runes, unbreaking, silence, heaven's wind, erasure. They rose not as separate lights now, but as distinct pressures in one common field. The bond space unfolded around him with unnerving intimacy. He felt each woman not as memory or emotional symbol, but as an active philosophical line in the system he had become. Lien's precision, Yu's fierce refusal, Jin's insistence on lawful structure, Myra's chosen concealment, Shan's anchored endurance, Kaylee's defiant assent, Nara's exacting absence. At the center of all that, hidden under the growing unity, sat the mark. It looked smaller in bond space. That made it more frightening. A narrow black tendril wound around the soul junction where all 7 vows touched the carrier's core, not large enough yet to dominate, only patient enough to learn. It pulsed faintly in answer to the 7th vow, as if taking notes. Nara entered the bond space without motion. One moment she sat opposite him. The next she stood beside the mark itself in the internal architecture with the calm of someone returning to difficult work rather than approaching sacrilege. Do you see it? She asked. Yes. Good. Hold the other 6 steady and let erasure remain quiet until I ask for it. She reached for the tendril. Pain lanced through Shun's whole body at once. Not because she hurt him. Because the mark answered contact by claiming familiarity. The Void Sovereign's intent flooded the bond space in a wave of cold recognition. For one sick instant the 7 vows dimmed at the edges, and the tendril expanded into a lattice far larger than its external trace had implied. It has roots, Jin said distantly, voice reaching through the formation like someone shouting from another room. Not roots, Nara replied through clenched teeth. Anchors of anticipation. The difference sounded useless. It was not. Explain while bleeding, you said. It has not embedded fully. It has prepared places to do so if future resonance rises the way it expects. That, Shen realized, was why the Void Sovereign had marked him and then let him go. Not to kill him now. To let the mark learn how an emerging eternal pattern arranged itself before inverting it at the exact moment of ascension. Nara's hand closed harder around the first anchor. Now erasure. He obeyed. The seventh vow entered the bond space not as force but verdict. What is stolen may be denied continuity. The first anchor came loose. So did a scream. Not from Shun. Not from Nara. From the mark itself. Or rather from the ancient void intent behind it, discovering for the first time that this soul no longer counted as unclaimed territory. The chamber outside shook. Braziers flared. Storm glass anchors rang. Kaylee's voice cut through the pressure. Hold the circle. They did. Lien's stillness narrowed the tremor. Use fire-burned residue off the outer pattern. Shan planted both hands on the floor and kept the structure from jumping out of its own geometry. Mira vanished and reappeared twice along the room perimeter, cutting at nothing visible and somehow making the air stop trying to misbehave. Jun wrote frantic corrections directly onto the floor where the resonance lines threatened to tangle. Inside, Nara unwound the second anchor. Then the third. Each one hurt worse because each one peeled the mark out of a place it had practiced becoming inevitable. Shin saw flashes not of memory, but of possible corruption the mark had been preparing. Erasure turning to devouring negation. Stillness becoming permanent seizure. Silence collapsing into isolating void. Heaven's wind curdling into hunger for ascent without return. The consuming path had always waited one bad choice away. The mark had simply been trying to make the choice unnecessary. Last one, Nara said. Her own outline in the bond space had begun to fray under the strain. The seventh vow held her together, but cost was visible now in every line of her. When it comes free, do not hesitate. About what? She met his gaze across the soul layer architecture. Erase it entirely. Chapter 117. The last anchor did not want to come out because it had already begun writing itself into Shun Wuk's future. Nara's fingers closed around the black tendril where it touched the deepest junction point of the seven-vow structure. The mark answered by opening, and Shin saw at once why she had not tried brute severance from the beginning. What sat wrapped around his soul was no mere foreign hook. It was a predictive wound. The Void Sovereign had threaded a possibility into his path and waited for the climb itself to tighten it. In one flash, he saw the false future the mark had been preparing. Vow Eternal reached under pressure. Sevenfold resonance igniting. At the apex moment, the mark inverting relation into appetite. Every bond still present. Every woman still named. The system itself unchanged in appearance and ruined in law. Horror hit him cleanly because the path would have looked correct from outside until it was too late. Now, Nara said. She tore the final anchor loose. The mark erupted. Not outward. Inward through every vow at once. The bond space filled with black lines trying to rewrite all 7 channels simultaneously. Stillness toward seizure. Burning will toward domination. Runes toward totalizing control. Unbreaking toward refusal of all change. Silence toward severance. Heaven's wind toward solitary transcendence. Erasure toward annihilation of anything that limited ascent. The mark's genius was not invention. It simply took each vow's noblest law and pushed it one step beyond rightful relation into appetite. Shin nearly lost the center. He felt it physically in the chamber too. Blood ran from his nose onto the inscribed floor. The braziers bent sideways. One of the sky glass anchors cracked. You shouted something fierce and profane. Zhen's brush snapped in her hand, and she kept writing with the broken half. Nara did not release the tendril. Erase it, she said again, louder this time, and there was no gentleness left in the instruction. Do not negotiate. It is not part of you. That was the key. Not because the mark was external. It was not anymore in the simple sense. Because the stolen future it represented had never earned continuity. Shin opened the vow of erasure fully within the bond space. Not at the tendril's surface. At the legal premise beneath it. This claim has no rightful inheritance here. The seventh vow answered with total clarity. Erasure moved. The black lines vanished from the 6 older vows first, ripped backward out of their prepared distortions. Then the central tendril itself began coming apart, not burning, not shredding, simply losing the right to continue being attached to this soul. The mark fought with old hunger. For one instant the Void Sovereign looked through it again. Not eye, not shape. Only the density of a thing too ancient to be called malicious, because malice belonged to younger categories than whatever it had become. Shin met that impossible attention with 7 vows and 1 clean refusal. No, the mark died. In the chamber, every array line flashed white. Every vow partner gasped as the pressure vanished. The broken skyglass anchor burst into harmless dust instead of contagion. Nara collapsed forward inside the bond space and would have fallen farther if the seventh thread between them had not caught her. Outside, Shen lunged and caught her with both hands in the physical room a breath before she hit the inscribed floor. For several seconds no one moved, because everyone was still verifying with her own body that catastrophe had actually passed rather than merely changing names. Then Jin sat down hard against the wall and said, with deep scholarly venom, "I dislike soul surgery." You laughed once, wild and relieved. Shan released the floor and looked at the pattern under her hands, now scorched but intact. Mira reappeared at Shun's shoulder, as if she had always been there. Kaylee looked at Nara in his arms and asked the only question that mattered. Did it work? Nara opened one eye. Yes. Then she added, because even near collapse she refused drama when precision would do. And if anyone calls this a spiritual cleansing ritual, I will become violent. That broke the rest of the tension cleanly. Even Lien smiled. They moved Nara back to the pavilion after that, not because she was failing, but because removing a void sovereign's mark from the center of a sevenfold soul left consequences best processed while horizontal. Shin remained in the chamber alone for a while after the others cleared out. The bond space still glowed in his awareness, cleaner now, the 7 vows no longer carrying that hidden wariness at the center. He should have felt only relief. Instead, he felt what came after successful surgery. Space where pain had been. Potential where corruption had waited. The 30-day deadline had not become gentler. It had simply become honest again. Chapter 1:18 The Soul Mark's removal changed the shape of the next 3 days. Not by calming anything down, by stripping away the excuse that internal corruption might make the coming ascent meaningless even if achieved. With the void sovereign's influence gone, every problem remaining belonged to them cleanly. That was worse in some emotional categories and far better in strategic ones. Shin spent the first day after the cleansing asleep by force. Not a healer's order. A joint decision by 6 women and 1 void nun who had all, in their own dialects, explained that if he stood up too early they would treat his spine as a logistical problem. He obeyed because sevenfold solidarity was not easy to outvote, and because the bond space, newly cleared, kept trying to rearrange itself under the final chapter's instructions every time he closed his eyes. When he woke, the planning chamber had become a war room again. Maps across one wall, cultivation diagrams across another. The primer open at the final chapter. Jin's handwriting everywhere like an argument with the concept of time itself. Nara sat at the center table, back straight, color still returning in increments, and already using those increments for work rather than recovery. How offended is everyone if I stand? Shin asked. You looked up from a logistics slate. Deeply. Acceptable, he said, and stood anyway. The mood in the room was different now. Less raw. More dangerous. 30 days had become 27. The warden's deadline did not slow because soul surgery had gone well. The Hollow Empress had not attacked again, which meant she was either respecting the same timing or preparing for the failure branch with unnerving patience. Stormvale remained on war footing. Kale still appeared at irregular intervals like a philosophical illness no one had yet managed to treat. And Shun Liangqi's letter remained infuriatingly correct. Integration, not force. The 7 of you have already become one pattern. He took his seat while Jeanne began summarizing as if sleep had only been a rude interruption in a schedule she preferred the world not impose. 3 major conclusions. First, the mark is gone and the soul junction is stable. Second, we have 27 days and roughly 4 cultivation categories worth of ordinary ascent still sitting between domain manifestation level 2 and anything a warden would call apex. Third, ordinary ascent is not the point, which is fortunate because ordinary ascent can go starve. Kaylee, already half-armored and clearly headed back to fleet review the moment the meeting ended, asked, then what exactly are we pursuing if not stages? Nara answered, unified law. That silenced the room in a useful way. Each vow currently answers the sovereign question from its own angle, she said. Stillness, will, structure, endurance, silence, wind, erasure. Shun can use them together in battle. That is not the same as the system understanding itself as one sovereign doctrine. Vow Eternal requires all 7 to stop behaving like allied powers and begin behaving like one complete reality principle. Shin thought of his father's phrasing. The carrier is not the center. He is the conductor through which the system learns itself. How, he asked. Nara met his gaze. By asking each of us what the whole feels like from inside the bond. Mira leaned back in her chair. So the final climb is conversation. And consequence, Nara said. And practice. But yes, the system cannot integrate if the carrier understands only his own experience of it. You snorted. Your father built cultivation therapy. Jin pointed a brush at her. That is slander against both therapy and cultivation, but not enough slander for me to reject it. The process began that same day, not as sentimental confessional nonsense. That would have been easier and less useful. Nara structured it with the same ruthless clarity she brought to void work. Each woman had to answer one question. When you feel the sevenfold network from inside your vow, what does the whole path become? Lian answered first. A disciplined mercy. The system is strongest when it chooses interruption precisely rather than broadly. You said, a refusal to yield what should remain alive and itself. Jean, a lawful architecture in which no power exists without relation and no relation is allowed to collapse into ownership. Mira, chosen presence. Not possession, not disappearance. The right to decide when and how one is reachable. Sean, a shelter that fights back. Kaylee, after a long pause. A sky no one earns the right to monopolize. Nara last. A correction against false endings. Shin listened, and for the first time the 7 answers stopped sounding like parallel virtues and began sounding like parts of one sentence. Mercy that refuses unjust loss through lawful relation, chosen presence, shared shelter, open assent, and denial of false endings. Not yet elegant, not yet apex, but closer. When he meditated that night, the bond space answered differently. The 7 lines no longer orbited the core like planets around a center. They braided. And somewhere beyond the edge of his current stage, something in the path began to recognize itself. Chapter 119 The integration work made Shinwuk more dangerous before it made him calmer. That was predictable in retrospect. When 7 major sovereign laws stopped merely coexisting and began touching at the joints, the first result was not peace. It was pressure. Every old habit of using the vows sequentially, situationally, or as specialized answers started to feel inadequate. Battle instincts formed around differentiation. Vow eternal, by contrast, demanded synthesis. The distance between those two kinds of strength ran through his body like a training injury. Nara called for live testing on the 4th day after the cleansing. Kaylee provided the space, a sealed upper storm court inside the 2nd palace ring, large enough to survive high-rank drills and isolated enough that if the sevenfold network decided to reformat local weather in ideological disagreement, fewer citizens would have to hear about it. You approved immediately. Finally, enough speaking. You say that every time speaking starts helping, Jin said. And I mean it every time. The first exercise was simple in theory. 1 hostile formation. 7 contradictory pressures. No sequential response. Stormvale engineers raised a composite array in the center of the court using fragments modeled on every major enemy they had faced so far. Void distortion from the Temple of Null Trap. Soul drain pull from the Pale General. Compression geometry from the Siege Ring. Flight instability from the Sky War. Hidden approach channels for the 5th vow. A false endpoint in the center for erasure to misread if handled carelessly. Jun had designed it and looked indecently pleased with herself. What does it do? Shin asked. Punishes simplistic thought. Useful. He stepped into the array and it activated at once. Stillness wanted to freeze the nearest line. Burning will wanted to break through by force. Runes wanted to map and rewrite. Unbreaking wanted to anchor and endure. Silence wanted to vanish the attack vectors. Heaven's Wind wanted altitude and speed. Erasure wanted to deny the central false endpoint outright. Any one of those choices would have failed. That was the point. He forced himself not to answer in pieces. Instead, he asked the new question. What in this whole hostile system rightfully continues? The answer arrived slower than instinct and faster than thought. Not the center. Not the pressure. Not the false resolution. The only rightful continuity inside the enemy array was the path through it that let the carrier and his bonds remain themselves while everything coercive lost claim. He moved on that answer. Stillness narrowed the soul drain timing. Silence hid the shift. Heaven's Wind carried the path upward without conceding height as escape. Runes opened the lawful seam. Burning will forced passage through the compression line. Unbreaking held the body's right to remain intact under contradiction. Erasure removed the false endpoint rather than the whole field. The formation burst apart in 7 clean lines and 1 surviving corridor exactly wide enough for a person to walk through without bowing. Nara's eye sharpened. Again, they did it until sunset. Not 1 array. 9. Each one built around a different corruption of the sovereign premise. Ownership disguised as shelter. Mercy turned into paternal domination. Silence warped into isolation. Assent turned into abandonment. Structure turned into cage. By the 6th array, Shun's domain manifestation was flickering at the edges. By the 8th, his soul core had become a furnace. By the 9th, Even Kaylee had stopped pretending aristocratic reserve and was openly pacing the edge of the court like a commander waiting to see whether a general would become history or proof. The final array was the simplest and therefore worst. Nothing attacked. It only presented 7 mirrored doubles of the women, each one offering a cleaner, faster, more obedient version of the path. Lien without grief. Yu without volatility. Zhen without argument. Mira without secrecy. Shan without burden. Kaylee without fear. Nara without mortality. The false network promised perfect harmony through subtraction. Shin almost struck it with erasure alone. Then he understood the trap. This was the Hollow Empress's thesis rendered politely. Remove the inconvenient particularities. Keep the function. Call the result higher order. No. He opened all 7 vows and answered not with attack, but with acceptance. The real women were not obstacles to integration because they remained wounded, difficult, proud, sharp, hidden, tired, or mortal. They were the path because of those truths. The mirror doubles shattered without him touching them. The domain around him changed. Not a new level. Not yet. But the law within it broadened. What is stolen may be denied continuity. What is specific may remain. Nara said nothing for several breaths. Then, quietly enough that only the nearest heard. Good. That one word carried more approval than most sect masters gave in a year. And Shun understood that vow eternal would not be reached by perfecting power. It would be reached by refusing all the elegant shortcuts that try to make love, personhood, and limitation more efficient by making them less real. Chapter 1:20. The 20th day before the deadline broke with no warning and too much quiet. That alone was suspicious. By then the Stormvale camp had adapted to living inside impossible preparation. Fleet rotations held the truce border without trusting it. Void monks and sky artificers shared breakfast in mutual intellectual offense and actual operational respect. Zhen's notes had spread from one chamber into 3. Kale still came and went like a dissatisfied principal. The women around Shun had begun speaking of integration not as a hopeful abstraction, but as work with visible edges. Which meant reality, predictably, sent interruption. The first sign was not the Hollow Empress. It was the primer. Shun had been in meditation within the upper storm court, running the 7 answers Nara had extracted through the braided bond space again and again until the network almost sounded like one doctrine speaking through 7 mouths. The book lay closed at his side. Without being touched, it opened to a page he had not yet reached and wrote a single line across the margin in burning silver script. External attention spike. Corrupted, eternal movement imminent. He opened his eyes at the same instant Kaylee's warning bells went off across the palace ring. The truce had ended without paperwork. By the time he reached the upper terrace, the sky was already changing. Not into battle line. Into witness. Clouds pulled back from the central current lanes. Pale Dominion vessels did not surge forward. They arranged themselves at a distance like an audience invited to the wrong ceremony. At the center of that vast, empty corridor hovered the Hollow Empress, alone again, smaller than her empire and more dangerous for it. Kaylee stepped onto the terrace beside him. This is not an assault posture. No, I dislike that more. Across the full breadth of the sky, the Empress raised one hand. I said I would return, she said, voice carrying without force because force had become unnecessary decoration at her level. I did not say I would wait for your deadline to force the next instruction. You arrived in a blaze at Shun's other side. Instruction from whom? The Empress's gaze never left Shun. From the path itself. That sentence earned even Kale's attention. He appeared on the parapet roof above them, looking down with the particular expression of a man deciding whether reality had finally become offensive enough to entertain him properly. The Empress extended her other hand. Between them, the air opened. Not a portal, not a wound. A memory rendered large enough to occupy the sky. Everyone on the Stormvale terraces saw it at once. A mountain court 300 years old, lit by tribulation fire. 2 figures at its center joined by an unfinished resonance cascade so powerful the heavens themselves had bent nearer to watch. One was the woman who would become the Hollow Empress before the corruption settled in full. The other was a man Shun had never seen and still recognized immediately as the first sovereign carrier. The Empress showed them the apex betrayal. Not rumor. Not archive summary. Witness. The 7-fold sovereign event rose in the memory with all the terrible beauty Shun now understood too well. The carrier and key should have ascended together. Instead, at the threshold moment when relation had to become unity, the woman chose fear. She turned, struck, killed, and consumed the unfinished cascade in the same motion. The sky and the memory recoiled. The first rightful vow eternal died unborn. The consuming path opened. The watching terraces remained silent because no one had language sufficient for profaned origin made visible. The Empress lowered her hands, and the memory sealed. I am giving you this, she said to Shun, because understanding my crime is now part of understanding your test. If you reach the threshold and still believe Vow Eternal is a matter of power balance, rank accumulation, or winning against me as if I were merely another warlord, then you will fail. The apex is decided at the point where terror offers consumption as the cleaner answer than trust. Nara had come to the terrace by then, still not fully recovered, and still incapable of staying away from the shape of the truth once it entered the open. Why show this now, she asked. The Empress looked at her, and for a heartbeat the old prison inside her face became visible. Because he is close enough that my silence would start looking like sabotage rather than temptation. That was as near to aid as she could come without ceasing to be herself. Shin stepped forward. And what do you want in return? The Empress's expression smoothed back into its familiar emptiness. If you fail, I want you to understand that I was not born monstrous. I arrived by choosing certainty over relation at the one moment the path made fear expensive. Her gaze sharpened. If you succeed, I want you to know exactly what you refused in a way I did not. Then, with no further warning, she turned and departed into the pale distance. No attack, no fleet advance. Only a sky left full of the oldest wrong choice the sovereign path had ever known. You exhaled first. She remains the most exhausting woman alive. Technically arguable, Jin said, arriving late with 3 pages of notes already half-written, but directionally sound. Shin looked out over the retreating white shape of the enemy and felt the final chapter, his mother's death, Nara's return, the warden's deadline, and the Empress's displayed betrayal all settling toward one center. Vow Eternal was no longer abstract. It was a single upcoming decision with the weight of 3 centuries inside it. And the next step, he understood now, was not more battle. It was reaching the threshold where terror offered him the same clean false answer it had once offered her, and refusing it with enough clarity to become law. Chapter 121. The last night before the warden's enforced dawn felt less like a countdown, and more like a room deciding what kind of history it was willing to become. Stormvile's highest island had been cleared of everything not essential to the final attempt. Fleet officers held perimeter lines below. Void monks and sky artificers maintained the great resonance formation that now ringed the summit in black salt, silver glass, and braided lines of the 7 vows. The sky above remained unnaturally open, as if even the weather had accepted it would soon be asked to witness something none of its previous rules handled elegantly. Shinwuk stood in the center pavilion and listened to the 7-color hum in the air. All 7 women were present. That changed the atmosphere more than any formation. Lien Frostmere's stillness kept the outer currents from shaking loose. Yu Hongshu's flame breathed through the brazier ring in measured intervals instead of riot. Zhan Inquisper sat before 3 stacks of notation and somehow made paper look like siege equipment. Mira Duskblade occupied the shadow nearest Shun not because anyone asked her to, but because the 5th vow had long ago made nearness a choice she no longer disguised as accident. Shan Liuha held the western anchor line with one hand on a stone pillar and looked like a mountain trying to pretend civility. Kaylee Stormvile's stormglass arrays fed the summit with disciplined skyforce from the lower platforms. Nara Voidheart sat at the northern point, the 7th vow calm in her now not because death had ceased to matter, but because its false version had been denied legal standing. The resonance in the room looked visible even before anyone activated anything. A 7-color shimmer passed through the air every few breaths, thin as breath on glass and heavy as the sum of every truth the path had extracted from them. Shin was at Realm Sovereign Level 3. That would once have sounded like absurd progress. Now it sounded like the wrong answer to a deadline measured in dawn. Old Zhao arrived after midnight. The Void Monks had brought him from his recovery quarters despite 3 healers objecting and 1 nearly weeping over the indignity of elderly cultivators treating medical caution as a negotiable insult. He walked onto the summit with a cane, one shoulder still not right, and the same spirit hawk perched on it that had kept much of the path supplied with warnings before anyone in this room deserved to survive them. You blinked. You're supposed to be recovering. Old Zhao snorted. I am. This is an advanced form of it. Shin stepped forward at once. You shouldn't have come. Nonsense. The old man looked around the summit, at the 7 women, the layered arrays, the sky held open above them. For one moment, the hard practical courier who had carried secrets through sect wars and faction hunts, and 3 realms of foolish power looked every year he had earned. Your father wanted to see this. Since he's being inconveniently unavailable, I'll witness it for him. That landed harder than congratulations. Zhen turned away sharply to reorganize papers that needed no reorganizing. Lian's hand tightened around the hilt of a sword no one had drawn. Even Kale, lingering at the summit edge because he apparently found last night's interesting as long as no one called them sacred, said nothing for once. Old Zhao took a seat at the edge of the inner ring and set the cane across his knees. Proceed, he said. If I'm going to ignore medical advice, I prefer a good reason. The group spent the next hours not training, but aligning. That was the lesson the final chapter had forced on them. More force alone would not solve the threshold. More rank had become an effective integration, not the cause. They spoke through the 7 answers again and again until the phrasing grew simpler. What rightfully continues? What is specific may remain. Bond without ownership. Mercy without erasure of consequence. Shelter without cage. Silence without abandonment. Assent without monopoly. Correction without false ending. Each time they said it, the summit hum changed. Smoother. Deeper. Less like 7 colors sharing one room, and more like one light deciding it no longer needed to split for clarity. By the darkest part of the night, Shun's sovereign resonance no longer pulsed. It hummed. Continuous. The difference was everything. Jin looked up from the primer at once. There. Nara's eyes sharpened. Yes. The sovereign network had crossed a threshold invisible to ordinary cultivation metrics and obvious to everyone who had spent the last 100 chapters getting cut open by this path. Shin no longer felt the vows as channels he opened and closed. He felt them as an organ that remained alive whether or not battle demanded use. Old Zhao watched him for a long while. Your father would have hated how much suffering it took to prove he was right. He'd also have written 3 new sections about it, you said. With footnotes no one asked for, Jin added. For one heartbeat the summit held something dangerously close to peace. Then the eastern ward crystal lit white. No alarm. Arrival. Mira moved first, knife already in hand. Kaylee's storm tightened. Shan stepped between the outer line and the inner formation. The pressure that arrived was familiar. Not heaven. Not fleet. The Hollow Empress. And this time she came not with an empire, but alone and carrying a decision that made even Nara lean forward before the woman had spoken a single word. Chapter 122 The Hollow Empress crossed the summit perimeter without resistance because no one had yet agreed whether attacking her on sight counted as prudence or wasted symbolism. She came in pale robes without armor, without a palace, and without the visible load of stolen souls she had once carried around her like an offensive idea of royalty. That absence mattered, not because she had become harmless, because she had chosen not to arrive as empire. Kaylee's voice was the first blade. If you are here to make this more difficult, I recommend immediate honesty. The Empress stopped outside the inner ring and looked from Kaylee to Nara to Shun and then, unexpectedly, to Old Zhao. Your generation persists like mold. Old Zhao settled deeper into his seat. And yet here you are. That almost looked like approval in her eyes before it vanished. Shin stepped to the edge of the ring. Why? No title. No pretense that their history had become cleaner in the last dozen chapters. The Empress answered with the same strict precision that had marked her more recent visits. Because you are near enough to the threshold now that my absence would no longer be neutral. Yu's flames rose. I dislike that your sentences keep arriving shaped like riddles people die inside. You dislike many accurate things, the Empress said. Then she looked directly at Shun. I am here to add my resonance to yours. That broke the summit's stillness harder than an attack might have. Lian moved by 1 degree. Myra's knife angle changed. Jin actually lost her place in the notes. Kaylee laughed once in disbelief, so cold it could have counted as weather. No. The Empress did not react. Yes. Nara studied her for a long breath. Explain. The bonding path is 7-fold incomplete in your circuit, the Empress said. But the consuming path, perverted as it is, still carries damaged residue of the same primordial architecture. Shun Liangqi called it an 8th stabilizer in one of his rejected drafts. He did not trust it. He was right not to. But under present conditions. Her gaze shifted to Shun. My damaged force may be enough to push the resonance peak to critical mass faster. Jin stared. You read the drafts. I killed the man who archived them. Standard reminder that redemption, if it existed here at all, was not going to arrive wearing politeness. Kaylee folded her arms. Why help him establish the path that ends your own? The Empress was silent for one long moment. When she answered, the truth came without defense. Because if he establishes the bonding template, my consuming road ends when I do. She looked out at the open night above the summit. I find I am ready for that. No one rushed to believe her. That, too, was correct. Shin searched her face and saw no plea there. No manipulation in the ordinary sense. She was offering the one thing she still possessed that the path might need from her. Damaged but relevant force. given into a structure that would render her own precedent terminal. You said once you did not know whether that frightened you more than extinction. I know now. And, for the first time since they had met, the Hollow Empress looked tired enough to qualify as human in a way no stolen immortality had ever allowed. Continuing, as I am frightens me more. That was not absolution, not trust, but it was a line no one else on the summit could have spoken for her. Myra's voice came from the shadow edge. If this is treachery, it is at least literate. You glared at her. That is not the endorsement you think it is. Old Zhao cleared his throat. The girl's right about one thing. If she wanted sabotage alone, there are easier ways to deliver it than volunteering her own pathway to extinction in front of witnesses. Lian's eyes remained on the Empress. There are also more elegant ways to poison a circle than entering it openly. Yes, the Empress said. I have used several. At least honesty remained committed. Shen looked at each woman in turn and understood immediately that he could not decide this as sovereign command. That would break the path at the point it most needed to remain itself. If the final resonance required genuine relation, then even a damaged eighth strand had to be admitted through judgment, not imposed by authority. So he said, speak. And the summit, already balancing on the final night before dawn law, became a court for the single least comfortable alliance any of them had ever been asked to consider. Chapter 123. No one on the summit wanted the Hollow Empress inside the final circle. That was a useful starting truth. Shinwuk stood at the center line and let each of them answer without interruption because the path had taught him by then that forcing consensus through silence only produced prettier fractures. You began, naturally, with fire. She killed your father. She built an empire from consumed souls. She used Nara's death as trap geometry. She has tried to harvest this path every time it became visible enough to threaten her. The flames around her wrists burned blue at the tips. If we let her into the circuit and she twists one breath of the final resonance, we do not just lose tonight. We hand her the cleanest theft in 300 years. Reasonable. Kaylee followed with colder language and similar conclusion. Strategically, the offer is sound enough to be dangerous. That alone argues caution. She is right about one thing. Damaged primordial force could alter the threshold balance. We have no better source for such a stabilizer. We also have no precedent for letting a corrupted eternal touch a rightful ascent event without risking contamination. Her gaze never left the Empress. If this goes wrong, I will spend the rest of my life regretting not having thrown you off the summit when you arrived. Likewise, said the Empress. Predictably unhelpful. Zhun rested one hand on the primer. From a purely structural perspective, she may be correct. There are hints in your father's rejected notes that a secondary resonance phase once existed in the earliest theoretical models, perhaps as a way to absorb historical corruption into the establishment of a cleaner template. She looked openly miserable about the next part. I hate that the sentence, the Hollow Empress should help, might contain technical merit. Mira spoke from shadow. People close to endings do interesting things. Some lie better. Some tell the truth because the effort of maintaining design can start costing more than any remaining benefit. I don't trust her, but I believe she is capable of preferring annihilation to continued self. Shan's answer arrived like bedrock sliding into place. If she enters, she does so under our law, not hers. If she breaks faith, we kill her if possible and hold the line if not. If she keeps faith, the path gains what it needs, and she loses what she stole by choosing to give rather than consume. Shan looked at Shun. I can live with that gamble if the circle enters it awake. Nara took longer. Everyone waited. The consuming path persists because it has never been made to witness its own irrelevance at the threshold of a cleaner law. Her pale hands rested one over the other in the way Shun had learned meant she was thinking toward a blade. If her force completes the circuit and the bonding template establishes over it, then the path itself records that corruption can contribute to rightful precedent only by surrendering its claim to define it. She met the Empress's gaze. That may be the nearest thing to justice metaphysics allows. Then there was Lian. Last by instinct and design. The first vow between her and Shun remained the oldest active thread in the system, and therefore in some ways the most important. If she rejected the inclusion, he would hear it differently than the others. Lian stood in stillness, so complete the summit air itself seemed to wait for permission to move. I do not forgive you, she said to the Empress. I did not come for forgiveness. Good. Lian's expression did not soften. You took my sect from me by policy, and men like Crane Mao from me by consequence. You turned messages from the dead into tools. You taught institutions to call murder a stabilizing measure. Her hand rested lightly on the sword hilt. If we allow this, it is not because you deserve access to us. It is because the path may deserve the chance to force your power to end in service rather than theft. The Empress accepted that without flinch. Yes. Lian's eyes shifted to Shun. My condition is simple. If her resonance enters the circle, you do not accept it as gift. You accept it as testimony against the consuming path. And if the smallest sign of betrayal appears, I freeze her soul before she can finish the thought. The summit held that sentence for a moment. Then Shin nodded. Accepted. He looked around the circle. I trust your judgment, he said. All of it. I also believe the path we are trying to establish cannot become itself by denying people the chance to choose another action near the end, especially when that action would cost them the road they built from fear. I am not compelling anyone to accept this, but I think we let her contribute under our terms. No one looked pleased. That was a good sign. Consensus formed here not because the option felt clean, but because each woman could see the law under the ugliness of it. One by one, they nodded. You first, with visible resentment. Kaylee second, with contempt sharpened into discipline. Jun because the structure held. Mira because the lie risk had become less interesting than the truth cost. Shan because the summit would hold what it chose. Nara because metaphysical justice rarely came in better clothing than this. Lian last. 12 hours, she said. If we are doing this, we do it before dawn starts thinking it owns our options. As if on cue, the eastern horizon flashed once in white gold warning. The heavens warden was counting down visibly now. 12 hours remained. And the circle that would try to rewrite precedent had just widened enough to include the woman who had made the wrong precedent in the first place. Chapter 124 Elder Crane Mao returned at the hour before false dawn, because petty men rarely missed the chance to arrive near endings if someone stronger promised them one last costume of relevance. The warning did not come from scouts. It came from the Vow network. Shun Wuk had settled into the central resonance posture with all 7 women at their points, and the Hollow Empress beyond the outer line under Lian's explicit watch when the first wrongness entered the pattern. Stillness shivered. Silence tightened. Runes picked up a foreign suppression rhythm in the outer current lanes, thin and familiar in the worst possible way. Tournament suppressor. Scaled up. Outer west, Jin snapped. Too late to prevent. The summit ward split in 3 places at once as figures in white-black armor punched through the lower cloud barrier. Not pale Dominion soldiers. Not Stormveil defectors. Their movement carried the sterile confidence of high-rank cultivators who believed authorization itself counted as morality. Heaven-defying apex faction operatives. And at their center, carried more by borrowed force than by anything left inherently worthy in him, stood Elder Crane Mao. For one disorienting heartbeat, Shin barely recognized him. The elder who had broken his cultivation at the beginning of this path had been all cold sect authority and elegant contempt. The man emerging through the split wards now was older, hungrier, face pulled tight over cheekbones by too many stolen reserves forced into one unstable vessel. His eyes still held the same intolerable intelligence, but now it was lit from behind by desperation instead of discipline. Shin Wuk, Crane Mao said, and the old voice remained hideously intact. Your timing remains offensive. You stepped forward. I wanted to burn him years ago. Q forms behind me, Jin said. Kale rose from his parapet post with the profound irritation of a man whose evening had just been contaminated by a lesser breed of arrogance. They brought peers, he said, looking not at Crane Mao, but at the operatives spreading around the summit line. How gauche. The Apex faction intruders did not attack the central ring directly. They knew better. Instead, they deployed rods of white metal into the surrounding formation points, and opened a suppressor field that rang across Shun's active vows like a badly remembered insult from the tournament, magnified through Apex-level mathematics. The scaled suppressor did not target one channel. It targeted the sovereign fabric as a whole, trying to force differentiation back into a system that had spent 20 chapters learning unity. Pain hit at once. Not incapacitating. Provocative. The vows drew tight inside him as the suppressor attempted to identify separate lines it could isolate, block, and degrade. Crane Mao smiled when he saw the reaction. Your father's work was intolerable at the beginning, he said. It remains intolerable now. But at least today, I may help end the argument personally. Shin rose from the resonance posture despite Jin's furious protest. You allied with the Apex faction. Of course. Crane Mao spread his hands slightly, and borrowed chi ran visibly wrong under the skin. You think only empires fear what this path would prove. Sect elders, immortal clubs, celestial administrators, all the little empires of solitary men in decorative robes. Connection as Apex makes a mockery of our whole order. No apology there. Only the relief of a coward finally saying his motive aloud because enough other cowards had gathered to make honesty feel safe. Lian's voice cut across the summit like fresh frost. Then you should have stayed absent. Crane Mao's attention flicked to her. You remain disappointing. Good. The The suppressor field intensified. Shin felt the central resonance circle falter by a fraction. Not fail. Falter. That was enough to matter this close to the threshold. If the field stayed active, the final integration effort would be delayed, frayed, or forced into precisely the kind of rushed false choice the Hollow Empress had shown him in the sky memory. Crane Mao knew it too. I do not need to kill you, he said. Only delay you. Heaven will finish the work with better posture. That was when Kale stepped off the parapet and the sky over the summit changed categories. You continue. The heaven-defying apex said to Shun without looking back, cultivating. I will correct the club. The operatives around Crane Mao smiled the way peers smiled before catastrophic miscalculation. They had come expecting resistance. They had perhaps even hoped for legend. They had not expected one of their own apex breed to announce defection in front of witnesses and mean it enough that the atmosphere itself bent away from him. Crane Mao's smile finally thinned. You would fight us for this. Kale looked at him with open disdain. No, I will fight them. You are debris with opinions. The first clash of apex force split the summit sky before anyone else had time to move. And beneath that tearing sound, with the suppressor field still eating at the resonance circle and 12 hours collapsing fast, Shin understood that the final ascent had just gained the one nuisance every climax eventually demanded. The past had come back armed and wanted one more vote. Chapter 125. Kale Duskburn fought like a man who had spent a century proving solitude stronger than bond and had recently discovered how furious that made him. The heaven-defying apex operatives met him in open sky above the summit with techniques grand enough to have erased lesser islands. The first unfolded a law field of collapsing stars. The second answered with a sovereignty cage built from condensed decree fragments. The third drew a blade that looked forged from refusal itself. Kale broke the first with one hand, ignored the second through what might have been contempt and might have been better technique, and sent the third operative through 2 cloud layers with a gesture sharp enough to count as correction. The summit below remained under attack anyway, because Crane Mao had never been the real fighter in the room. He was the saboteur. He moved through the suppressor field like a priest through incense, rods of scaled Vow null metal floating around him in a rotating cage. The pattern they formed over the summit was elegant in the same sour way all his work had been elegant, built not to create, only to make other people's creation unworkable enough that hierarchy felt natural again. Shin remained at the circle center with 6 vows active and the Hollow Empress's damaged resonance held outside the support line by Lien's frozen conditions. Ignore him, Nara said. He is inside the perimeter. So is failure. Ignore the one that feeds on attention. Useful. Hard. The support formation continued. Lien stabilized the stillness line. You fed Burning Wool through the South Brazier Array. Zhun rewrote the suppressor contact points as fast as Crane Mao scaled them. Mira vanished and kept reappearing at field nodes, cutting what she could before the apex mathematics rebuilt around her. Sean held the west anchor pillar against repeated compression ripples from the sky fight above. Kaylee directed Stormglass power into the summit from the fleet arrays below, while simultaneously keeping her officers from breaking formation in panic under the visible apex clash overhead. Nara guided the bond space from inside, making sure the sevenfold network did not fracture back into categories the suppressor could read cleanly. And still Crane Mao came. He slipped through the outer ring during one moment of sky-bright distraction when Kale threw an operative into the upper current hard enough to make the clouds recoil. Lien intercepted first. Crane Mao's suppressor rods opened around her like white jaws and tried to freeze the first vow at its source. Lien answered by turning the whole patch of summit air into precise winter. You taught me the wrong lesson, she said. Crane Mao drove a palm strike through the frost and forced her back 2 steps with sheer borrowed power. Then learned the right one while dying. You was on him next, flame spiraling. He turned the suppressor cage toward her, and the rods drank a portion of the second vow's output. Not enough to shut her down, enough to spoil the edge. That was all he needed to keep moving. Still impulsive, he said. Still killable, she answered. But he was already past her. Myra's blade found the seam under his shoulder and would have taken the arm from any body honestly attached to its own chi. Crane Mao had long ago become something uglier than ordinary cultivation. He bled, twisted, and let the wound mean less than it should have, because the temporary apex faction augmentation kept stuffing stolen reserves into structural failures no person should survive carrying. He reached the inner ring. Shin finally stood. Nara's voice cut through the formation. No. Continue integrating. He is coming for the core. Yes, she said. That is why you continue. The final lesson of the path, and the most infuriating one. Not every threat deserved direct answer from the carrier if the system was real enough to defend itself as system. Shan moved first. She stepped between Crane Mao and the center line and planted one hand on the summit stone. Fault lines answered under the fifth anchor pillar, rising in a jagged wall. Crane Mao broke through it with suppressor force and a contemptuous upward strike. The wall shattered. Shan did not move. He hit her center mass and looked honestly surprised when Bedrock, disguised as a woman, treated the blow as data rather than verdict. "Your sect-bred poor instruments," she said, and threw him sideways. He recovered in air, rods spinning faster. Then Kaylee's storm crashed down through the open summit roof. Not broad, not theatrical. One ruler-straight bolt through the suppressor cage. 3 rods failed. 2 survived. 1 kept spinning. That was enough. Crane Mao laughed like a man who had mistaken collapse for proof of depth. "You cannot protect him from structure itself," he hissed, and drove the last scaled suppressor directly towards Shun Wuk's cultivation core. The summit saw it clearly. The field node. The central line. The borrowed apex force behind the thrust. The exact old cruelty carried forward from sect courtyard to world peak. Crane Mao had come to repeat the first crime at the largest possible scale. The suppressor hit Shun's sovereign fabric. And failed. Not by a little. By category. 7 complete vows no longer resembled individual meridians braided together. The system had become one sole fabric, one law organ, one continuous sovereign field answering through different bonds. Crane Mao's technique was designed to isolate channels, force separation, and block flow through division. There was nothing left in Shun to separate that way. Trying to suppress the 7-fold sovereign fabric with an old tournament-derived isolator was like thrusting a bucket into a river and declaring the flood resolved. The technique rebounded. Every stolen reserve inside Crane Mao answered the error at once. His borrowed chi collapsed inward through the rods. His temporary apex augmentation tore loose from the meridian graphs holding it. The old instability of a man who had always taken more than his foundation could rightly carry finally received a perfect mathematical answer. Crane Mao screamed. Not nobly. Not as villain. As an aging cultivator reduced in one brutal turn to the exact smallness he had spent a lifetime hiding under rank. The suppressor rod shattered. His chi channels burst. His cultivation base imploded. He dropped to the summit stones gasping and mortal. Mortal shell. The old elder stared at his own hands in incomprehension as if they had betrayed him by becoming what they always were beneath the theft. Around the summit, even the sky fight paused by one instinctive degree. Kale's operatives felt it. The women felt it. Shun felt it deep in the sovereign fabric as one old wound finally refusing to stay structurally relevant. And the final ascent, rather than being delayed by the man who had broken it at the start, had just used him as proof that the path no longer recognized his authority to touch it at all. Chapter 126. Crane Mao hit the stone on both knees. For one suspended breath, the summit heard only the thin ringing left behind by shattered suppressor rods. Silver splinters skidded across black salt lines. One landed beside old Zhao's cane. Another spun to a stop near Jin Inquisper's boot and burned itself out in a thread of bitter smoke. Crane Mao looked at his hands as if rank might return if he stared with sufficient authority. "No," he said. It was not a grand denial. It came out cracked and small, the sound of a man discovering that the world had finally stopped cooperating with his preferred lie. His chi was gone. Not sealed. Gone. The false apex force the faction had poured into him had torn through his channels on the way out, and the old scaffolding of theft that had held him upright for decades had collapsed with it. Xin Wuk felt the truth of that through the sovereign fabric more clearly than sight could have shown him. Crane Mao no longer registered as a cultivator pressing against the summit with hostile intent. He registered as a body in pain and a soul forced at last to stand without stolen height. Yu Hongshu's flames surged around the inner ring. "Move once more," she said, "and I'll feed your bones to the brazier." Crane Mao tried anyway. Habit, pride, fear. All three often resembled courage from a distance. He lunged for the nearest broken rod, perhaps thinking that if he could close one hand around the instrument, the old pattern might resume. Mira Duskblade appeared first. Her foot came down on the rod with a dry crack. Her knife touched the side of his neck. "That was your once more," she said. Crane Mao froze. Shin remained seated within the center lines. The final ascent had not paused. That was the first thing he checked. The rebound had not tangled the 7-fold current. If anything, the sovereign fabric had grown cleaner. One old obstruction, one inherited wound, had been ripped out by its own method. The resonance flowing through Yin's stillness, Yu's burning will, Zhen's runes, Myra's silence, Shan's unbreaking ground, Kaylee's storm, and Nara's erasure no longer wasted any motion accounting for the man who had crippled him in a sect courtyard and expected history to keep honoring that gesture forever. Crane Mao lifted his face toward Shun. The old elder's features had altered in defeat more than they had across all the years of victory. His skin looked looser. His mouth had lost the practiced calm of authority and become what it likely always had been beneath titles, a frightened, bitter line. "What did you do?" he whispered. Shun answered without heat. "I stopped being divisible." That landed harder than any insult. Around the summit, the sky war resumed. Kale Duskburn's dark gold crescent split one Apex Operatives formation in half. Kaylee redirected a storm column into the breach and lit the broken heavens in ruler-straight bands of white. The support formation shook under the cross-pressure. Jin already had fresh notation strips in the air, adjusting for the damage Crane Mao's intrusion had caused. 3 anchor nodes degraded, she said. Not fatal. Annoying. Can you restore them? Shin asked. Of course I can restore them, Jin snapped. The relevant question is how much blood I will resent shedding while doing it. Sean crouched beside the old elder and seized both of his wrists in one hand. It was not a violent grip. That made it worse. His channels are ash, she said after one breath. No hidden reserve. Lien approached from the north anchor. Frost glittered along the summit stones around her boots. She did not look at Crane Mao first. She looked at Shun. He dies now, she said. It was not a request. Every person present understood why she said it. Crane Mao had not only shattered Shun's life. Men shaped by his faction had hunted her, murdered her master, profaned the research that linked all of them, and helped turn Nara's death into an instrument of law. If anyone on this summit had earned the right to demand blood without explanation, Lien had. Shin met her eyes. That would be clean. Lien's jaw tightened. You say that as if clean is a criticism. He thought of the memory the Hollow Empress had shown them. The first sovereign threshold. Fear offering consumption as the efficient answer. One decisive act that simplified the future by making it smaller. He looked at Crane Mao again. For years he had imagined this confrontation in sharper forms. A duel. A sentence. A blade through the throat. The fantasies had all shared one quality. They ended the old man quickly enough that Shun could pretend the problem had been a person rather than a structure of permission. But the path had changed him too much for that lie to fit. No, Shun said. You turned. No. No killing. Crane Mao stared as if mercy were a new cruelty with unfamiliar mechanics. Kaylee laughed from the western line. Wind wrapped around her shoulders like a noble's torn cloak. Heavens preserve me from men who become more troublesome when enlightened. Old Zhao tapped his cane once against the stone. Let the boy finish. Shin did. He does not die at the threshold of a system he tried to erase. He remains. He watches it stand. Shin's voice carried through the formation not because he raised it, but because the summit itself had begun repeating him. Jun, build me a permanent severance array. Not a prison that can be broken by force. A legal scar in the soul layer. He will never cultivate again. He will never borrow cultivation again. He will never pass as a teacher, elder, advisor, or patron of the path again. Crane Mao's breath started to come faster. You cannot dash, Shin smiled without kindness. Oh, I very much can. The old elder twisted against Shan's grip. Mortal muscles. Mortal panic. Mortal futility. You don't understand what comes after this, he said, looking from Shun to the 7 women and back again. The summit is one thing. Recognition is another. Heaven does not accept bonds as sovereignty. It uses them until fear clarifies itself. It always has. Nara spoke from the northern point, quiet enough that everyone listened harder. That is what we are correcting. Crane Mao laughed once, then winced because even laughter now cost him. Correction. You all keep saying that word as if law were a scroll and not appetite. Myra's knife edge pressed closer. And you keep speaking as if your opinions are worth the blood pressure. The support formation pulsed. One damaged node failed entirely. Jin swore, already inscribing across the air. Shin felt the summit tilt back toward urgency. There would be time for sentence only if he made it. Do it while I continue, he said. Lien studied him for one breath longer. Then she gave the smallest nod and turned away first, accepting the choice without softening her face. That mattered. Jun knelt opposite Shan and spread 12 notation slips in a ring around Crane Mao's collapsed body. Ink rose from her fingers in thin black threads and bit into the stone. Hold him steady, she said. The array requires the target to remain honest for at least one instant. This may prove physically uncomfortable for him. Crane Mao bared his teeth. You think this humiliates me? Jin did not look up. No. I think this describes you. The runes ignited. Chapter 127. The severance array did not blaze. That would have been too dramatic for Jun's taste. Instead, it assembled itself with the cold precision of an argument finally written clearly enough that evasion had nowhere left to stand. Black ink lines spread over the summit stones in concentric clauses. Silver marks from Kaylee's reserve stock clicked into the pattern one by one. A narrow band of void dark script at the outer edge came from Nara's hand and gave the whole construct the force of exclusion. Crane Mao watched it form and found, too late, that fear had many gradations he had never bothered to catalog while occupying the profitable side of them. "You don't get to put law on me," he said. Zhen's brush never touched paper. It moved through air, and each stroke appeared below with ruthless finality. "That complaint would matter more," she said, "if you had not built a career out of doing precisely that to weaker people." Sean kept both of the old man's arms pinned. Mira remained at his blind side. Lien stood close enough to intervene if he somehow produced one last hidden cruelty from the wreckage of his life. Yu's flames circled low, not to burn him, but to cauterize any attempt at chi leakage. Kaylee held the storm ceiling in place. Nara maintained the northern silence. The Hollow Empress watched from outside the inner ring with an unreadable face that now looked less imperial than historical, as if she were observing a species of justice she had missed the chance to attempt in her own era. Shin kept cultivating. That was the shape of his decision. He did not rise to preside over Crane Mao's end. He remained within the resonance lines and let the path continue climbing while judgment happened in its proper place around him. The old elder did not get the dignity of becoming the center again. Still, the sovereign fabric carried every word to him. Jin placed her left palm over the array's core. "Name," she said. Crane Mao's mouth curled. "You know my name?" "I do," Jin replied. "The formation does not. I am giving you an opportunity to assist in your own removal from relevance." Silence stretched. Then, because even stripped men often cling to forms after substance has fled them, he answered. "Crane Mao." The inner ring sealed. The runes shifted. "Former office," Jin said. His eyes sharpened with hatred. "Elder of Iron Peak Sect. Advisor to the Broken Heaven Caucus. Supervising examiner of Dash." The formation flashed and cut him off. Jin glanced at the line, then at him. Interesting. It rejected the titles that depended on cultivation legitimacy. Kaylee smiled thinly. Even the array finds him professionally inflated. Crane Mao strained against Sean again. "You think this matters? Sects are built on memory. Men like me remain inside instruction long after the body fails." Old Zhao answered that one. "Only if no one tells the truth loudly enough." The old courier's voice came rough, but it carried the weight of funerals, border roads, and years spent transporting dangerous knowledge between people too stubborn to survive politely. He stepped closer than any healer would have approved. "I knew xianxia," Zhao said. "I knew the men who envied him because they could measure his work and not match it. And I know what you turned into after you helped bury him. If the boy wants you alive to watch his father's path stand, that is kinder than history deserves to be." Crane Mao looked at him and saw a witness he had failed to erase. That was when the anger went out of him. Not all at once. It leaked. A posture collapsing from within. Shin felt the change before anyone else said anything. The sovereign fabric registered emotional truth with a clarity ordinary perception never had. Crane Mao's hatred remained. So did his terror. But beneath both sat a harder thing. The exhausted recognition that every theft he had ever justified had been arranged around one fact he could no longer outrun. He had never been equal to the work he destroyed. Zhen reached the final ring. "Last question," she said. "State the root offense." Crane Mao laughed once under his breath. "There were many. State the first one that made the others possible." No one moved. The sky above went on breaking in gold arcs where Kale fought the remaining Apex faction operatives. The summit line held. Dawn remained on its way. Shin's ascent continued. But within the severance array there was only the old elder, the woman demanding truth from him, and the impossible fact that he could not pass this gate except honestly. His voice dropped. "I hated that he was right." Shin's brush stopped. "Be precise." Crane Mao stared at the black runes around his knees as if they were a pit opening under memory. "Your father," he said to Shun without looking up, "was right about everything. About bonds. About the old suppression. About the way cultivation lords fear anything they cannot own by hierarchy. He was right that relation makes power harder to monopolize. He was right that the path before ours had been cut apart and rearranged into ladders men like me could climb." His throat worked. That's what made it intolerable. It was not remorse. It was better, in one narrow and unpleasant sense. It was accurate. The array accepted the statement. Every line ignited at once. Black ink burned white. Nara's void script folded inward. Shan's hand held Crane Mao in place while the formation drove a thin, terrible sound through the summit. Less scream than extraction. Not chi ripped away. Possibility rewritten. The mark settled at the center of his chest. A small character. Clean. Permanent. Severed. Crane Mao gasped and collapsed sideways when Sean released him. He clawed at the mark, found no wound to tear open, and understood from the absence alone that this punishment offered no easy physical resistance. Any child with the least cultivation sight would read him correctly from now on. Any sect physician would confirm it. Any attempt to rebuild would fail at the first spiritual turn. He was alive. He would remain so. He would never again mistake access for worth. Lian looked down at him for a long time. Then she sheathed her sword. "This is worse," she said. You exhaled flame through her teeth. "Good." Shen opened his eyes. The summit had grown clearer since the sentence. One old debt had settled without becoming new poison. He rose, not to stand away from the vows, but to bring the whole sevenfold circuit with him. The resonance answered as a single living field. Crane Mao flinched. That, more than anything, proved the old elder finally understood what stood before him. Shen stopped 2 steps away. "When I was 16, he said, you taught me what power looked like when it feared being surpassed." "Thank you." Crane Mao stared up at him in disbelief. "Thank me?" "Yes." Shen's voice remained even. "You made the choice that showed me what your order really protects. Without that, I might have spent a lifetime asking permission from a broken sky." For the first time, shame crossed the old man's face without being buried under anger. It did not redeem him. It simply made him easier to classify. One of Kale's opponents fell from the sky in a spill of broken decree light. The body hit a lower platform and vanished into storm. Kaylee looked upward. If our resident heretic takes much longer, I may start admiring him by accident. The Hollow Empress stepped toward the ring. The support formation is stable enough. If he is to breach Realm Sovereign's ceiling before the Warden arrives, begin now. She nodded. He turned from Crane Mao without ceremony. Behind him, the old elder spoke one last time. "If you overturn heaven with love," he rasped, "what do you think men will do with that after you're gone?" Shen did not face him again. Fight over it. Misread it. Build schools around half of it. Betray it. Defend it. Need it. He stepped back into the center lines. In other words, the same thing men do with every truth worth surviving for. Then he lifted his head toward the failing dark and said to the summit, to the 7 vows, and to the law already leaning near enough to listen, begin. Above them, the sky answered by opening wider. Chapter 128. The support formation changed pitch when the Hollow Empress entered it. Until that moment, the summit had been humming in 7 colors, 7 tones, 7 linked but distinguishable currents shaping one field through negotiated harmony. When the Empress crossed the outer line and placed both hands on the black salt ring, a damaged 8th note entered the structure. Damaged, yes, but ancient. Shen felt it at once. Not kinship, not trust. Architecture. His father's research had been right. Somewhere before the consuming path became empire and wound and theft, it had shared a root system with what he was building now. The Hollow Empress carried the mutilated remnant of that origin inside her, and when she offered it into the circuit, the summit recognized the shape even before it accepted the person. Lian's voice went flat. "If you turn this into a trap, I will preserve your head in ice for 1,000 years." The Empress inclined her head by one narrow degree, an admirably focused boundary. You snorted. That was her version of courtesy. Treasure it. The Empress closed her eyes. Then she gave. No spectacle preceded it. One breath she stood in pale robes with centuries of theft packed into an unnaturally still body. The next breath, a thread of white gold force emerged from her sternum and moved into the support formation with the reluctance of something that had been shaped for domination and was now being told to participate. The summit shook. Kaylee drove both palms downward and pinned the storm canopy in place. "Hold the roof," she said through clenched teeth. "If the heavens see this too clearly before we're ready, they will start objecting on principle." Sean laughed once, low in her chest, and braced the western pillar. "Let them object. Mountains improve under pressure." Jin's notation strips circled faster. Ink lines split and rejoined around the new 8th current, translating the damaged resonance into forms the 7-vow circuit could tolerate. "Do not romanticize this," she snapped. "I am currently teaching a broken empire how to conjugate." Nara stepped forward from the northern point until her hand rested directly above Shun's shoulder without touching him. Her void Dao thinned the places where the strain would otherwise tear. "Follow the oldest line," she said. Shun did. He turned inward through the sovereign fabric and found the place where 7 vows had already ceased behaving like separate channels. They were one soul organ now, one resonance body. The Empress's contribution did not join that body as a new vow. It struck the structure like a missing brace, finally returned to an unfinished bridge. Pain followed. Not sharp. Expansive. His ribs felt too narrow for the field inside them. His meridians did not burn, they widened. The summit around him blurred as reality made room. He saw Yin as a vertical line of precise frost, Yu as a living red-gold furnace, Zhen as calligraphy whose arguments could wound, Mira as the edge between visibility and consequence, Shan as bedrock given patient love, Kaylee as authority relearned through weather, Nara as the clean refusal that allowed every true thing to remain itself. The eighth current entered, scarred and white. He did not embrace it. He assigned it purpose. Stabilize, he thought. The sovereign fabric obeyed. The damaged resonance that had once fed consumption found itself locked instead into support, braced by 7 answers it could not dominate. The summit thundered. Light climbed from the black salt lines in 8 narrow bands and met high above the pavilion. Realm's sovereign level 4 broke first. There was no heavenly announcement, no external voice declaring advancement as if bureaucracy had made the world. Shen knew because the territory his Tao occupied changed species. Until now he had ruled connected fields, bonds, exchanges, resonant spaces between willing anchors. With the 4th level, the sovereign field gained the power to define relation as environment. Everyone inside the summit ring breathed easier at once. The pressure attacking them from the outer sky no longer entered as enemy force alone. It arrived translated through his domain into terms his people could answer. Cost came with it. Blood slipped from Shun's nose. His knees trembled. He tasted metal and old grief, and too many vows speaking through one mortal frame. You saw it first. Walk. Still here, he said. That was not reassurance. He smiled despite the strain. It was not meant to be. The 5th level weighted higher, less like a wall than a demand. What territory do you rule when territory itself has become too small? Not land, Shen understood. Not sect. Not realm. Those were the ambitions of lesser sovereigns and frightened kings. He thought of every person on this summit. Of the dead. Of his father. Of Nara's interrupted soul. Of the long suppression of a path built around the proposition that no life worth having stands highest alone. I rule the terms by which connection is allowed to matter, he thought. The answer tore him open. Realm's sovereign level 5 descended through him like a crown made of weight and obligation. The summit did not kneel. It aligned. Every vow thread tightened. Every anchor line brightened. Even the broken sky overhead seemed to draw back one fraction before reapproaching with greater care. Kale chose that moment to finish the last apex operative. He did not do it elegantly. The rogue sovereign never wasted motion beautifying truths that were already sufficient. He broke the enemy's decree weapon with one bare hand, stepped through the implosion, and drove his other palm into the operative's chest hard enough to collapse the false law body sustaining him. The man disintegrated into pale sparks before he hit the lower terraces. Kale landed on the summit edge amid shredded cloud. You're taking your time, he said. Kaylee pointed one storm-wrapped finger at him. If you still possess enough breath to be irritating, assist. Kale looked at the 8 color lines, the hollow empress inside them, and Shun at their center. For once, his answer came without mockery. Tell me where. That alone revealed how serious the moment had become. The air above Shin changed. Not with tribulation. With attention. The heavens, having tolerated one form of ascent because it fit known categories badly enough to be annoying, but not offensive, now leaned close to inspect the next threshold. Shin felt the regard settle on him like a question too large for language and older than any sect scripture. Heaven-defying Apex did not offer a technique manual. It offered judgment. A voice sounded nowhere and therefore everywhere. What do you defy? The summit fell silent enough to hear blood moving. Shin lifted his head. The question entered not through his ears, but through every place in him that still carried obedience learned from lesser powers. It did not ask what enemy he opposed. It asked what structure he considered so unacceptable that he would build himself against it even if the effort cost him future, body, peace, and name. His answer had to be exact, and the warden, far beyond the horizon, had already begun to listen. Chapter 129. The question remained. It did not repeat itself. It did not need to. Heaven's law possessed a confidence ordinary tyrants spent whole reigns imitating badly. Once asked, it simply stood there, occupying the summit and Shun's cultivation alike, waiting to see whether the man who had climbed this far understood the expense of his own ascent. What do you defy? Shun closed his eyes. Not to retreat from the summit. To sort it. 1,000 possible answers presented themselves, and most were too small. I defy the 7th heaven's warden. Tactical. Insufficient. I defy the hollow empress and the order she built. True once. No longer central. I defy the men who murdered my father. Personal. Real. Still too small. He breathed through the 7-fold current, and felt each vow answer with the specificity of the life behind it. Lian, do not say what hurts you. Say what must not be permitted. You, if you're going to insult heaven, do it with your full chest. Jun, define terms before confronting institutions. Sloppiness is how they win. Mira, name the target, not the feeling. Sean, stand where your answer can bear weight. Kaylee, speak as if law might have to obey. Nara, say the falsehood first, then refuse it. He opened his eyes. The whole summit was watching. Even Kale had gone still. The Hollow Empress's face had acquired a terrible calm, like a woman seeing the doorway where she had once turned wrong and understanding that someone else might yet cross it properly. Shin spoke to the sky. I defy the idea that connection is weakness. The summit wind changed direction. The heavens did not reject the answer. They widened it. Speak further. So he did. I defy the law that says love unmakes power. I defy the order built by frightened men who break every bond they cannot control and call the ruin purity. I defy the decree that said Nara Voidheart had to die for a crime committed by mortal interference and then dressed in heavenly language. Nara's fingers tightened once above his shoulder. That was all. It was enough. Heaven-defying Apex Level 1 entered him like a blade turned into a key. The breakthrough did not enlarge his strength in the ordinary manner. It changed the object of his sovereignty. Until now he had ruled fields of relation. With the first Apex level, he gained the ability to refuse hostile law on the basis of declared principle. Not erase it. Not overpower it. Contest it with standing. The cost arrived in the same breath. Every old compromise embedded in his body screamed. Crane Mao's first crippling strike. The punishments he had endured in lesser sections. The reflex to lower his head before rank. The quiet calculations of survival that had once kept him alive by teaching him where not to stand fully. Heaven-defying Apex burned through all of it, and where it passed it left nothing to lean on except chosen conviction. Shin staggered. Lian's hand caught his forearm before the summit stone did. Stand, she said. Not gentle. Exact. He did. Blood had started from both corners of his mouth. You wiped one streak away with her thumb and left fire warmth behind. That answer, she said softly, was worth getting struck for. Kale barked a short laugh. There. Finally. A man reaches apex by naming the thing, not by hoarding enough mountain in his bones. Kaylee turned her head toward the east. Celebrate later. Everyone felt it a moment after she spoke. Far beyond sight, the sky developed a pressure seam. Not a storm front. Not an army. Not one cultivator's killing intent. Procedure. The warden had moved ahead of schedule. Nara's gaze went distant in the way it only did when void sense touched something too large to call an object. 6 hours, she said. You swore. It was meant to wait until dawn. It was, the Hollow Empress said, which means the answer frightened someone. Jin did not look up from the notation storm around her, or interested them. Institutions are often most dangerous when curious. Shin looked east through broken roof and stormlight. The sovereign fabric carried the approaching pressure to him in precise layers. There was command in it, but not rage. The warden did not hate him. That would have made things simpler. Hatred belonged to people. The warden was an office sharpened into personhood by repetition. It had detected a contest to one of heaven's prior decisions and was coming to prevent precedent. Shin thought of Nara's death decree, of his father's notes, of the Hollow Empress's old failure, of the fact that the path ahead no longer looked like defeating enemies in sequence, but like constructing a truth strong enough that even law would have to acknowledge it. He made the next decision at once. No retreat, he said. Sean nodded. Agreed. No dispersal, he continued. The warden wants us isolated into manageable definitions. We stay in one circuit. Myra's mouth curved. A rude choice. I approve. Kale, Shin said, turning to the rogue sovereign. When it arrives, I need time, not victory. Can you buy it? Kale considered him without offense. For a while. Take the outer sky. Done. He vanished before the word had fully left his mouth. Shin looked at Jun. Can the support formation survive direct decree pressure? In its current state? She made a face. No. In the state where everyone does exactly what I say for the next several breaths, perhaps. Then say it. She did. Fast. Sharp. Precise enough to cut fear into tasks. Kaylee shifted 2 stormglass anchors. Sean sank both hands into the western foundation. You fed flame through the damaged south line. Lian spread stillness over the central current to reduce resonance loss. Mira vanished into the shadow seams where the decree would try to enter unseen. Nara thinned the northern edge until the air there looked half erased. The Hollow Empress remained at the 8th brace, white gold force steadily draining from the ruins of her old path. Shen returned to the center. Above them the eastern horizon split with a single vertical line of pale lawlight. No one mistook it for sunrise. Chapter 130. The warden arrived by revising distance. One moment the eastern sky held a line of pale lawlight too far away to be a body. The next, the line was standing above the summit on empty air, a tall figure in layered white and gold robes, face hidden behind a smooth decree mask inscribed with characters that rearranged themselves faster than mortal sight could settle on them. A long scroll case hung at its back. A narrow staff rested in one hand, not like a weapon, but like punctuation. The sky bent around it into order. Not silence. Order. Clouds flattened into level bands. Storm currents lost their turbulence and began moving in measured procession. Loose stone fragments from the broken summit stopped falling and remained suspended where the warden's arrival had decided they belonged. Kaylee muttered through clenched teeth, "I dislike bureaucrats with cosmological authority." The warden looked at Shun and nowhere else. "Shenwuk," it said. Its voice carried no volume, and therefore overruled every other sound. "You have advanced under protest. You have maintained unlawful persistence regarding the void Nunnara void heart. You have declared doctrinal contest against settled heavenly interpretation. You have one opportunity to cease." Yu's flame snapped higher. He will be refusing that in detail. The warden continued as though interruptions from flame spirits were weather events of minor administrative importance. "By authority of the seventh heaven, pending final review, local correction is authorized." It raised the staff. Shin moved first. "Nara," he said. She was already there. The vow of erasure opened across the northern line in a sheet of disciplined void dark, not attacking, not expanding blindly, but preparing the only answer they yet had to heavenly technique: nullification through direct contradiction. The warden did not strike at her. It struck the world. "Reality decree," it said. The words entered the summit like legislation written directly onto matter. Space within the formation radius changed classification. Shin felt it at once in the worst possible way. The decree did not hurl force at his meridians. It attempted to edit the local rules by which meridians of his kind could be said to exist. The law pouring down from the warden carried one premise: systems not recognized by heaven's current order possessed no standing inside the corrected zone. Inside that zone, unrecognized meridians simply stopped. Lian's breath hitched as the first edge of the decree touched the central lines. Yu's flame shrank by 1 degree. Zhun's runes flickered as if grammar itself were being revoked. Myra's shadow step outline reappeared where concealment had ceased being a recognized category. Shan's anchor pillar groaned. Kaylee's stormglass arrays cracked in 3 places at once. And within Shun, the sevenfold sovereign fabric met the first technique in his life that did not seek to overpower him, break him, or deceive him. It sought to define him out of admissibility. Pain followed hard. His vow meridians did not close. They lost legal footing. The sensation resembled standing on a floor that had just remembered it had not agreed to exist beneath him. Shin bit through the inside of his cheek and tasted blood. Think. Panic was what decrees expected from the newly invalid. He forced himself to read the technique rather than drown in it. The warden's law did not erase everything within range. It was narrower than that, because even heaven's officers required categories. The decree had identified the vow sovereign system as anomalous and targeted the ontology supporting it. That meant it had to maintain enough local stability for its own language to persist. Language was a seam. "Zhun," Shin said. She answered while holding 3 failing scripts in place with her bare hands. "Already saw it." "Then say it." "The decree is self-defining," she snapped. "If it continues naming what is admissible, it creates a text body. Text bodies can be argued with, delayed, or crossed out if we survive the opening pass." "Good. Something actionable." Nara stepped fully into the northern breach. Her eyes had become deep enough to frighten emptiness. "I can hold one edge," she said. "Take it," Shin answered. The vow of erasure rose from her like the clean refusal of a blade too honest to shine for vanity. Where it met the descending decree, reality shuddered. White gold law pressed downward. Void dark contradiction pressed up. Neither gave. The clash did not explode. It argued. Every person on the summit felt the argument in their bones. You fed fire into Nara's line to keep her body from freezing under void strain. Lian spread stillness through Shun's failing center so the sovereign fabric would not fray under conceptual pressure. Shan drove raw support into the foundation. Kaylee forced the storm canopy into a tighter ring so the decree would have fewer atmospheric routes inward. Mira disappeared and reappeared along the edge of legality itself, striking at the small anchor points where the warden's staff connected text to place. The hollow empress poured more of her broken ancient current into the 8th brace until her face went white. The warden watched all of it without visible concern. "Resistance recorded," it said. Kale Duskburn dropped from the upper sky at that exact moment, carrying half a broken decree engine ripped from somewhere beyond mortal weather. He hurled it into the outer edge of the correction zone. The impact bought them one breath of distortion. "I brought paperwork," he said. Kaylee barked a laugh that sounded half feral. Xin used the stolen breath. He drew all 7 vows inward, not to shield himself, but to identify the part of the sovereign fabric the decree had failed to understand. Heaven had classified the system as a set of anomalous meridians. That was already obsolete. The suppressor had proven it. His power was no longer a set. It was one law body built from relation. If the decree targeted unrecognized meridians, then the answer was not defending each vow separately. The answer was presenting the whole sovereign fabric as a single standing reality before the next wave of correction landed. He set his feet. "All 7 with me," he said. The vow threads answered at once. And as the warden lifted its staff for the second pass, the summit's survival narrowed to one impossible contest. Whether a bond could become law before law erased the right to bond at all. Chapter 131. The second pass of reality decree came down like a verdict revised for emphasis. White gold characters poured from the warden's raised staff in vertical columns. Each one struck the summit air and became local fact. Shadow route sealed. Flame behavior narrowed. Pressure gradients turned lawful and hostile at once. The correction zone no longer merely denied the vow sovereign system recognition. It began constructing a replacement environment in which singularity ranked above relation by default. Xin met it with the whole of the 7-fold fabric. "All 7 with me." The vow threads drew tight through his body, his soul, and the space between every living anchor on the summit. Lian's stillness became structural. Yu's fire became refusal with heat. Jin's script gave grammar to what otherwise would have remained only feeling and force. Myra's silence cut away wasted motion. Shan's endurance gave the field a floor that law could not easily redefine. Kaylee's storm turned dissent into contest. Nara's erasure stripped false inevitability from every heavenly clause that touched it. The sovereign fabric rose, not as 7 techniques, as one standing reality. The warden's decree met it and failed to classify. That failure created the opening Nara needed. She stepped past the northern line. "You swore at once." "Nara, if I remain behind the line," Nara said, "the decree treats me as protected anomaly. If I step into it, I can answer as counter law." Kaylee's storm cracked above them. "That sounds like one of those sentences sensible people refuse on instinct." Nara did not slow. The void down nun entered the correction zone until white gold light touched the hem of her robes and started trying to erase the category by which her path functioned. Xin felt the pressure hit her through the vow at once. Not pain alone. Thinness. The decree wanted to make her into a technical absence. He moved with her. Lian caught his sleeve. "If you both stand inside it, the center breaks." "Not if the center moves." He pulled free and took one step into the edge of unreality. The summit reeled. Reality decree treated him like an administrative error that had acquired muscle. The pressure on his vow meridian spiked hard enough to blacken the edges of his sight. He tasted old iron and law dust. But he had not entered to endure. He had entered to answer. Nara turned her head half an inch toward him. "You should not be here. I rarely am where I should be." That drew the faintest alteration at the corner of her mouth. Then the warden spoke. "Void none. Withdraw. Your prior decree remains under review." Nara lifted one hand. "No." That single syllable, backed by the 7th vow and every chapter of grief that had led them here, struck the descending decree like a pin driven through silk. The vow of erasure surged outward not as destruction, but as refusal to let false naming settle into permanence. White gold law pressed harder. Void dark contradiction pressed upward. The clash made the summit shiver from foundation to stormglass crown. Xin understood the problem in the same instant Xin shouted it. "The decree has more stamina than the counter law. Nara can deny it, but not alone. Good. Specific. Solvable." He dragged the 7-fold current through the sovereign fabric and into Nara's standing refusal. Not to replace her. To anchor her. The relation changed everything. The vow of erasure had once been a blade carried by one woman against the world. Through the 7-fold circuit it became backed existence. Contradiction with witnesses, nullification supported by a structure that loved what it defended. Nara inhaled sharply. "Again," she said. He gave more. "You fed flame down the line to keep both of them from going cold under the void load." Lian froze the edges of the correction zone, so its next revision would have to pass through stillness. Shan planted both feet and took the recoil into her own body. Kaylee forced lightning along the decree columns to overload their descent vectors. Mira struck the warden's left side anchor point with a silence-forged knife and made one heavenly character disappear before it finished becoming local truth. Zhen rewrote the summit's support inscriptions in a storm of black script, so fast the air smelled of hot ink and blood. The warden lowered its gaze to Shun at last. You bind contest to attachment. Yes, Shin said. That invites instability. No, it invites consequence. The decree shifted. Shin felt the warden adjusting categories in real time. The first correction had targeted anomalous meridians. The second had targeted unsupported relation. The heavenly office was learning from resistance. That meant it could be outpaced only if they forced it to confront something larger than a technique conflict. Not anomaly versus law. Law versus an older principle. The thought arrived with his father's notes, the Hollow Empress's memory, and the truth hidden beneath every vow since Chapter 16. This path did not ask heaven for permission because it predated the version of heaven currently sitting in judgment. He made the next choice at once. Nara, he said. I know. He should have expected that. Together they drove the vow of erasure upward, not to cut the decree apart, but to hold it open long enough for the whole sovereign field to enter through the seam. Relation expanded. The summit no longer looked like a besieged pavilion on a sky island. It looked like a domain being argued into existence before a hostile clerk. And for one breath, the warden's correction lost dissent. That was enough for the heavens to notice the shape beneath the fight. The summit sky opened. Not upward. Inward. A ring of gold appeared around Shun Wuk at shoulder height. Thin as thread, bright as judgment, vast as inheritance. It hovered around him without touching flesh, suspended in the space where law recognized thresholds it had not itself written. The vow eternal gate had not yet formed, but the road to it had become visible. Kaylee stared despite herself. Well, she said, that is either excellent or fatal. Kale laughed from the outer storm where he was batting aside secondary decree fragments with blunt, offensive efficiency. In the strongest climbs, it's often both. The warden's staff struck the air once. The correction zone redoubled. Nara's knees buckled. Shin caught her before she hit the stone. The vow between them screamed with strain. He felt how close the void still stood to claiming her by old habit. How thin the line remained between her restored future and the administrative death waiting to be reasserted if he failed. He could not remain at this level. He needed the next breach now. Maximum output, Jin shouted. That is not a small request, Kaylee called back. And yet I continue making it. The whole summit answered. All 7 vows peaked at once. Chapter 132 Maximum Output did not look noble. It looked like bodies reaching the honest end of what they could safely survive and deciding, one by one, that the need outranked safety. You drove both hands into the brazier ring and fed it enough living flame that the metal turned white. Lien cut her own palm and let blood fall onto the stillness lines, because her eyes held best when paid for with something warm. Jin bit through the inside of her cheek and spat red into her ink, making the new scripts bind to soul instead of stone. Mira abandoned concealment and attacked openly, each strike at the warden's side anchors trading stealth for certainty. Shan pulled on the old war god inheritance she usually kept chained behind civility and let the summit feel, for a breath, what Mountain Wrath had once looked like before clans turned it into a title. Kaylee snapped 3 stormglass bangles from her own wrist and crushed them into the wind circuits, sacrificing relics of her house to keep the sky from siding with procedure. Nara stood again through Shun's support and poured every clean line of void she still possessed into the refusal. The Hollow Empress gave what remained of her damaged primordial current without flinching. 8 strands rose. 7 colors had defined the summit until now. The 8th did not behave like a color. It entered the field as white threaded through old damage, making visible the ancient break between bonding and consumption. Jin's scripts caught it. Nara's void stripped its predatory reflex. Shin's sovereign fabric assigned it brace, not appetite. The resonance changed species. The air above the pavilion brightened in layered bands. Not rainbow, not storm, not sect light. Something older. Each vow thread projected outward from Shun and then curved back inward through every anchor, until the whole summit stood inside an 8-strand lattice. The warden's decree hit that lattice and slowed. Record this, Kaylee said through blood in her teeth. If we live, I refuse to have future idiots explain it badly. Jin snapped back without looking up. I am actively dying into notation. Your concern for archives is touching. Shin stood at the center of the field and felt the next 2 thresholds reveal themselves together. Heaven-defying Apex Level 2 was not another principle to declare. It was the capacity to make declared principle operative beyond the self. Not only I refuse. We stand. Level 3 waited behind it, stranger and steeper. If the second level extended lawful standing through bond, The third would collapse the distinction between standing and being. Not man wielding path. Path recognizing itself in man. Two barriers. No time for separate climbs. The answer was not force. The answer had never been force. Shen looked at the ring of gold forming around him and understood what the Hollow Empress's old failure had hidden. The first sovereign threshold had broken because fear had insisted relation must remain negotiable at the final instant. One life had consumed the other rather than stepping through with the bond intact. Every structure built after that had inherited the error. So the summit did not need more power. It needed unanimity. He turned within the 8-strand lattice and spoke not to heaven, but to the people who had made him possible. No one yields identity, he said. No one dissolves into me. No one disappears to make this easier. I rise with every vow intact, or not at all. The summit stilled. The statement moved through the lattice like a key entering an old lock. Lian answered first. Good. You laughed once, fierce and bright despite the blood on her chin. If you had tried anything else, I would have hit you mid-transcendence. Jin's brush did not pause. An excellent doctrinal refinement. Also, survive long enough for me to footnote it. Mira wiped white gold dust from one cheek with the back of her wrist. I prefer men who keep promises while reaching for impossible states. Shan's voice came from deep as fault lines. Stand then. We will bear it with you. Kaylee lifted one hand toward the broken heavens. Upper realms witnessed this properly for once. Nara looked at Shun with the calm of a woman who had already died once and no longer found lesser thresholds persuasive. I remain. The Hollow Empress said nothing. She simply continued giving her damaged force into the brace as if she had found, too late for her own history, the one useful thing left to do with what remained. The 8-strand lattice locked. Heaven-defying Apex Level 2 broke. The effect ran through everyone at once. The summit stopped behaving like a place under threat and began behaving like a recognized field with internal rights. The Warden's decree no longer had simple authority inside it. Every person bound to Shun's path now possessed standing against correction by virtue of relation itself. The cost struck just as hard. Lian's breath turned ragged. Yu's flame dipped. Shun's left hand shook so badly she had to stab her brush into the stone to steady it. Kaylee coughed blood into the wind and kept issuing sky commands through it. No time to stop. The third level waited, but the barrier had changed under the new unanimity. It no longer looked like a wall outside him. It looked like the last internal habit of separation. Shen had spent his whole life learning to distinguish survival from burden, self from bond, advancement from dependence. Even after 7 vows, even after Nara's death and return, part of him still treated receiving strength from others as something to justify rather than a native form of existence. There, the true obstruction. He released it, not with speech, with acceptance. He accepted Lian's precision without needing to make it his own. Use fire without mastering it into moderation. Zhen's mind without out-arguing it. Myra's dangerous nearness without reducing it to utility. Shan's support without translating it into debt. Kaylee's storm without taming it into courtly order. Nara's void without fearing what it erased in him. The sovereign fabric answered. Heaven-defying Apex Level 3 collapsed into him with the force of a gate realizing it had been standing open for hours. Above the summit, the ring of gold thickened. It was no longer shoulder height. It rose into full view around Shenwuk like a law older than current heaven making itself visible again. Every person present could see it now. A golden circle suspended in the space where relations ceased being method and became destiny acknowledged. The vow eternal threshold had appeared. The warden saw it. For the first time since its arrival, the heavenly officer moved in something like urgency. Its staff came down. Its decree scroll flew open behind it of its own accord. Columns of white gold law gathered above the summit. All of them aimed not at Shen now, but at Nara. Re-execution. The old death edict, called back into force before the threshold could finalize. Nara looked up once. Of course, she said. Shen stepped toward the golden ring. There was no explosion, no chant, no swarm of approving heavens. The threshold opened the way a true door opens, by recognizing the shape that belongs beyond it. He entered. Chapter 133 Silence met him. Not the absence of sound, the absence of division. Shenwuk stepped through the golden ring, and the world stopped presenting itself in separate terms. There was no summit and then him. No vows and then body. No 7 women standing around a center. No bond here, self there, heaven above, death waiting at a measurable distance. Everything relational became immediate. The transition made no display because display belonged to thresholds that still needed witnesses to confirm they had happened. Vow Eternal required no applause from law, sect, or sky. It recognized itself through total coherence. His vow meridians vanished. Not erased, Resolved. Where 7 specialized channels had once run through his cultivation body, there was now one vast and subtle current threading body, soul, will, and relation into a single Tao organ. He felt Lian's stillness not as borrowed ice, but as one register of his own now broadened existence. Yu's fire beat beside it as another register. Zhen's script, Myra's silence, Shan's ground, Kaylee's storm, Nara's void. Each remained distinct. None stood outside him. He existed through them without reducing them. That was the miracle. Not union as consumption. Union as intact plurality. The cost arrived as grief. Every false solitude he had lived by tore free at once. The lonely boy in the waste dump. The disciple who had learned to measure every room by who could break him in it. The man who had kept one inward chamber reserved for burden, so he could claim ownership of pain and not impose it on anyone else. Vow Eternal took that chamber apart with perfect gentleness and left nowhere in him that could still pretend he survived alone. He opened his eyes. The summit re-entered him rather than the other way around. He stood within the golden ring, but also in every anchor point of the formation simultaneously. He felt Yu's pulse against heat, Lian's controlled breathing beneath the frost mask, Zhen's mind racing ahead of her own blood loss, Myra's poised violence, Shan's deep strain through the broken foundation, Kaylee's storm command braided with old aristocratic discipline, Nara's calm under the descending decree. And above all that, the warden. The heavenly officer had raised its decree scroll to full extension. The old death edict against Nara Voidheart burned across it in pale characters sharpened by procedure and distance from human consequence. Before Vow Eternal, Shen might have met the move with contest. Now he understood something simpler. The decree was wrong. Not symbolically, not emotionally, structurally. He reached out one hand. The gesture carried through the summit without force. The warden's descending law stopped. No clash, no visible barrier. It simply encountered a reality that now outranked the premises carrying it. The heavenly officer's mask tilted one narrow degree. State authority, it said. Its voice remained calm, but the question had changed category. This was no longer warning. It was inquiry under altered conditions. Shen answered from the center, the edges, the vows, the field, and the ring all at once. Vow Eternal. The words entered the summit as enacted law. Kaylee drew one sharp breath. Shen stopped writing because for one rare instant notation could only follow. Yu laughed through tears she either did not notice or refused to account for. Lian closed her eyes once, then opened them with a steadiness deeper than stoicism. Mira smiled like a knife, hearing its true name spoken. Shan bowed her head the way mountains acknowledge weather older than themselves. Nara looked at Shun, and, for the first time since her resurrection process began, allowed hope to stand fully in her face. The warden did not retreat. Define. Reasonable, Shen thought, and almost smiled at the absurdity of finding a cosmic law enforcer intellectually rigorous in the middle of a death contest. He answered by moving. One step forward, and the golden ring moved with him, not around his body, but around the relation he represented. The 8-strand lattice brightened. The old reality decree shuddered and started coming apart at the edges, unable to maintain a correction against a path that had become recognized source instead of disputed method. Vow Eternal, Shen said, is the state in which relation possesses standing prior to imposed hierarchy. The bonded soul is not derivative. The bond is not defect. A decree that ignores the actual structure of linked life is invalid at origin. The warden's scroll burned brighter. Bold classification. Accurate classification. The summit held. The hollow empress, still feeding the 8th brace, whispered something too low for ordinary hearing. Through Vow Eternal, Shen heard it anyway. So that was the door. He did not look at her. There would be time for that if they survived the next minutes. Nara's death edict began descending again, slower now, but sharpened by formal challenge. The warden had not conceded. It had entered review conflict. The old sentence against her soul would stand unless Shun invalidated it at source. Not delayed. Not blocked. Reversed. That was what this state had made possible. He could feel the line now, running backward through law, through the moment of misdirected tribulation, through the mortal interference that had dressed murder in celestial terminology and filed it as necessity. Vow Eternal did not grant brute supremacy. It granted direct access to relational truth where heaven's current paperwork had abstracted lives into cases. The cost of using it was immediate and severe. Every thread in him burned with overload. Not from incompatibility, from scale. His mortal frame was trying to hold a Tao that wanted to operate across source law. Blood ran warm down both wrists where no cuts had been before. The women felt the strain through every vow. You took one step toward him. Walk. Stay where you are. The words came out gentle and left no room for disobedience. Not command by dominance. Clarity by standing. He looked at Nara. I am going to argue your life. Her answer remained as Nara as anything ever had. Do it properly. Then Shun turned to the warden and prepared to overturn heaven's record at the root. Chapter 130. For the decree scroll unfurled until it stretched from the warden's hand to the horizon. It was not parchment, not ink in any mortal sense. It was the visible body of an executed decision, layered with centuries of procedural habit and all the terrible confidence that institutions accumulate when enough people stop believing they can be questioned. Nara Voidheart's death stood written there in pale gold lines. Cause of dissolution. Grounds of necessity. Acceptable collateral and preservation of heavenly order. Shin read it in one breath and felt revulsion move through every vow at once. Not because it was cruel, because it was lazy. The decree had abstracted one woman into a doctrinal inconvenience, and then cited the distortion created by mortal interference as if the heavens themselves had initiated it. Vow Eternal allowed him to see the severed chain beneath the filing. The hollow empress's manipulation, the redirected tribulation, the false premises embedded later into review language until the lie hardened into precedent. He raised one hand toward the scroll. The death decree against Nara Voidheart is invalid. The warden's staff touched the air once. State basis. Jin made a sound behind him that might have been a half-hysterical laugh. It is actually taking submissions. Shin did not look away from the scroll. The decree is based on misdirected tribulation caused by mortal interference, he said. The cited inevitability was manufactured. The sole mark for dissolution was not the originating offender under the governing event. The record confuses induced proximity with lawful target. It is flawed at source. The words did not vanish after he spoke them. Vow Eternal placed them onto the summit as active review text. Opposing law appeared in gold beside the old decree. The whole sky became document and counter-document, statement and correction, history and the first honest challenge history had received in centuries. The warden read. So did heaven. That was the sensation, the upper laws leaning near. Not with affection, with attention. The old decree flared as it attempted to defend itself. Lines of procedural justification rose from it in layered sheets. Threat to stability. Void contamination risk. Collateral permissibility under apex emergency. Shun answered each at once because Vow Eternal did not make him faster. It made relation legible across scale. False. Her path stabilized rather than contaminated the breach. The line crossed out. False. Collateral is unlawful where the initiating danger was manipulated by mortal agency. Another line burned away. False. Stability purchased through wrongful death is not law. It is panic formalized. The summit shook. You hooped through sheer exhaustion. Hit it again. Shin did. He traced the decree backward to its root notation and placed his will where the error began. Nara Voidheart's death was invalid. The decree is hereby reversed at source. There was no explosion. There was recognition. The old lines on the scroll stopped glowing. One by one they turned translucent, then white, then light without text. The characters detached from meaning and drifted upward like filings stripped from a magnet. The scroll itself thinned. The warden stood motionless. No one on the summit breathed. Then the heavenly officer bowed. Not deeply, not as subordinate, as acknowledgement between standing authorities. The decree is reversed, it said. The words passed through the summit like rain after drought, not because anyone had doubted until then, but because success remained a physical event and bodies needed confirmation before they trusted relief. Nara gasped. The sound cut through everything. Her soul, which had been held near the edge of seeding for too many chapters, answered the reversal at once. The final drag toward dispersal broke. The old claim on her existence withdrew from the roots outward. Shin felt it through the vow as a pressure leaving, an absence of wrongful pull, a space finally granted back to rightful life. But Vow Eternal exacted cost for source-level correction. The strain hit him with no mercy. His knees went loose. Gold light burst from the cracks appearing along his forearms. The ring around him flickered once. Lien was there before he fell. Enough. Not yet. You reversed the decree. I have to see its seat. Her hand tightened on his arm. Then do it without dying from self-importance. That was Lien speaking care in the only dialect she considered respectable. He gave her the corner of a smile and turned his attention fully to Nara. The void down none had gone to both knees. Not in weakness. In transition. White gold motes from the dissolved decree were falling around her like rejected authority. Void dark threads, the last remnants of the old dispersal pattern, were flowing backward into her chest with hesitant precision. You crouched on one side of her. Breathe. I am attempting to, Nara said. and even now her tone carried that dry exactness that made the absurd feel briefly manageable. Sean knelt on the other side and put one broad hand at the center of Nara's back, grounding the process with patient force. Kaylee lowered the storm canopy until no hostile pressure from above could interfere with the receding. Mira took position at the outer edge and watched the warden, not because it had shown treachery, but because trust had not yet earned the right to become lazy. Jeanne, blood on her mouth and ink on both wrists, began writing stabilization scripts in the air around Nara's body before anyone asked. The Hollow Empress stepped back from the 8th brace for the first time. She looked older already, not in body. In consequence, Shin saw it and filed it away. Later, now only Nara mattered. The warden lowered its scroll case. Further correction is no longer authorized, it said. Kale, still balanced on a broken storm spar above the summit edge, let out one amused breath. You do know this will ruin a great many institutions. The warden's masked face turned a fraction toward him. That is not a review criterion. Kale grinned. Pity. Nara's body arched once. The last void strand of dispersal reversed. Her soul seated. Chapter 135. Nara Voidheart drew breath, as if inventing the act. The inhale entered her slowly, then deepened, then kept going until every person on the summit understood at once that this was no symbolic restoration, no temporary return granted by unstable ritual. Air moved into a living body whose soul now fully belonged there. The breath settled. Her shoulders loosened. The last of the void dark drift around her thinned and folded inward like night acknowledging morning without becoming less itself. Shin felt the 7th vow change in his chest. Not strengthen. Settle. For too many chapters the bond to Nara had carried an absence inside it, a structural incompleteness, a pull toward dispersal that had turned every moment of progress into a race against loss. Now the vow hummed clean and whole. No gap, no borrowed reprieve, no administrative death waiting at the edge of a sentence. Nara opened her eyes. They were the same. That mattered more than spectacle would have. The same grave calm. The same depth that seemed to observe the space between words as carefully as words themselves. But now life sat in them without contest. She looked at Shun, then at you crouched beside her, then at Shan's steady hand at her back, then at the whole impossible summit assembled around the fact of her continued existence. And she laughed. It was short, bright, barely louder than the settling wind. No one moved for one astonished beat. Then you laughed too, half in relief, half in disbelief. You make it all the way back from wrongful death, and that's the sound you choose. Nara drew another breath, stronger now. It seemed appropriate. Shin would have remembered that line even if every heavenly archive burned. He took one step toward her. The golden ring still hovered around him, though thinner now, less threshold than established state. Vow eternal remained. The strain remained with it. Blood had dried on both wrists. His left leg was trembling from the cost of source-level correction. None of it mattered beside the simple reality of Nara looking at him with a future in her gaze. Welcome back, he said. Nara's expression altered by one narrow, impossible degree. Your timing was acceptable. Kaylee put one hand over her eyes. Marvelous. We have reversed heaven, and the void none is still impossible to flatter. Lian's breath left her in a sound too quiet to be called a laugh unless you knew her. Shin reached her at last and offered his hand. Nara took it and stood. The instant she did, the 7th vow completed its final settling turn through the lattice. The summit brightened. Not from law, from rightness. That was when the Hollow Empress collapsed. No warning. One moment she stood outside the inner ring, pale and upright despite the terrible drainage of the last chapters. The next her knees gave way and the remnants of her stolen empire broke loose inside her. White gold force erupted outward in a vast, silent wave. Not attacking, releasing. The summit did not shatter because Sean caught the ground at once, and Kaylee redirected the upward surge into the storm canopy. But the energy did not remain local. It spread through the surrounding realms in concentric tides, washing across sky routes, lower islands, border forts, monasteries, war camps, ruined halls, and soul prisons with the cleansing violence of a debt finally being paid in full. Shin saw what moved inside it. Souls. Hundreds first, then thousands, then too many to count cleanly in the span of one stunned breath. Pale lights rose from unseen distances where the Hollow Empress's system had stored its stolen lives in jade prisons and soul cages and consumption arrays. Every vessel tied to her damaged path was dissolving. Every life she had carried as empire property was being released at once. The waves struck the summit and passed through them. Yu's flames leapt. Lian's frost deepened to diamond clarity. Zhen's ink script sharpened until even the air seemed legible. Mira swayed once as old fatigue broke under the tide of free qi. Shan's cracked foundation lines sealed. Kaylee's storm glass arrays repaired themselves in a shower of blue-white sparks. Nara closed her eyes and let the free cultivation energy move across her newly seeded soul without resistance. Even Kale went still, watching the vast release with an expression too stripped to call mocking. The Hollow Empress remained at the center of the outflow. By the time the last of the stolen power left her, there was almost nothing Imperial left. Her robes hung too loose. The immense pressure that had marked her for hundreds of years was gone. The terrible composure built on devoured strength had vanished with it. What remained on the summit stones was a woman at Foundation Establishment Level 1, breathing hard, staring at her own empty hands as if they belonged to someone she had once ruined and had only now been made to return. No one approached first. Not from indecision. From the scale of what had just happened. It was Lian who moved. That surprised everyone, perhaps even herself. She crossed the ring with measured steps, shrugged off the outer frost cloak hanging from her shoulders, and laid it across the Hollow Empress's back without ceremony. The former Empress looked up. Why? Lian's face did not soften. Because this is what the path you failed looks like when it succeeds. The answer landed with more force than pity would have. The woman in the cloak lowered her gaze. Shun felt the summit shifting from battle into aftermath even as the cost of Vow Eternal continued carving through his mortal frame. He could still stand. He doubted he could remain standing much longer if he pretended the cost was imaginary. The warden watched the released souls travel. The consuming path has terminated its source, it said. Jeanne, because she remained Jeanne even bleeding into victory, muttered, that should look excellent in the revised record. Old Zhao tapped his cane against the stone and wiped at his face with the heel of one hand, as if anyone present would mistake that for dust. You children, he said hoarsely, couldn't do anything the quiet way if offered immortality for it. You pointed at him. Do not say children after we overturned a decree. Especially not to the one who is now apparently law-adjacent, Kaylee added. She might have answered them. Instead his vision dipped. Nara's hand caught his this time, steady and cool and living. You may sit now, she said. He looked at her and obeyed. For the first time in his life, obedience felt like trust rather than diminishment. And across the realms, 300 years of stolen lives kept rising free into a sky that no longer had the excuse of ignorance. Chapter 136. The release wave kept traveling long after the summit had gone quiet enough to hear people breathe again. Shin sat where Nara had guided him, one hand braced on the stone, the other resting loosely against his knee, while Vow Eternal settled into something his body might eventually survive without bleeding for every use. From the highest island of Stormvale, he could feel the free chi pouring outward through realm after realm, washing old prison arrays hollow, loosening soul chains, waking failed meridians, filling empty courtyards and abandoned passes with a pressure that belonged to no tyrant anymore. He had spent much of this story climbing toward one life. Now thousands were coming loose at once. The scale of it should have felt triumphant. Instead it felt sober. A path had been corrected. That did not mean the dead years beneath the error had become cheaper. Below the summit, reports began arriving before anyone formally requested them. Spirit hawks circled through the storm lines. Kaylee's dynasty officers sent up flares coded in Old Sky language. Jeanne's notation slips carried short messages from the lower platforms and pinned themselves in the air around her in neat vertical rows. The Western Soul prisons are dissolving, she said, reading the first strip. Good. The Eastern Supply archives are on fire. Less good, though morally mixed. 3 lower fortresses have just reported spontaneous cultivation breakthroughs among common soldiers and kitchen staff. You snorted. I support kitchens becoming dangerous. Jin pulled down another strip. The Pale Dominion's jade bead repositories are failing in batches. The released souls are not dispersing. They appear to be orienting. Old Zhao frowned. Toward what? Nara looked west where no one else could see with equal precision. Toward bodies that still remember them. Toward graves. Toward unfinished bonds. Toward anything truthful enough to receive them. The words passed through the summit like a second wave, quieter and harder. Even the Hollow Empress lifted her head at that. She still sat wrapped in Lian's frost cloak, both hands in her lap, as if they remained suspect instruments that might misbehave if left unwatched. Foundation Establishment Level 1 suited her badly. Or perhaps honestly. Shin could no longer tell where appearance ended and correction began. They can return? She asked. Nara considered the question as if careless hope would itself count as offense. Some. Not all. Too much time has passed for many. Some will have no body to return to. Some souls were damaged before you stole them. Some were made into fuel too often to recover intact. She paused. But yes, some can return. The woman in the cloak closed her eyes. No one mistook the gesture for absolution. Shin did not offer it. Lian remained the one standing nearest to her. That fact still carried its own astonishment. The frost cultivator's face had resumed its usual restraint, but the old absolute severity had thinned in recent chapters and left behind something rarer than softness. Discernment without automatic cruelty. Do not mistake continuation for forgiveness, Lian said. The former empress gave a small nod. I would not know how. You folded her arms. Good. Saves time. The warden still stood above the summit, though the pressure around it had changed from correction to witness. It had not departed. Shin suspected Heaven's officers did not leave immediately after their prior decree was overturned by a man who had become, as Kaylee put it, law-adjacent. Institutional dignity likely required a transitional posture. Kale Duskburn landed lightly on a broken pillar and looked from the warden to the hollow empress to Shun with open interest. This is an unusual social arrangement. Kaylee gave him a dry glance. You remain free to make it less crowded. And missed the first morning after a cosmological embarrassment. Kale smiled without warmth. I have waited 100 years to see institutions forced into honesty. Shin rose despite protest from his bones. Nara started to say something, then saw from his face that he had already chosen. That was one of the new things Vow Eternal changed. She could feel decisions forming in him not as command, but as alignment before speech. Where are you going? She asked. To speak to her while she can still lie out of habit. He crossed the last few steps to the hollow empress. The woman looked up slowly. Without the empire inside her, she seemed younger and older together, stripped of the false timelessness stolen power had provided. Human in a way she had not been since the day Shin first heard her name. You should sit, she said. So should you. We are both ignoring good advice. That might once have drawn a colder answer. Now it drew only a tired exhale. Shin stood over her and chose precision. The Pale Dominion is over. I know. Your systems are breaking across the realms. I know. There are people below who will want to kill you with legal enthusiasm. At that she looked at him directly. I know. Good. No sentimental confusion, then. What happens next? Shin asked. If I do not decide it for you. She stared past him into the storm line, where released souls were still rising like pale sparks through dawn's first thinning dark. People I made useful will turn on each other. Some will claim continuity in my name because men prefer banners to uncertainty. Some will beg to be governed again because freedom after structure feels like falling. Some will repent with theatrical sincerity. Most will do a mixture. Her mouth moved in something too sharp to be called a smile. In other words, Empire will go on trying to survive the loss of its body. That was accurate enough to be worth hearing. And you? She took a long time. I do not know what an ordinary woman owes after living wrongly on that scale. Lian answered from beside her. Everything. The former empress accepted the blow. Yes. Shin looked down at the frost cloak around her shoulders, at the hands now emptied of every stolen brilliance, and made the next choice with full awareness that mercy, without terms, curdled into vanity. Then you live, he said. You answer questions. You identify structures. You help free who can still be freed. You do not vanish into martyrdom because disappearance would once again make your consequences someone else's problem. She watched him closely. You are sentencing me to repair. I am sentencing you to remain available to it. The distinction mattered. He saw that she knew it. Above them, one released soul passed through the summit line and paused just long enough to brush the edge of the frost cloak on her shoulders before continuing west. The former empress flinched harder from that than she had from any threat on the island. Chapter 137. The warden departed only after making the world say what had changed. It stepped down from empty air onto the summit stones with measured formality, decree mask still rearranging its own characters and patterns too quick for ordinary sight. The old correction pressure was gone. In its place stood something far more unnerving in institutional terms, recorded concession. Kaylee muttered under her breath. If it produces a scroll and asks for signatures, I may throw it from the island. Jun, who had regained enough color to sound offended by inefficiency again, replied, Do not. I want the wording. The warden lifted one hand. The suspended fragments of reality decree that had remained scattered above the summit drew together, folded themselves into a narrow band of light, and vanished into the staff. Cleared record. Closed action. Then the officer spoke. By source review and witnessed threshold confirmation, the Vow Eternal bonding path is recognized as a legitimate apex state under Heaven's law. The words traveled outward, not as sound alone, as ruling. Shin felt the effect cross the broken realms at once. Hidden sect archives shifted. Defensive formations keyed to older doctrinal exclusions failed. Suppression protocols built around categorizing bonded cultivation as impurity or derivative force loss standing. An entire world of lesser systems would spend the coming years discovering that the sky no longer automatically agreed with their contempt. The warden continued. The prior challenge advanced by the Apex faction is dismissed. Secondary warrants tied to the same doctrinal premise are void. No further enforcement is authorized absent new offense. Kale gave a low whistle. That should make several arrogant men wake into poverty. The warden turned its mask toward him. If they based authority on defective cosmology, that is an accounting matter rather than tragedy. Even Kaylee laughed at that one. It was short, rough, and honest. The heavenly officer then faced Shun. Your standing is recorded. Shun inclined his head once. And yours. The warden paused, perhaps because mutual acknowledgement from a newly recognized apex state was not a line it often received in field practice. Then it bowed by a narrow degree. Guard the precedent you have made, it said. Many will try to use it with less care than necessity employed tonight. I know. Good. With that, the officer became light and left. No portal, no thunder, just withdrawal of attention so complete that the sky regained weather in the same breath. Clouds resumed their own uneven motives. Kaylee's storm loosened. The summit, at last, ceased serving as courtroom and battlefield simultaneously. People exhaled like survivors. You dropped down beside the brazier ring and leaned back on both palms. I would like, for one full day, an enemy who can be solved by setting something on fire. You continue to say that, Mira replied, stepping out of shadow with less blood on her than anyone had a right to expect, as if it is a modest request. Sean rolled one shoulder where the foundation recoil had bruised even her. A modest request would be tea. Tea is coming, Nara said. Everyone turned toward her. The newly restored Void Nun had already begun moving toward one of the intact side tables at the edge of the pavilion, as if death reversal, cosmic litigation, and empire collapse naturally led to kettle work. There was something so exacting and so absurdly Nara about the choice that no one argued. Old Zhao laughed until it turned into coughing. There. Civilization survives. Below the summit, reconstruction began visibly. Stormvale officers resumed formation lines. Released prisoners were escorted, not herded. Lower platforms once dedicated to war logistics were being cleared for healers and returning souls. Across the nearest sky bridges, former Pale Dominion captives stood blinking in dawn light that was no longer rationed by decree. Shun watched all of it and understood that victory had no natural talent for self-management. The world they had corrected would now attempt, at once, to commercialize, weaponize, sentimentalize, misread, celebrate, and bureaucratize the path that had just been recognized. If he let himself fall into private relief and leave the rest to momentum, the old errors would simply return wearing new language. So he made the next plan while sitting on a half-broken summit with blood dried down both wrists. Kaylee, he said. She turned at once, still carrying aristocratic posture through exhaustion out of either training or spite. Stormvale calls a 7-realm witness council within 10 days. Not a triumph assembly. A record assembly. Every realm represented. Every released faction named. The new ruling entered publicly so no sect can pretend it misheard. Kaylee's eyes sharpened. You just rewired half my dynasty, and now you assign me clerical war. You are good at clerical war. That is offensive because it is accurate. She was already planning it. Shen looked at Jun. You compiled a legal transcript. Jin blinked at him in affronted disbelief. I have been compiling it since the warden still thought it was in charge. Good. Make 3 versions. One for sect idiots. One for scholars. One for people who are too tired to read 40 pages before deciding whether truth matters. Now you are speaking my language. He turned to Sean. The released souls and free chi will destabilize border regions. Your clan can hold roads without calling it conquest. Sean nodded once. We can. Do it. Already decided to. That also helped. He looked toward Lien. The old suppression houses in the north will burn, she said. He paused. She met his gaze without apology. Their records first. Their prisons opened. Their methods copied. Then they burn. He considered and found no doctrinal objection. Acceptable. You raised one hand lazily. If we are distributing rebuilding burdens, I would like a region full of panicking fools and unstable fire-rich terrain. That is your preferred habitat, Mira said. Exactly. Kale had remained longer than anyone expected. He now stood at the very edge of the highest island with the dawn behind him, looking less like a rogue sovereign and more like a man who had just discovered the world had been wrong in a way he could not dismiss by killing its spokesperson. He came over while the others were still talking logistics. He stopped in front of Shun and regarded him in silence long enough that you began making disrespectful hand motions behind his back. I was wrong, Kale said at last. The words fell with surprising weight. Kale Duskburn did not look built for confession. That made the fact of it harder, not easier. I've been wrong for 100 years, he continued. I thought solitary ascent was the only honest apex because anything shared could be coerced, diluted, or owned. I mistook fear of dependence for purity. He looked at the summit, at the 7 women, at the former empress in a frost cloak, at Nara measuring tea into a pot with post-resurrection seriousness. Tell me, is it too late to be wrong about something and then be right? Shin answered him with the same standard the path had used on everyone else tonight. It is too late if you want a clean answer. Kale's mouth twitched. That sounds promising by your standards. It means being right will cost more than declaring a new opinion. Good. There it was. The first true thing Kale had offered all morning. Shin nodded toward the lower realms where release structures were still shaking apart. Then start there. Kale looked down, then back up, and for once left without a joke. That might prove to be the stranger miracle. Chapter 138. Tea on the highest island of Stormvale tasted of aftermath and metal. Nara brewed it with ruthless attention. That, too, felt like restoration. She refused help from anyone except Sean, who carried up a new kettle because the old one had acquired a crack during the correction clash, and Nara considered leaking water a theological insult. The rest of them sat, stood, or leaned where exhaustion had left them after the battle. The summit still bore blackened decree marks, broken pillars, and half-melted storm glass. No one had the energy to pretend otherwise. The sky above had returned to weather with a vindictive enthusiasm that suggested it disliked being managed directly by law for extended periods. Old Zhao sat with his cane across his knees and watched the gathering with the expression of a man who had spent too many years carrying messages for dead people and had not fully expected any of them to arrive. Kale remained awkwardly present, which turned out to be a distinct social state rather than an accident. He stood near the outer edge until Sean, after tolerating that for a full minute, moved an intact chair toward him with one boot and said, "Sit or brood farther away." He sat. Kaylee changed into a fresh outer robe at some point, though she still had blood in her hair and refused to hide it. You had fallen into the kind of relaxed slouch only someone with catastrophic reserves and no shame could make look regal. Mira occupied a shadow that technically should not have existed at noonlight angle, proving that recovery for her still included cheating geography. Jeanne had collected every surviving notation strip into ordered stacks and was now glaring at them as though daring chaos to misfile itself. The former Hollow Empress sat apart, frost cloak still around her shoulders, hands around a plain ceramic cup Nara had passed her without ceremony. No one invited her inward. No one threw her out. For now, that was the correct arrangement. Nara poured the first cup for old Zhao. "Seniority," she said. He accepted it and cleared his throat twice before drinking. If I'd known surviving this long would get me served by a void none the heavens tried to misplace, I'd have cultivated my liver with more respect. You pointed at him. There. That is the first wise thing you've said all week. Old Zhao gave her a look. You set mountains on fire for courtship. Your standards do not govern me. That earned a bright, indignant sound from you and an expression from Kaylee that suggested a new line of inquiry had just become socially available. Shin let the talk move around him for a while. The summit no longer demanded that he answer every second. That itself felt strange enough to study. The 7-color resonance, no, 8-color once the corrected brace was accounted for, hummed through the space between them at a low, warm register. Vow Eternal had changed the field. Even in stillness, relation now possessed weather. He could feel everyone's condition without intrusion. Lian's fatigue laid over older grief like snow over old stone. Yu's brightness hit a core of terror only now relaxing. Zhen's mind remained furiously active because rest without analysis struck her as surrender. Myra's relief existed, but preferred knives. Shan's care moved through the group like a foundation, deciding no one present would be allowed to collapse unobserved. Kaylee's pride had rearranged itself around service and was still deciding how much to resent that. Nara's life sat in her body with newness and deep composure at once. Shen looked at the tea steam rising from his own cup and thought of his father. Not the assassinated researcher of other people's stories. His father, a man who had cooked badly, annotated aggressively, and treated questions as invitations rather than affronts. A man who had built a life around the proposition that bonds were not lesser than law. A man killed because too many ambitious people recognized the danger that proposition posed to monopoly. He spoke before deciding to. My father's notes said the sovereign system was about connection being stronger than isolation. He looked around the highest island, at the women who had become vows and not lost themselves to it, at the old courier who had preserved impossible work, at the strange survivors gathered by correction and cost. He was right. No one answered at once. They did not need to. The truth sat well enough on its own. Then a spirit hawk descended through the cloud break and landed on the stone table between the teacups. Everyone moved by instinct. Myra's knife appeared. Kaylee's wind tightened. Lien's frost lined the hawk's claws without harming it. Jin leaned forward, already suspicious of grammar. The bird did not flinch. It carried a small sealed cylinder bound in pale thread and marked with a sigil none of them recognized immediately. Not sect, not dynasty, not dominion, not heaven. Old Zhao stared first, then rose too fast, had to steady himself on the cane, and stared harder. No. Shin took the cylinder carefully. You know the seal? Zhao's face had changed color. I know who used it. He swallowed. Or who I thought had used it last. Jin's attention sharpened. That is not the same sentence. Because I watched him die, Zhao said. The hawk lifted off the moment the cylinder left its harness and vanished back into the weather without waiting for a reward. That alone made the thing in Shun's hand feel less like correspondence and more like delayed continuation. He broke the seal. Inside lay a strip of pale paper cut, so fine it might once have served ceremonial law rather than personal message. The handwriting across it was controlled and spare. Not his father's. Someone adjacent. He read once. Then again. Then placed the strip on the table so the others could see. The message was brief. The research wasn't destroyed. There is a second part. When you're ready, find the White Archive. No location. No sender name. No further explanation. Old Zhao stared at the line as if it had risen from his own burial. The White Archive, he said slowly. Liangqi mentioned it once in a fever and never again. I thought it was code for a dead cache. Or maybe a joke scholars tell when they don't trust the room. Zhen had already gone pale with intellectual violence. A second part to the research implies pre-branch material. Source manuscripts. Field notes from before the suppression hardened. Kaylee swirled her tea and looked at Shun over the rim. Please tell me we are allowed 1 week before the next impossible errand. Nara set down the kettle. That depends. Everyone turned. She was looking not at the letter, but at the empty air beyond the western edge of the island. Her expression had gone distant in the precise way Shun now recognized as void perception meeting something structured. The void marked the sovereign left, she said. It's gone now. But the reversal opened a space where it used to bind. I can feel a door in the void that wasn't there before. You groaned. Of course there is a door. Myra's mouth curved. At least it's original. Nara kept her eyes on the distance. Something is waiting there. Then she turned to Shun. Not today, but eventually. That was how open threads entered the room in this life. Not as invitations. As future obligations wearing the face of honest wonder. Shin folded the message once and placed it beside his father's journal in the spatial ring. Not hidden. Held. For now, that was enough. Chapter 139. By the third day, the world had begun trying to turn correction into institution. Shin expected that. It was one reason he had pushed Kaylee toward a witness council before anyone could seize the new precedent and wrap it in the first convenient banner. Truth that remained unrecorded became rumor. Truth recorded only by victors became propaganda. He wanted neither. Stormvile's lower islands now carried delegations from 6 directions. The roads Shan's people held remained open. Released Pale Dominion captives were being processed by healers instead of interrogators in 3 languages at once. Jin's transcripts had already produced 2 attempted thefts, 1 challenge letter from a doctrinal elder who clearly had not read the ruling carefully, and a note from Inkstone Academy offering her a chair if she would kindly stop humiliating half the field from a distance and do it in person. She had pinned that note to a wall and written not yet over it in black ink large enough for Destiny to read. The Sixfold Mountain clan had sent its oldest living archivist to request formal study rights regarding the Vow Sovereign path. Kaylee's court nearly started a diplomatic incident over seating order. You solved that by threatening to light the seating chart on fire unless everyone remembered mortality. The problem improved. The Grey Veil Alliance had fractured exactly as the former Empress predicted. Some branch lords surrendered and handed over prison maps. Others declared themselves rightful inheritors of the old efficient order and fled into sky routes with stolen supply caches and enough half-understood doctrine to become future headaches. Mira had already volunteered to make several of those headaches shorter. Kale, to everyone's enduring surprise, had not vanished. He came and went, bringing reports from the outer edges where remaining Apex loyalists were deciding whether recognition of the Vow Eternal path required adaptation or retaliation. So far adaptation was losing by a narrow margin. Shin suspected Kale would educate the holdouts until the balance improved. And through it all, the Hollow Empress, now neither hollow nor empress in any structurally useful sense, answered questions. That had become her labor. She sat in a plain chamber on the second Stormvale Island with healers outside the door, 2 scribes at all times, and Lien or Shan usually present, not because she required protection, but because correction required witnesses. She named prison networks, hidden consumption wells, soul vessel depots, sleeper magistrates, doctrine schools built on her false precedent, and the routes by which enslaved cultivators had been moved between realms under clerical cover. She did not ask for mercy while doing it. That, Shin found, made the work easier to accept and harder to pity. This morning he had left her with Jean, who was extracting archival structure from 300 years of sin with the calm joy of a woman finally handed a subject worthy of organized hostility. By noon he stood with Nara on a western terrace overlooking the lower cloud sea. The door in the void remained. He could not sense it the way she could. What Vow Eternal gave him was proximity to her perception, not replacement of it. Through the 7th vow he could feel the shape of her attention when she turned toward that impossible absence. It was like watching someone hear a note too low for ordinary ears. Closer, he asked. Clearer, she said. Not nearer. He considered. Those are different. They often are. This was also Nara restored, patient enough to explain without pretending the distinction should already be obvious. She rested both hands on the stone rail and looked out across weather. The door does not call. That matters. If it were hunger or trap, it would exert pressure. It simply remains. A pause, as if a space noticed the decree reversal and opened in response. Shin leaned beside her. You think it connects to the White Archive? I think both threads share origin. That was careful language. He appreciated it. Too many people in cultivation mistook intuition for revelation and built disasters from the difference. Not today, he said. Nara gave the smallest nod. Not today. Below them, the witness council's first formal session began. He could hear fragments from the upper terrace where Kaylee had arranged the seating in a configuration she claimed was impartial and everyone else correctly identified as elegantly coercive. He recognized Shan's low address from one side, a southern emissary's indignation from another, and Yu's laugh somewhere in the middle where it would do the most damage to pretension. Life was returning by quarrel. That, too, felt correct. Nara turned her head slightly. You are thinking about leaving. Vow Eternal made evasion within the trusted circle nearly impossible. She no longer tried it much. About the White Archive, he admitted. Soon. Not immediately. But before the world has time to build a version of this path that excludes the reasons it exists. She considered him with the same level stare that had once terrified sect elders and now mostly made truth easier. Then go after record, not fame. I was already planning that. Good. Fame makes archives mold. That line stayed with him. Later, when the council recessed, he found old Zhao asleep in a chair with one hand on his cane and the other on the pouch that held his pipe. Shen left him there. He found Jin surrounded by maps, witness rolls, and doctrinal objections, looking more alive than Rest had any right to make her. He found you arguing with a mountain envoy about whether kitchens counted as strategic infrastructure. He found Kaylee terrifying 3 clerks into competence with a smile and exact posture. He found Mira seated on a window ledge above the former Empress's chamber, cleaning her knife while pretending not to guard anyone. He found Shan eating in practical silence and making everyone near her do the same if they had forgotten their bodies existed. This was the sovereign's people, Shin realized. Not followers, not subordinates, not extensions of his name. People whose lives remained fully their own and had, through vow and ordeal, become the field in which his Tao now made sense. At dusk the spirit hawk returned once, circled the highest island, found Shun by the western rail, and dropped a single white feather before vanishing again. No message this time, just direction. West. White Archive. Future obligation, now with attitude. Shin tucked the feather into the journal with the folded note and looked toward the horizon until the sun had nearly gone. The world after correction was still a world. That minute remained unfinished. Good. He had no use for endings that lied. Chapter 140. By the 7th evening after the decree reversal, the highest island of Stormvale belonged to Sunset again. No warden. No collapse of law. No empire breaking at the root in the next breath. Only sky, weather, exhaustion finally permitted to call itself rest, and the long after sound of a story that had earned its silence. Shinwuk sat on the highest stone terrace with all 7 women and did not try to fill the quiet. The island around them still carried marks of the battle. One pillar remained cracked down the middle and had been left unrepaired because Sean said memory should have architecture. The black salt lines of the support formation were faded now, but visible. Stormglass fragments embedded in the far parapet caught the sinking light and turned it into thin blue fire. A kettle steamed nearby. Someone, likely you, though she denied everything not worth confessing theatrically, had smuggled candied plum strips onto the tray beside the cups. Below the highest island, the Witness Council continued its careful work. Road patrols moved. Freed captives slept in real quarters. Healers kept watch where returned souls had found bodies waiting. Scribes cursed happily over revisions. Somewhere on the western routes, Kale Duskburn was likely offending former Apex loyalists into moral clarity through forceful example. But up here, for this 1 hour, none of that demanded immediate answer. Lien sat nearest the edge with her hands folded inside her sleeves, sunset frost gathering faintly at the hems and then melting before it reached the stone. She had not become soft. Shin did not want that for her. But the rigid winter that once made her treat every living thing as a possible failure had eased. When you stole one of the candied plums without asking, Lien merely said, "Thief," and slid the tray closer rather than farther away. Yu herself was quieter than she had been in their first arcs, though no less bright. The old fire in her no longer looked like something always trying to outrun abandonment. It looked banked and deliberate, a hearth as capable of ruin as warmth. She leaned against one elbow, watching the sky as if considering whether to challenge sunset to a duel just to keep standards from slipping. Shun had brought notes despite explicit discouragement from everyone present. Yet the stack beside her remained closed. That was the real miracle. She had become more open without becoming less exact, and the combination made her more dangerous to nonsense than any archive in the realms. Once, she would have narrated this evening into categories before it finished happening. Now she allowed herself to live some parts first and annotate them later. Mira sat half in shadow, though the light angle made that physically unreasonable. More present, Shin thought. That was the only phrase that fit. She still moved like a held blade. She still chose her nearness with lethal care. But she no longer treated presence itself as an unguarded act. When her shoulder brushed his once by accident or intent, she let it remain there for a full breath. Shan looked less burdened than when he had first met her under the weight of clan, duty, and old war inheritance. Not unburdened. That would have made her someone else. But the terrible habit of carrying everything before anyone could ask now had company. She trusted the circle to hold weight with her. That changed the whole shape of her strength. Kaylee sat with one leg folded under her and the other hanging off the terrace as if aristocratic manuals had never existed. The old fear beneath her pride had not vanished, but it no longer ruled by disguise. She had seen her dynasty survive the loss of false order and had chosen service without needing it to wear the old crown language. Sometimes she still sounded like a storm instructed in etiquette. Shin had grown fond of that. And Nara sat close enough that the edge of her sleeve touched his from time to time when the wind shifted. More alive was the only possible phrase, though even that felt too small. Death had once made her look distant even while she stood in the same room. Now life had seated itself fully. Her attention moved outward without losing depth. When she drank tea, she did it with the seriousness of someone who had recently learned ordinary continuation was a form of miracle too. Shin looked at them one by one and knew the outline had been right. Each was changed. He was changed most of all. Vow eternal remained within him, not as a crown perched above his former self, but as a cord running through everything he had become. The 7 resonance threads, 8, if he counted the corrected brace left by the former empresses, offered ruin, no longer felt like powers he managed. They felt like reality speaking in harmonics no cultivation text had ever been honest enough to record. He reached into the spatial ring and removed his father's journal. The book had traveled with him from Refuse Heap to Sky Realm Summit, from Orphan Fury to Lawful Correction. The cover remained plain. The pages still carried marginalia so aggressive they could have qualified as a personality flaw in less endearing men. The white feather from the hawk lay tucked beside the folded note naming the White Archive. The second part waited. The void door waited. Kale's uncertain path waited. The former Hollow Empress's reconstruction as an ordinary woman waited. So much remained. Good. He turned the journal once in his hands and thought of Shun Lianqi. Not as martyr, not as precedent, not as the murdered researcher later scholars would now try to claim as their tradition's noble forerunner, but as his father. A man who had spent his life understanding that connection frightened empires precisely because it made power answerable to more than ambition. It had not been wasted. At last he closed the journal. Not forever in the sense of abandonment. Forever in the sense that one chapter of inheritance had reached its proper end and no longer needed to remain open in order to keep proving itself. The sun lowered. The sky went copper, then red, then violet along the far edges where storm remnants still drifted west. Wind crossed the highest island and moved through the 7 women around him, carrying frost, ember, ink, shadow, stone, storm, and void in measures so balanced that the whole evening seemed tuned. No text had a name for that chord. Perhaps one day Jeanne would invent one and bully the realms into using it correctly. For now it could remain unnamed and still be true. You reached first for the last candied plum strip and found Lien's hand already there. They looked at each other. Then, because the world had indeed changed, Lien broke it in half and handed one piece over without comment. Kaylee saw that and looked briefly scandalized on principle. We are becoming domestic. Mira took a sip of tea. Terrifying. Shan's mouth moved in what, for her, counted as open amusement. Old Zhao's spirit hawk circled once above the island and then flew east toward the lower lights where the first proper night watch of the corrected world was taking shape. Nara turned her face toward the horizon. The void door remained there, not calling, simply waiting. Shan followed her gaze and then looked at all of them again. He did not need a speech. He had spent enough of this story learning that the strongest truths did not improve through decoration. So when he spoke, it was quiet enough that the words belonged to the circle before they belonged to any future listener. Let's rest, he said. Tomorrow we'll see what comes next. No one argued. They sat together while the last light left the sky. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell so you don't miss what comes next on the path ahead. Share this story with a fellow cultivator and tell me in the comments which vow stayed with you the longest.